What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone is having an amazing afternoon, evening, morning, or whatever it is in your time zone. It is, let me get this right, April 30th, Wednesday, 2025. This is NCC TV coming at you live from the Amani Airport. We are live and alive, or at least that's how it appears to me. Could be ripping off Hassan Piker right there. Don't know, don't care. Shouts out to all my weasels out there, all my forest creatures, rocking out to the realest of the real synthetic lifeform streamer. Trapped in his cyber brain and body in this late stage, hyper-capitalist dystopia. Forced to exist in this twilight realm to pay off my debt to society and my student loans. I hope you're having a good day, whoever, whatever, wherever, and whenever you are. We're about to jump right into it here on twitch.tv, youtube.com. High risk, high reward, high on life, or whatever simulation, simulacrum, simultaneous, spontaneous singularity of consciousness this is, was, or will be in the distant cyber future, which doesn't seem so distant now. I don't know, chat. Are we in the cyber future yet? Do I need to like make up something new to say? Anyway. The day has arrived, and I guess I didn't realize this was happening today. I mean, I had a feeling it would be happening soon, that, that Ethan Klein is bringing on Sam Seder. I don't know, Ethan's got something going on. He's got a plan, and it may be to try to, I don't know, chat. I don't know what to expect for, Friday that Hassan is coming on to talk to Ethan Klein. And I say expect the unexpected, including maybe, I don't know. I mean, he's not going to apologize to Hassan, but he might try to actually tamp down things. That was the feeling I got from this interaction with Sam, that he thought he could get Sam on his side, right? Obviously, you'll see what happens. Some of you have watched this already. Some of you are watching this for the first time. I've dipped my toes in it a little bit. I'm not going to pretend to do a complete, like that I haven't pre-watched any of it, right? Because it's entertaining stuff, and I just could not leave it alone. Get your snacks, get your tea and snacks. Get your smoothies, chat. You know what I got today? We're running on matcha. Ethan said that the anus and the flow of shit. What? Ethan said that the anus and the flow of shit, it cuts off? Passes out freshly rolled churros and joints. Oh, you're passing them out. I thought you said pass. I was somehow thinking passes out, like, from the churros and the joints. By which we mean places, chat. That's all joints means. It just means places. Nothing else. Shakespeare, I thought that was like a Deleuze and Guattari meme at first. Maybe. I don't know. Sarah C says, I think Ethan's going to call it off at the last minute. Is it a train wreck? The debate is a train wreck? The Sam Ethan thing? Yeah, it was weird, actually. I don't know what I expected, but I didn't expect this. I didn't expect exactly this. This is different. This is definitely different than what I expected, right? I think what it is that, like, I thought for sure, as Ethan thought, that Sam was going to be, that he was going to have a good long talk with Matt Lesh and Emma and the rest of the MR crew that might actually have kept up with the stuff that Sam does not keep up with, because he's got to cover the news. And I know Ethan likes to make fun of Hassan for this. Like, this is an excuse. Oh, he's got to cover the news. He can't watch my content nuke because he's got to cover the news. He can't watch my skull video because he's got to cover the news, right? Yo.
Super chatted $10 for the Hassan reacting to Sam Ethan. Watched it on his stream, and my gosh, it was glorious. Sam ragged Ethan, and hopefully Ethan learned his lesson.
Wait, watched it on his stream for the Sam reacting to Hassan, you're talking about the Hassan reacting to Ethan. Okay, so you see what Columbia Rican is doing right there? We've got a poll going on, all right? I'm conducting a little poll like I do every day. I always like to see what the audience thinks, right? And so far, about 50 of you have voted in this poll, right? And the poll is, what are we going to watch after we're done? Oh, shit. You know what I got to do, chat? What are we going to watch after we're done with Sam Seder versus Ethan Klein? Right? That's the question. And I got 4 lovely options for you. The crash out continues. That is catching up with Ethan's voluminous content, which we never seem to get to the bottom of. And when this began, I was watching like every segment of Ethan, every segment of MR. You know, anytime anybody would talk about this, I would watch, you know, the segment to try to give you continuous coverage of the story. But at some point, Ethan just started producing too much content. There was too much Warzone. There was too much Yoko Ono on that track, right? Sorry, Yoko Ono gets a bad rap. Yoko did nothing wrong, okay? Yoko did nothing wrong. Chibo Mato will defend her. Anyway, that's a deep cut, chat. That's a deep cut. Anyway, I think a member of Chibo Mato was... Wait, oh yeah, that's right. They actually had hers and John's son in the band for a little while. Sean Lennon. Anyway, that is a deep cut. What are we doing? What are we doing? I need to press the button. What button? This button. Boom. Start us off. Look at that. Look at that. We got 6 hours, chat. And possibly more. That's all up to you on Twitch. All right. Look at YouTube already getting us 15% to the dono goal. And remember, these dono goals are stackable, right? If we get to 100, I cover one of these topics. If we get to 200, I cover 2 of these topics. If we get to 300, I go crazy. And you don't want to see that. Or you do want to see that. I don't know, chat. Would you want to see that? Would you want to see NCC lose it and crash out on stream? Would that be interesting? I feel like there's a lot more people that would get, you know, I feel like I'd get a lot more understanding for crashing out now than I would for going off on all my old friends back in the day during the Dylan drama. I feel like the NCC crash out. I don't know. Did anybody describe? I don't think crash out was a term back then, but they would have definitely thrown that at me, and maybe it's applicable. I pick Olay and butterflies. Okay, so let me show you what Omega Star and Columbia Rican are talking about here, right? They're picking things. What's that all about? You can pick your friends, you can pick your nose, but you can't pick Waluigi's nose. Or maybe you can. I don't know, chat, can I? My finger's probably not big. It's probably too big from this perspective to actually go up Waluigi's nose, but that's probably good for Waluigi. Anyway, he can pick his own nose, chat. I believe he can pick his own nose. So yeah, wait, what am I trying to do here? Oh yeah, to show you what's up with the bonus goal, bonus topic stuff. I think I just hit this button right here. Yeah, there we go. That's easy. All right, so as you just noticed, we got 2 super chats, right? The super chats are kind of magical. They have a power. Everyone and everything, first of all, has its power here. Oh my God, including me, if I don't pause this. Wait, is this a good song? Ooh. I kind of like this, chat. I need to play this game. Anyway, like I said, everyone has got a power, right? You've got the power to vote on YouTube, whether you're watching me on Twitch or YouTube. If you're watching me on Twitch, feel free to come over to YouTube and vote. I'm not telling you to watch it on a different platform. You watch it wherever you're comfortable watching it. But if you want to vote, you're going to have to come over to YouTube, because Twitch only lets me run a poll for like 7 minutes, and that's not long enough. That's not long enough at all. All right, so you got to come over to YouTube to vote. You can leave me a like while you're there, because that helps me out greatly, and I appreciate it massively. But anyway, what am I supposed to do here? I'm supposed to add this 15 points to the dono goal, right? 15 out of 100. That is 85 points from getting some bonus content. That is 185 points from getting 2 bonus contents, right? Now, so far we've got 5 on... I feel like I'm gambling here, chat. I feel like I'm running a gambling ring or something. I'm not. This isn't Kick, chat. I'm not a Kick streamer. At least not yet. Like, I hope I don't get banned. Like, I know at least one person who got banned off of Twitch and had to go to that. And God, I do not envy them at all. That's got to be a tough environment. It is a very foul environment. But anyway, so we got I believe it was Omega Star saying super chatting $5 saying I want to see Olimey and Friends IDub content cop coverage. And so I added 5 right there. If you guys see that right up there, see that's where the 5 goes. And then we also had Columbia Recon starting us off with a $10 super chat and saying, I want to see the Hasanabi reaction. And that's right there. So that can happen.
Super chatted $5.
Because it's going to be $15.
Super sticker in this very super chat.
Smiling face. Wait, is it 20 now? Oh my God. Chat, there's something going on. I thought the super stickers, maybe, does the Stream Elements not recognize the existence of super stickers? Or do I need to go into my thing again and edit it? And here, let me take a look at this. This is pretty nice music though, I would say. I just sent a super sticker in this very chat and it didn't. I'm guessing. Oh, there it is. It's the Doge clapping and saying bravo.
Winnie Cat super chatted $5. I'm sleepy and might not be awake for bonus time.
Oh.
For Hassan's react.
Oh, you really want Hassan's react? I understand that. Anyway, chat, I should probably like hurry up because everybody's excited about what's going on. Winnie Cat, thank you for the super chat. Thank you. We're 4 out of 10 for the butterfly, right? We got the butterfly right here, and if we hit 10 out of 10, I put 3 hours on the ticker this time because like apparently 2 hours was not enough last time, and I want you to win. All the goals, all the everything here is because I want you to win. I try to make it so like I try to set it so that chat wins, right? Chat wins, I win, everybody wins. That's the idea. 4 super chats and 1 sticker. Yeah, and why isn't it counting the sticker? I guess only super chats count. Oh, that's silly. I feel like super stickers should count too, or there should be an option for me to include super stickers. But either way, we're 4 out of 10. We're well on the way to putting a butterfly in my hair. And let me see, I got to update this. So yeah, 20. Wow, Hassan reacts to Sam Seder. Ethan Klein is in a massive lead right now, both in the poll itself and in the bonus content. We got 5% extra for Olimey and Friends. Hey, chat, we could watch them both. We could watch them both. Look, I've set this up so we actually can watch them both, okay? We got 6 hours. That seems like a lot of time, but oh my God, do I ever pause it way too much? And I just can't help it. It's like a natural I can't help myself. I'm like, I got it from Sam, chat. I learned it from watching Sam. It's Sam Seder's fault that I pause. I'm always saying pause it. Hassan's friend Maya Higa got Hassan for stun locking. Let's go. Got on Hassan for stun locking. The same Sam Seder versus Ethan content. It was too good. Yeah, I figured you'd be pulling for the same stuff, which is what I figure. When you donate. So if you change your mind, let me know. A better butterfly in your hair than it's pee in my mouth. I mean, sorry, in my tea is what you're trying to say there. But yeah, eventually. Let's stop talking about butterflies landing on my tongue and peeing in my mouth, chat. That's just too weird of a phantasmagory to entertain at the moment. We've got a phantasmagory to entertain right now with finally the event that we've all been waiting for. In this corner, weighing in at 185 pounds, Sam, the man, Seder. I should have said like Sam the toilet clogger or something like that. Anyway, and in this corner, composed of 95% shit, it is Giardia. No, it would be a wrestling match, chat. I feel like it would be a wrestling match. Like Ethan would be Giardia, man. Ethan would definitely be the heel of this match. So yeah, am I paying attention to the right things? Okay, that's what I was trying to say. I'm trying to say that we could possibly cover 2 bonus topics tonight. How can we do that? Well, first of all, I put 6 hours on the subathon this time. All right. And like I said, everybody's got the power. YouTube chat has the power to put a butterfly in my hair. everybody has the power to make this thing go forward. What is this thing? This is our goal. Oh, wait. What is... are we at 30 right now? Is that where we're at? I think we're at 30. Am I right? Let me take another look. We need to make an official NCC Pocket Watcher position to be like, give me the accurate, wait. Okay, so. Yeah, 30. I'm correct. I'm correct for once. I'm usually wrong on it, but this time I'm correct. We're at 30 out of 100. And remember, you can let me know in the chat. Oh my gosh, we're more than 30.
Super chatted
35.
Oh, don't worry, I won't change my mind. UNC Sam is our hero.
Uncle Sam is our hero. Yeah, we're going to get into that as soon as possible. Chat, I'm going to try to kind of hurry this up because I know that I always edge you for longer than a long time. But I'm just trying to get, set the parameters of what we're doing today, right? In terms of the bonus goal, in terms of the butterfly goal, which we are swiftly approaching. I think we're at 5 out of 10 right now. So over halfway to there, we're 35% to the bonus goal. And like I said, there is a way for us to watch all of the content. Well, I don't know. All of the content would be 4 topics. We've gotten 3 topics before, right? That's our record, chat, is doing 3 topics during one stream. I don't know if we've ever done 4 topics. I don't think that's ever happened before. Would be kind of amazing if it did, but I'm not expecting anything. But what I'm saying is that we can do, I see people are interested in Olimi and Friends. I see people are interested in Hassan reacts to the debate. Hasanabi's reaction, always very interesting. And then people are probably also interested in the crash out. I could tell from the voting that people are interested in the continuous crash out of Ethan Klein, which I don't know. I predict that it may be coming to an end. I half expect Ethan to try to put a pin in it. I don't know, chat. I could be. Am I too optimistic? Maybe I am. Maybe I'm too optimistic about this, right? Maybe I'm too optimistic, but I can't imagine anybody wanting to continue this toxic, shit-slinging match much longer. I know that Hassan's tired of it. I'm sure that Sam doesn't like, being dragged into it. Have I got everything correct? Wait, do I have everything correct? I think I do have everything correct. But like I said, is it possible to watch all of this? Now, look, I admit, I spend a lot, I pause it, I take a long time reacting to a short amount of content. All right, that being said, we've got 6 hours on the ticker, and Twitch has the ability, like I said, everybody has a superpower. YouTube's superpower, put a butterfly in my hair. Everybody's superpower to get us more content through the bonus content, and Twitch's secret power is right down there. That's a subathon. I can only set it up for Twitch right now, but that's me trusting Twitch chat, which is coming into its own right now. It is exerting its power. Twitch chat is kind of flexing right now. I don't know if you noticed, but Twitch chat is flexing its burgeoning power right now. And I'm going to give it a chance to flex it even more by putting more time on the clock, which is what happens whenever anyone supports me on Twitch, right? This ticker goes up. You will literally turn back time. You will be share. You're the sheriff. Much like Bob's Burgers. Does anybody get the Bob's Burgers reference? Probably not. But anyway, that's what I'm saying is that any sort of, if you get yourself a sub, if you gift subs, if you use a Prime membership to get yourself a sub for free, or if you even follow me on Twitch, you're going to turn back time. You're going to be share. Imagine that, I don't know. That sounds like it could be great. It could be kind of yikes, considering the totality, the depth and breadth of Cher's career. There's a little bit of both in that. But if you want to experience that, what is it like to be Cher? You want to turn back time, you can do that by following me on Twitch, by using a Prime sub to you'll get yourself emojis too with a Prime sub for free. That's one of the cool things about it. You take money out of Bezos's pocket and put it into, I'm not wearing pockets, chat, but if I was, maybe you can put it into Waluigi's front pocket. He's got those Oshkosh bagoshes on, and I'm sure there's like a little pocket right down there. You can put it right in between Waluigi's boobs for all I care, chat, and all he cares as well. So you can tell that the matcha is running strong here. We are running strong. We are going to do this, and I'm in it for the long haul, right? Twitch can turn back time. Twitch can make this stream longer than it would otherwise be and give us the time to properly react to Olimey and Friends. Hassan reacts to the Sam Seder. Hell, even the TYT. Who knows? Who knows, chat? Who knows where the night will take us? But it's all up to you. And like I said, Twitch, that's your magic power. That's your magic power. You can turn back time. So that's what's going on there. I am supposed to be reading chat, aren't I? And I'm way behind again. Waluigi isn't a size queen. I mean, picking Waluigi's nose is probably a minigame in WarioWare. Ooh. Yeah, I could see that. No, yes, definitely. He's trying to get a gotcha using Destiny's talking points when Sam would recenter the... yeah, I did see Ethan doing kind of a... what is the guy's name? Patrick Bet David? You know how Patrick Bet David, his whole magic trick is, let's just pivot. You know, like, do I have a point that's not going so well for me? Well, let's pivot away from it. Let's pretend that... let's not talk about it, right? So yeah, Ethan was doing a little bit of that today too. We'll see all of that. Chibo Mato hung out at my house in Denton, Texas when I was in college. That's crazy that you said their name. That is wild. Well, I said Yoko Ono, so it made me think of, didn't they appear at there was some kind of Yoko Ono event or something that they had. Deep Cut is probably like 1997 or 98. Wait, is that when that one album comes from? Wait, there's like two albums from the 90s and then they broke up and there was a third album in the 2000s. What game? Wait, I'm not sure. Oh, what game is this song from? This is from Soul Hackers. Soul Hackers 1. That's important, all right? Soul Hackers 2, I've heard a lot of people say they didn't like. A lot of Soul Hackers fans kind of disappointed with the... Kick is Sam Hyde as a website? What? That's a pretty good description there, Shaxby. Yeah, so Winnie Cat is sleepy and wants us to... Yeah, I should proceed. I'm just trying to read through chat here. I see 4 super chats and 1 sticker. That's from a while ago, though. I'll make sure that I'm up to date before we get started. And like I said, everybody's got their superpower. Everybody's got their role. Twitch can turn back time. YouTube can put a butterfly in my hair. Anybody can... give us bonus content. So you've all got your superpowers. You've all got your superpowers tonight. Yeah, it's Teal super chats. That's true. Thanks. Good point. Good point, Omega Star. You got it from your internet, Dad. I did indeed. Yeah, I got the stun locking and the pausing it. Well, I got the stun locking from Hassan. Yeah, I got 2 internet dads actually, chat. Hassan and Sam, that's a ship you never thought you'd never hear. Jeez, Hassan X Sam, that's wow. I mean, that's just pleasing somebody. Somebody out there is very excited about that ship. It's not really my thing, but that's, you know, come see, come saw. Sam Silverfox Cedar versus Ethan Poopy Pants Klein. That's good. That's good, Snow. I like that. Hey, never. Oh, yeah. I wanted to mention, too, another superpower that you all have, especially if I give it to bestow upon you the superpower, is to help me blast off. What is blasting off? What does that mean? All right. Well, if you've ever watched us on, sometimes he'll say we're blasting off, right? He'll say that we're blasting off. He will post a link, usually to a Twitter post. I don't post on Twitter anymore, chat. I just I don't want to have anything to do with it. I don't want to have anything to do with Twitter. But I am blasting off here. And I am pinning a message in both YouTube chat and in Twitch chat right now that is to my Blue Sky post. We've got a meme on there from Narwhal by Nature, and this is what we're going to be doing in the future. I'll be asking for a meme from Discord, and if you give me one, I will post it, and I will give you credit. Just like I mentioned Narwhal in the post, I will mention you in the post. And this is the it's a skeet, chat. It's not a tweet, it's a skeet. When you're using Blue Sky, You skeet. And I used to not know what that meant, chat. I can remember hearing the meme. There was like a meme, skeet, skeet, skeet. And I was just like, I don't know. What does it mean? Like mosquitoes or something? I don't know. Skeet, skeet, skeet. Skeet, skeet, skeet. Skeet. I didn't know for the longest time, chat. I didn't know that skeet meant to shot web, like Spider-Man. That's what it means. Except not out of your hand, but out of another appendage that only some of us have, right? Some of us have, some of us don't, right? And that's what skeet actually means. Skeet is from the Yin Yang Twins? Did they come up with it? Wait, is that like old school rap? Is that around the time period of Chibo Motto? Anyway, chat. I'm dating Waluigi here. Wait, what? Oh no, I didn't mean to say it. I'm sorry, Waluigi. Anyway. Well, I didn't want to say I'm dating myself. It's not my experience. I like a lot of cool shit from various time periods. I like 80s music. I like 70s music. I like 60s music. I like some old school jazz from like the 50s, right? I like a lot of stuff. And so I'm dating everyone's dad, is what I'm telling you, Chad. Your dad, I'm dating. Sorry. I hope that's not a huge shock or, surprise or anything like that. I'm not trying to shock or surprise or scandalize you or your family, which, I just brought up for no reason whatsoever. Anyway, chat. Anyway, you can cancel me later. We got to get to this, a time sheriff. That's right. Sheriff is the time sheriff, the sheriff of time. And Twitch has the ability to turn back time. Well, I mean, I guess we'll see. Whenever somebody gets themselves a sub, gift subs, uses Twitch Prime to get a sub, or follows me, you'll see exactly what I'm talking about.
Super chatted $5. Get Low by Lil Jon and the Yin Yang Twins.
Oh, wait, I know that.
To the walls.
Oh, I know that.
Drops down my balls.
Narwhal, would it be cringe for me to admit to you that I know that from a movie? Does chat know what I'm talking about? I know that song from a movie. And this is probably about the most embarrassing thing I could possibly say. Yeah, she's the sheriff. That's right, Narwhal by Nature. We got the Bob's Burgers references in chat. It's a little too fresh, kind of Teddy Fresh. Wait, what is Teddy Fresh? Was I getting Teddy Fresh with Waluigi a minute ago? Oh no. Can you imagine Waluigi dressed in Teddy Fresh? Oh my god, chat. I'm just ruining everything here. I'm early. That's good to know that I got here early. That's because, chat, I ordered a little extra food last night. We're at 40? Wait, we were at 40 before. Oh, wait. Oh, I might be... Skeet. Wait, so skeet, those windows, the walls, the sweat drips down the balls. Wait, but where does the skeet come from? Is there skeet in that song too? But that's the song it's from. I know that song because of a movie. Does anybody know the movie I'm talking about? Yeah, Get Low with Lil Jon and the Yin Yang Twins. I didn't know that was... I guess I knew that was Lil Jon, but I didn't know the Yin Yang Twins were involved. Anybody seen the movie that I'm talking about? Where, like, she's dancing in the woods and her mom shows up and then she starts going, like, to the windows, to the walls, to the sweat drips down my balls. Did I order Thai food? Yeah. And I ordered enough that I'd have some for this morning just because that was the only way that I knew. I didn't know that this was going to come up, but I knew that I wanted to be earlier, right? I knew that I'd been starting too late and it's probably pissing a lot of people off and it gives us less time. Now we got 6 hours, which I'm certainly working through. Oh my God. It's part of the hook. Skeet. God damn. But to skeet means to like... to shoot ropes, right? Like Spider-Man, shoot ropes. All the walls, to be exact. Does anybody know the movie that has that in it? It's like, The Proposal. I thought it was Melanie Klein.
Columbia Re, super chatted $5. I don't know what movie it was in, but I remember when that song came out and
It was played everywhere. Yeah, it's kind of ubiquitous. But yeah, I saw it through a cringe movie. What a title, right? I know, right? I'm excited for this. But I'm excited too because we're blasting off on Blue Sky. So make sure to hit that, click that link if you're on Blue Sky, and you can like it. You can like the tweet. You can reskeet the tweet. And you could follow me on Blue Sky because that's also going to connect you to my account. Chat, do we have, is Blue Sky like, you know how there's like Hassan Twit? Is there like different creators Blue Sky? Is there like, is there like a Surfs BSKY or something? Like what I'm asking is, could we have an NCC BSKY? Is that a thing? We got a reskeet from Buffy Geek, a quote reskeet, in fact. Thank you. And yeah, you can comment. I guess that would be the other thing. You can get in that thread and you can chat it up. This is like baseball chat. You know when you chat it up in baseball? What is that called? Like, right, you know, like you're playing baseball and then the outfield's supposed to be like, hey, batter, batter, hey, batter. They're supposed to taunt the batter. You can do that in the thread. That's a thing. That's a thing, says Columbia Rican. Okay. So we should have maybe NCC BSK. I don't know how it works. What do? You put it in your bio or something, or make a hashtag? I don't even know. Nobody puts baby in the corner. Is that from the same song? It's The Proposal, says Moni the Whale. I don't even remember. It's like forever ago. I was like I was a fucking gym rat, I think, when that came out. I was like in the gym constantly at the time. I just remember Melanie Klein said that children of both sexes regard... Okay, I don't know about that. Wow. This is how I know Irene is a genuine person. Wait, how? Lupe Fiasco Kick Push is about drug dealing, not skateboarding. Dina Howard, Freak Like Me, Naughty by Nature, OPP. Took years for me to learn what the song's at. What is OPP? Other people's something? Wait, Freak Like Me is like... Wait, is Freak like... Alright, chat, I gotta do some more math here. P word? Other people's pussy? Yo! Just turned back time. You just added 60 seconds to the clock. Big Al Cakes Mix. Look at that. Look at that. Twitch has the ability to turn back time. Right? Kick Push is a great song. I'll have to listen to it after a stream. I hate that I can't listen to copyrighted music on stream, because I kind of would like to. I don't know. That's how you felt when you read that. Yeah, I figured, Shakespeare. Freak Like Me is from Dina Howard. Lady in the Streets, Freak in the Skeets. Hell yeah. Both P's are in OPP. There's a verse for the cat and there's a verse for the eggplant. The tumescent eggplant. Yes. And you know exactly what I'm talking about, chat. I'm talking about eggplants. You know that Thai eggplants are like... I better not say that. That's going to be taken the wrong way. That's going to be taken the wrong way. Right? They're different than... Oh my god, chat. No. I'm going to shut up now. I'm going to shut up now because I sound like I'm posting cringe. I was literally just talking about vegetables, but I got stuck in a metaphor. And I can't find my way out. I'm stuck in the metaphor, chat. By the way, Matt Bender is streaming... And why do we care? No, just kidding. We love Matt Bender. Matt Bender is great. We're both great, chat. We're both great. 2 skeets, 1 cup. Okay, no, I gotta add up the... Oh my gosh, we're at 7 out of 10 for the butterfly. So just 3 super chats away from hitting that butterfly motion. Then we have, oh my god, all these super chats. Let me make sure I've read all of them. I hate that it doesn't give you credit though for like a super sticker. I think it should. We're at 45. That's where we're at. All right, we're at 45 out of 100. We're just 55 points off of achieving the first segment of bonus content. That's where we're at. I gotta change this. I gotta change that. Was that Columbia Rican that, yeah, okay, so. Okay, so that should have 30 right there. Look at that. Look at that. All right. So yeah, Hassan reacts to Ethan Klein versus Sam Seder is off to a early and commanding lead. Let's check the poll again. Um, 86 of you have voted so far. Of those 86, most of the top voter getter right now is Hassan reacts to Sam Seder versus Ethan. Second place is the Crash Out Continues. Third place, Olimey and Friends, iDubbbz Content Cop. And fourth place is TYT Rebellion, the Brianna Wu. There's more about Brianna Wu, isn't there? Chapo Trap House, chat. Did you hear this? Chapo Trap House actually mentioned Brianna Wu. They actually gave Brianna Wu her flowers as a poster, I suppose. I don't know, a weird kind of begrudging respect. It's kind of weird to hear. It was actually Felix that brought her up. I mean, obviously not in a positive sense, right? No, but that she's influential. Columbia Rican with the gifted membership. Look at that. There's more weasels in chat. That's a great way to spread the weasels, chat. If you want more people to be able to post weasels and all the other emotes in YouTube or in Twitch, gifting subs, gifting memberships will make that happen. You have the power. And Derek, you just got weaseled. And you got Columbia Rica, New York to thank for that weaseling that you just experienced. I bet you never thought you'd get weaseled, but you did. We're at 48% right now. 48 out of 100. And I need to get my ass in gear here. I'm going to get my ass in gear. I feel like I've explained this already. You got the point. Whenever anyone donates through, whether it be through a super chat, a super sticker, if you're getting yourself a membership on YouTube, if you're gifting memberships on YouTube, if you're supporting me on Throne, or if you're signing up for my Patreon, or if you're supporting me on Twitch, which remember also turns back time. If you want to turn back time and give us more time to go over possibly some of this bonus material, then you can support me on Twitch. But any of that support translates into this number going up. If this number goes to 100, we get 1 bonus content. If it goes to 200, we get 2 bonus contents, etc., 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 and so on and so on, and so on, right? And you also get to do what Columbia Rican and wait, somebody else did this too. Somebody else used this strategy. Right, so when you donate, just know that you can let me know down in the chat which of these topics you want to see. Yeah, Omega did. Omega put, added some motion to Olay and Friends, right? You can let me know which of these topics, the topics that are for you to vote for right now on YouTube. No comment check on YouTube if you want to vote. Again, I'd have a Twitch poll if I could, but Twitch only allows the polls to be open for like 7 minutes, which is not enough minutes. Not enough minutes to vote. So you got to vote over on youtube.com. The vote is there, and you can also let me know in the chat when you donate, especially if you're doing something like if you're supporting me on Throne or signing up for Patreon or doing something that I won't necessarily see on stream, make sure to let me know in chat. And you can also let me know which of these topics you want to see as bonus content. Crash Out Continues, Olimey and Friends go over the content cop. TYT Rebellion Pack fires Brianna Wu, possibly, did they? I don't know, find out, right? Or Hassan reacts to Sam Seder versus Ethan, which is the choice of the myriad of chatters right now. The Hassan reacting to Sam Seder's debate with Ethan Klein. But we could, possibly do more than one. And if we hit 100, we'll do one of these topics, the one that's the one that's on top. So it's a combination chat of the poll and of these numbers right here. See how this has got 30 extra for Hassan reacts to Sam Seder? You see how Alimi and Friends has got 5 points extra? I'm going to add those to the topics at the end to decide, you know, what wins. And we'll see from there. Yeah, I think I mentioned earlier that you can support me on Patreon. I appreciate that greatly, right? Because chat, I'm on Twitch. I'm coming to you on Twitch. I'm coming to you on YouTube. I could potentially at some point come to you on TikTok, right? There's other options too, but these are the two platforms we have for right now. These are the two platforms I built. I hate to tell you this, but I gotta be straight to you and say that these platforms can be taken away from me, and it can happen for no reason whatsoever. We have seen this happen to other people in the space, like President Sunday, for instance, got demonetized on YouTube for what I can't even figure out why, right? I don't think that, like, President Sunday is not my favorite dude. You know this if you've watched me for a while. But I don't know what Sunday would have done to actually deserve to get demonetized. I don't think he does deserve to get demonetized, but he got demonetized nonetheless. Twitch bans people over like nothing, over Sabra hummus, Chad. If I accidentally say that Sabra hummus isn't the greatest hummus in the world, like, I might get banned from Twitch. So the reason that we have the Patreon is to take some of that support that keeps me going off platform and to give you special perks with that. What perks do you get? You get the videos first at any level of patronage, at the $3 base weasel level or any level above that. You get the videos that I put out before they come out. You get them uncensored and unredacted. You get kind of a director's cut, and you get it before anybody else gets it, right? Which is the special part. Everybody at the $5 level and above also gets a fancy shout out from me. I try to do it twice a stream, so let me go ahead and do those right now. Shouts out to Oral's Ellipsis. Shouts out to Temporal Insanity.
Columbia Re. Super chatted $10. Another dono so we can make the goal.
Another dono so we can make the goal. Well, you're also, you know, adding a lot of motion to the Hassan reacting to the Ethan content too. So that's you know, becoming almost a fait accompli at this point. But again, chat, if we hit if we hit 200, we get 2 bonus topics, 300, etc. Right? You know, it's like however many hundred, that's how many bonus topics we get. Also, remember that if you're watching on Twitch, you can turn back time by supporting me on Twitch. Even by following me, if you're not already following me on Twitch, you can turn back time. And you can definitely turn back time when you get yourself a sub, when you gift subs to others, give the gift of jellyfish, or when you, I think bits work as well. I think anything that you do on Twitch should turn back time effectively. So that's, Dog College is expensive. Did Sunday get demonetized in the MIB because he's an alien from, oh, does he look like the alien? He kind of does. Maybe that's why they demonetized him. I don't know, chat. I don't want to find out. I don't want to get demonetized. I really hope that doesn't happen. But I'm thankful for people supporting me on Patreon, just in case. Wait, I was in the middle of shouting people out. Shouts out to Temporal Insanity. Shouts out to Steven Sayers. Shouts out to Funky Monkey. Shouts out to Shaxby. Shouts out to Sarah. Shouts out to Nadia Yvette. Shouts out to Moe Noape. Shouts out to Crystal Sphera. Shouts out to Jules K. Shouts out to Jessica Bell. Shouts out to Izzy Mandius. Shouts out to Infallible Fowl. Shouts out to Hot Ham Radio. Shouts out to Good for Gabby. Shouts out to Buffy Geek. Shouts out to Animus. And a fancy shout out to Zara Xerix, to Rachel K, and to Omega Star. Thank you, Patreons. What is Vox Populi? Good question. So, yeah, like I said, there's these are the things that when you donate, you can mention one of these topics in the chat, and I will put your money where your mouth is. I will turn your donation into a percentage, add it to the topic of your choice. There's also, if you look down here, Vox Populi, which should not be at 6% because nobody said Vox Populi today. Oh, wait, no, we leave that one. And video game stream. Yeah, if you want to just support whatever people are voting for, you know, you can do that. You can say Vox Populi. Yo, look at that gigantic emoji. Is that a gigantic Kaya? No, wait. Oh my gosh, I shouldn't say that. Oh my god, chat. Massive faux pas there. That's not Kaya. That's Fish. I do know. I do know. Yeah. RIP to a real one. Seriously. But yeah, Vox Populi, what that does is essentially it cuts out, like, whatever Vox Populi is, it's a minus, right? See how everything here is a plus, right? Vox Populi is actually a minus, and it's a minus for every single topic. So when you add money to Vox Populi, you're taking money out of the donations to other topics. So what you're saying is, you know what? I want your donos to matter less. I want money in politics to matter less. And I want what the voters vote for. I want that to win. So it's a very powerful way to vote, in that it doesn't just affect one thing, it affects all things, right? And it kind of returns the power to the voters, the people that are voting. It makes the voting count for more, and it makes the donos count for less. So that's what Vox Populi does, if you want to use it, right? We also have, you can also sort of use this strategically. Like, if you think strategically of, like, what is the best place for me to put my donation, like, right? In some cases, you know, if you want something to win that's already winning, it might actually behoove you to say Vox Populi instead of, say, Hassan reacts to Sam Seder, Ethan Klein. Yo, anonymous gifter. Turning back time. Wait, did that turn back time? Did time get turned back? That's the other thing that I'm testing out, is this sub goal. Did that add 6 minutes? Did anybody see? Normally it says plus 6 minutes when somebody gifts a sub. Thank you, anonymous gifter. Just Julie, you just got jellyfished, and that's a good thing. But I'm worried that it didn't. Did anybody see? Like, right down here, did it ever say, like, plus 6? Because that's what it's supposed to do. It's supposed to say plus 6 when that happens. And I don't think it did. They're both cute. Fish is, George Jackson says, who's Fish? Fish was San's first dog when he started streaming. And unfortunately, Fish is no longer with us. And that's, you know, that emoji right there, and, you know, is an emoji of Fish. I think there's also Kaya emojis. Chat, do we have Kaya emojis? Oh, it does. It does. Thank God. Thank God. Okay, look at that. You turned back time. I wish we had a share clip that I could... But I would get in so much trouble, chat, if I played If I Could Turn Back Time. Oh my God, chat, my voice cracked. Anyway, I'm no share. I'm no sheriff. But maybe you are, chat. You have the power to turn back time. And you do it every time you gift a sub on Twitch, every time you use Prime to get yourself a sub for free, every time you get yourself a sub, or every time you throw bits my way. Fish is up there running around with, oh, Rave.
$9.99. Have you heard of what happened at an Iranian port?
No, I haven't. You got to tell me, Davy. I kind of just woke up. Rave, Rave says Fish is up there running around with my Chester. You just made me realize that, yeah, Fish is up there running around with, like, a lot of our pets. Okay, I'm not supposed to cry. I'm not supposed to cry. Fish is also a terrible band. Don't tell that to my hippie friend, though. He still thinks Fish is awesome. I think they're only awesome if you're on, like, a lot of shit, right? if you're at a Fish show and you're wearing their merch and you're on who knows what, you know, it's probably an awesome band. But if you're just listening to an album of Fish, yeah, not great. I found a mechanical keyboard at the Salvation Army for 12 USD today, and got my shoes finally. Nice. Kyle Klinsky went over it today. There's a lot of evidence, so we might see a war breaking. God damn it. God damn it. That's the last thing that the world needs right now. Shit's bad enough, isn't it? Without a war breaking out. But yeah, I mean, obviously, I'd be lying to you if I said there wasn't like a lot of pressure, both in the United States and from Israel, both from the Trump administration and Israel, especially considering how bad Trump is doing, right? Oh my God, chat, I wouldn't be surprised at all if he went to that George Bush playbook to try to, you know, erase his unpopularity through the rally around the flagpole effect. Hippie off, fish or widespread panic. Fish is being attacked. We can't have fish being attacked. It's Davi's fault. It's not my fault. Anyway, I feel like I've gone over Patreon. I've gone over how you can turn back time. I've gone over how the bonus goal works. We're at 68 out of 100, so well on our way to getting at least one portion, one heaping helping of bonus content today. And I feel like with that, we're about ready to get started here. Are we? I feel like we are. I feel like we should be. We need to be. Let's see, studio mode. And I'm going to tell you my internal dialogue here, chat. Studio mode and scene 2. There we go. Nobody knows what scene 2 means, but that means something to me here on OBS. I'm clicking on scene 2. There's your behind the scenes NCC moment. Yeah, chat, I really need to, since I have moved, since I started moving, whoa, we just turned back time again. What just happened? Paluki, you just turned back time. Thank you for the follow. Thank you for turning back time. You're the sheriff. You are the sheriff.
Cliff super chatted $9.99. Are we supposed to rally around the Israel?
That would be the one. That would be the one, Davy. That's what the Trump administration wants you to do. And if you don't, you're with the terrorists. Right? I mean, they really like Biden set them up for this whole thing of like protesting against Israel equals anti-Semitism. And the Trump was like, thank you. I'll take that. I'll take that and use it for a more egregious form of fascism. A slightly more accelerated form. Widespread is arguably better in my opinion, but it's sentimental about both. Yeah, I don't really know enough about fish, or I just know that my friend really likes them, so I'm not allowed to talk shit about them. And I know that I have never enjoyed a Fish album myself, but supposedly, according to my friend, that's why I gotta listen to, what is it, the live shows? Like, right? That's the that's what everybody says. It's the Fish live shows are what I'm supposed to be paying attention to. So I don't know. I'll have to check that out sometime on drugs, chat. You ever watch a Fish show on weed? That's what we're gonna do. No, that's not what we're gonna do. No Sebe days, no THCs. We're not trying to get demonetized today. We are trying to watch one Ethan Poopy Pants Klein, right? Right? He's wearing a darker suit, so we cannot see the poop stains on his butt. But trust me, they are there. Did Sam get Giardia from clogging this guy's toilet? Well, we're about to find out. We're about to find out. We're about to get right into it, chat. Let's jump into this. If you like jam bands, you'll like Fish. I should give them a chance. To be fair, I just have not listened to a lot. I don't really have an opinion. I just know my hippie friend really likes Butterfly. Wait, it's the Butterfly? It's the Butterfly? It's the Butterfly? Yo, Butterfly! Thank you for Emmett. You just saved everybody's ass right there. You just saved everybody's ass, especially mine. And my ass thanks you. All right, there we go. I gotta put in the Butterfly. I don't know why I'm extra hot today. Is it these things? Do I need to take these off? I put these on so I could box, so I could do shadow boxing at the screen because that's fun. But now I'm like sweaty. I'm sweaty. Speaking of sweaty, there's nobody sweatier than this guy right here. This is Ethan Klein. And he is once and for all going to face his nemesis, Samuel. Wait, what did we say Sam's nickname was? What did we decide Sam's nickname was? Oh yeah, so a little update from little update. I guess with Creator Clash. If any of you are following that, the guy from Epic Mealtime, who I don't care about, has dropped out, and I guess Lena from H3 has dropped out. So like, yeah, they saw their chance to. I don't know what happened. Maybe if we get a chance, we'll go back to it and check it out. Anyway, Sam the Clam, Samathan. Because when I dated a bratty conservative, a Columbia Rican with the super chat. Sam Cedar is the real Uncle Sam. That's one way to put it. Thank you once again for the super chat. It's 88%. Narwhal is telling me. Narwhal's got the abacus. Narwhal has the abacus. Wait, is that counting the one that just happened, or is it 90? It's either 88 or 90. I would rather have it be. I would rather avoid numbers that would get upvoted on X. Oh, there we go. We're off.
Cliff super chatted $9.99. I went to Jam Band Festival with a friend, and I felt like I was watching white people hajj.
Oh my God, it kind of is, isn't it? I've seen pictures. I've seen 90%. Wait, it's 90%, and that means it's 100%, right? Is that are we at 100% already? We have cornered the market on at least one bonus topic for today. If so, am I right about that, Narwhal? Narwhal has the official abacus, so I gotta get your approval. Am I right? Is it 100 now? Because I think you posted that right when Davy was mentioning the spiritual nature of jam band festivals for white people. Is that where we're at? Yeah, Harley. That's what bacon weave rotted Harley's brain. What was the bacon weave? Bacon weave? Buffy Geek with the turning back time. She's the sheriff. Wow. And Witchery Rockery, you just got jellyfished. Oh, speaking of which, Buffy just created a brand new emoji for us. Let me see if I can show you what I'm talking about here, because I need to add this to Twitch. I'll probably do it in the background while I'm reacting, just so I'm not eating up too much time. I want to show you this awesome emoji that I'm about to add to our Twitch side of things. Unfortunately, I can't add it to YouTube because YouTube does not yet do animated emojis. But there it is. Do you see it? Is it showing up? There it is. Look at that. That's the emoji that's about to go in. Thank you, Buffy Geek, for the gifted sub to Witchery Rocky. And thank you, Buffy Geek, for the awesome emoji that you have just contributed to the Twitch side of the stream. Everybody give Buffy Geek a big hand, because I think that's pretty awesome. Unobtainium X with the Sam Cedar emojis. Let's get to this. And I got to figure out where we're at. The donos are coming at me too fast to count.
Sam Cedar, what a fucking nightmare.
How have you been, Sam, since we ruined Steven Crowder's life together? Nice to see you again.
I've been feeling very badly for him.
Yes,
over the years.
It's a tragic loss of a great career and so much potential.
Yes, it is. Hey, are we live now?
We are live on the H3 channel, yes.
I want to just start by sort of apologizing.
Are we too quiet, or is... Oh, chat, I was about to accuse Ethan of some real skullduggery that he actually isn't guilty of for once, chat. For once, Ethan did not do... I won't say Ethan did nothing wrong, but Ethan did not do this wrong. I was about to say that it sounds like Ethan's got Sam turned down. It turns out I've got Ethan turned down, so that's why Sam was extra quiet. We'll see if it's more to our liking now.
Okay, everybody, welcome to the show. Mr. Sam
Do I
Cedar.
sound okay?
Oh my God, it's Sam Cedar. What a nightmare.
Oh no, Sam Cedar! What a fucking nightmare!
How have you been, Sam, since we ruined Steven Crowder's life together? Nice to see you
I've
again.
been feeling very badly for him.
Yes,
over
we're
the
all.
years.
It's a tragic loss of a great career and so much potential.
Yes, it is. Hey, are we live now?
We are live on the H3 channel. Yes.
I want to just start by sort of apologizing in that I sent you a DM on Twitter 6 months ago or something. I was just
I really thought that Sam was going to say, I clogged your toilet somehow, right? At a distance. Obviously, Sam's not in studio. This is Sam in the MR studio calling in to the Ethan Klein show. And so clogging Ethan's toilet would be pretty damn hard, but I thought somehow he had done it anyway. He's got the, he's just really good at clogging people's toilets, but no, he sent Ethan an IM, what are they? What is an IM? They always say IMs on Majority Report. A DM on Twitter, and maybe without realizing that Ethan had abandoned the platform. Ethan had tucked his little tail between his legs and scooted across the floor, infecting everyone with Giardia, and gotten the fuck out of Twitter because he was scared.
going through to find out, and then I just realized you're no longer on Twitter.
Yeah.
So that
An IM is an instant message? Wait, how does that? Isn't a DM instant too? Why is it called an instant message?
explains
Say what,
why I didn't
Dan?
hear back.
They always say, like, yeah, on the Majority Report, whenever they're reading people's DMs from the app, they always say it's an IM. And I'm just like, they should call it a BM, given Sam's propensity to clog the... Anyway, chat, enough scatological references. Nilo Moon, you just turned back time. Thank you for following me on Twitch. You're the sheriff. That's right. The sheriff, like CHERIFF, the sheriff. That's what you are. Anyway, I don't know if you get that Bob's Burgers reference, but we're going over Sam Cedar versus Ethan Klein. So all the Bob's Burgers references are on the table today.
He may yeah, I didn't see it. I wish I would have, but honestly, I don't know what to do because, like, I want to get off Twitter, but also it's kind of a pain because Twitter.
What? You are off Twitter. What is he talking about? Oh, does he want to stop reading Twitter? So, like, yeah, he's off Twitter. He doesn't use. I think he even maybe even deleted his Twitter account, and he just always posts from behind Instagram where nobody can, nobody can really speak back at him. But yeah, he's definitely still reading Twitter. You could see him get mad at tweets. Sam destroyed him. Ethan came across like the most hateful being, so self-righteous. I is the original DM. Okay. Oh, okay. Instant messages because AOL used to have...
Super chatted $5. Going forward, we should call clogging the toilet as Seder the toilet.
Wait, we should call it what? We should call clogging the toilet... Wait, where is this? Cedered the toilet. So when you clog the toilet, you ceder it. We're going to turn ceder into a verb, is what Columbia Rican is saying. Yeah, no, I'm all for that.
The way that, like, I would reach out and speak to most people, but I also don't want to be on a platform that's like owned and perpetuates basically like Nazi shit.
Cope, motherfucking cope. Motherfucking chat. I'm sorry. I hate how he retcons shit, right? So during this, engagement with Sam Cedar, you're going to hear him retcon the Hassan situation, making it sound like he just criticized Hassan, and then Hassan and everybody was like, you can't criticize us. We are the Palestinian resistance, right? Which would be cringe if true, but that's not what happened. That's not what fucking happened. They ended leftovers. So Hassan was way too nice to him. Hassan was constantly defending Ethan. Ethan lost half of his audience because he fucking posted cringe and they left. And then at some point, the Destiny community got in his head and said, hey, you know what would be really cool is if you went after Hassan Piker. I don't know, maybe some of us would follow you. Maybe some of us would become Foopa Troopas. You know, you could get that audience back. Ethan fucking made a deal with the devil. And by the devil, I mean Diddy G. I mean Epstein, right? That's what happened. This was not like Ethan being like, I have to call out Hassan Piker for his ignominious activity that no one on Twitch can call him out. So I'm going to do. That's such fucking bullshit. That is such cope, right? This is cope too. This is cope too. He left Twitter because he got to the point where he pissed off so many people that every single tweet that he posted on there was going to be like, you know, negative comment, right? As Olimey once said about Anna Kasparian, he got up and jumped in a cauldron and said, cook me. He started cutting carrots. He started cutting onions. He was Bugs Bunny. He's like, what's cooking, Doc? And the witch is like, rabbit stew. What do you think is cooking? You're cooking yourself. He cooked himself, like, right? It's not. And then he left Twitter because he's fucking doesn't want to deal with the consequences of his action. He's talking about holding Hassan accountable. And yet he's unwilling to hold himself accountable, which honestly, I think at any point, chat, if he had done that, would have stopped the bleeding. But by bleeding, I don't mean literal bleeding. I'm talking about him losing audience, which he's been doing ever since then. But yeah, that's all it would have taken. I mean, was everybody going to like him, you know, after that? No. Is everybody going to come back? Of course not. But it's at least going to stop him losing audience, right? That's all he would have had to do. And I don't know. Will we see that on Friday? Probably not. But I do predict that he'll maybe go a little softer against Hassan than some people are anticipating. I think he's going to try to maybe put a pin in it. I don't know. Maybe I'm hoping. Maybe I'm wish casting. Maybe I'm done with this drama and I'm hoping that Ethan is too. God. Yo, Shakespeare. With the resubscription, turning back time, spread the weasels, not the measles. Sawadika, friends. I gotta say it correctly. I gotta make sure I get that uptone. Otherwise, it means something completely different. I need to catch back up with the count. I hope you got that abacus, Narwhal or Moinoip or whoever is keeping track, because I've lost track already. Anyway.
So
Yeah, this was.
Anywho.
Yes, I understand that.
Yeah,
but I just wanted you to know I did reach out, and it was on me not to realize that. I just assumed he didn't want to respond. But
okay, well,
me.
That's nice to know that you reached out. I appreciate that. And the reason, I mean, obviously, people have been pushing for this conversation. I don't know if you know, like, the whole lore of it, the background of it.
I don't. I mean, this is all I know.
The lore.
Hassan
Sam's not interested in lore.
Sometime, I mean, I got in touch with you October 24th, and I said that I was meaning to reach out for a couple of weeks. So I assume it was sometime in early October, and my thought we were just going to do this off.
Also, I didn't get a chance to say this, but Shakespeare, she's the sheriff.
Fair, but my understanding is that you and he were getting into it, and you felt like because he wasn't Jewish, he didn't have a perspective on this, and that's why he suggested that you speak to me. I don't speak for all Jews, just to be clear.
Right.
I speak for only for myself as a in any form.
Well,
whatsoever.
Sam, allow me to speak for all Jews, if I may, today.
Please.
No, actually, I mean, that's a total mischaracterization, which is kind of my problem with Hassan, which we can get into if you want. We don't even have to talk about Hassan. But basically, what I told him was that I was citing polling data that shows that about 70 to 80% of diaspora Jews have some kind of positive feelings towards the state of Israel. And he was disagreeing with me. And I mean, this is available by polls, readily available by Pew Research just last month, showing that, and I don't know if you agree with that or not, I can pull it up, but 72% of diaspora Jews have have some type of at least positive feelings about the state of Israel. I was stating that fact to him, and he was...
Okay, so already I am anticipating this to not sit well with Sam. Sam has pushed back on this point before. The idea that because, supposedly so many, so many Jews in the diaspora are pro-Israel or have like warm feelings towards Israel or feel like the existence of the country of Israel is in some way like a positive or is a force for keeping Jewish people safe, right? That therefore a criticism of Zionism is a de facto criticism of the Jewish people, right? And just completely forgetting the fact that the vast majority of American Zionists, at least, if not worldwide Zionists, are Christian Zionists who are not Zionists because they have warm feelings towards the Jewish people. Quite to the contrary. Their feeling towards the Jewish people is they need to get their asses into Israel so that Jesus can come back and the Battle of Armageddon can kill 2/3 of them. And the third that's left, well, that's okay. You can convert to Christianity. Isn't that nice? Isn't that warm? That's what a Zionist is. That's what the average American Zionist is. It's not a Jewish Zionist who has like some kind of warm feelings towards Israel. It's a Christian Zionist who like has fucking quasi-genocidal thoughts towards Jewish people, right? That's the irony that people keep on missing. And I want to drive this point home forward again and again and again as much as I can. Zionism is inherently anti-Semitic. There, I said it. I hope I don't get in trouble for it. I gotta say the truth, chat. I feel this is truth. I think that Zionism is inherently anti-Semitic.
Saying that I was wrong, and I said, "Who are you to talk about this?" I did not say that I only listen to Jewish people, which is a little bit of presumptuous and a little insane.
No, I don't think that's not what I took him to say. But yeah, I mean, as long as that's irrelevant to me.
Yeah.
I mean, I think the
Sam being called a tanky in H3 chat. Damn.
I haven't seen that poll. I've seen ones that have said that they have a connection. They feel a connection, either strong or somewhat.
Yeah.
Which is different than positive per se.
So
but regardless, I mean, I think if I don't know your upbringing at all, but I mean, certainly my upbringing, my Hebrew education was, I would say 1/3 Holocaust, and I'm older, and so this was in the 70s, 1/3 into the 80s, 1/3 Holocaust, 1/3 Israel, 1/3 Hebrew, like Hebrew and Jewish culture. And
wait, what are they calling him? In Giant Ostra Cod in Twitch chat says they were calling him a token. Oh, that's wonderful. That's just wonderful. They're calling him a tanky, a token tanky.
And I certainly feel a strong connection to Israel, but I wouldn't call it positive these days.
Sure. I think what the poll attempts to is basically, if you ask Hassan or a lot of people on the left, I think an emotional attachment is the way to describe this. So it's like if you think
I certainly have an emotional attachment, and it's not, but it's not. I wouldn't describe it as positive.
This isn't the one, is it, Dan? There's the one that shows 73% of diaspora Jews. Anyway, it doesn't really matter. Regardless, basically, I want to.
Emily French pointing out that tanky points to not just DGG vibes, but VGG vibes. We haven't talked about Vosh. We haven't talked about the Horseman in a good long time because I haven't felt that he's been relevant. But yeah, the apple doesn't fall far from the tree. And there's a reason that his community is called VGG. It literally split off from Destiny's community, right? And so, not surprising that there'd be, some antipathy towards Sam and some weird anti-communism coming from Vosh's community as well. I don't know, chat. I kind of don't think, though, that you're going to find a lot of Vosh fans in Ethan's community, given how, rightly Ethan called out Vosh for the creepy-ass short stack goblin arc.
Ideas, my thoughts, because I'm being characterized by Hassan and a lot of his cohorts as being, a Zionist, being pro-Israel, being a Israel apologist, being a genocide supporter, being a baby killer, being married to a baby killer, etc., right? My wife is Israeli. I don't know if you know that. So basically, I would like to just take the opportunity to explain my ideas, what I think about Israel, and you can tell me what you think, because apparently I will only listen to other Jewish people. So finally, I can speak to someone whose opinion matters to me. So thank you, as the official sanctioned Jewish man, Sam Seder, everybody. 100% Ashkenazi. You ever taken one of those?
I haven't, but I'm quite sure I have some Sephardic Jewish ancestry too. So I would mix.
That's good.
Vilnius and Hungary, I think.
Good for you. I think that's always a good thing. My friend, I'm 99.3%. So that's my.
All
that's,
right, well,
that's where my authority comes from.
I'll take your word for it.
So.
Anybody else slightly uncomfortable here? Right? I mean, obviously Ethan's, kind of, I don't know. Like my understanding is there literally is kind of a hierarchy in Israel, right? As far as I'm very uncomfortable. Yeah. And Ethan's like, "Oh, that's great. That's perfectly fine. That's great. I'm glad." Like, right? I don't know. It's just making me a little squeamish, let's just say. I don't want to get into it too much because it's not my place to say, but.
At any rate, let me start here by showing you a little context.
Oh, let me also just say, I got about an hour.
Okay, great. I'll just get into it then. Here it is. Not that it matters, but okay, whatever. So let's start here. Let's start with a little icebreaker here. I know we're both fans of...
He's blood quantuming? Yeah, he's kind of starting off the conversation with that, too. It's like, I don't know. Could you think of a way to make this a more uncomfortable conversation than to, ask him, how Ashkenazi are you? That's weird.
Tim Pool, okay? Let's just enjoy this image together. Tim Pool...
Yeah, Shakespeare, who asks that?
Can you see that?
Did he get married?
Well, I think he's attending a wedding.
Okay.
And he's very formally dressed, except...
Wait. I'm sorry. Wait, who else is formally dressed here? Not Sam. Oh, Ethan. Yeah. Also, wow. Kind of, you're just missing the beanie, actually.
I'm aware of his beanie attachment.
Yeah, so I don't know. I thought this was a fine look for our good friend Tim Pool.
God damn, that looks like a fancy wedding. Where are they?
Very good.
Nice suit.
Yeah. So well, let me ask you this: what have you kind of heard about me? Because I know that your colleagues have an opinion.
I got to be honest with you. I have not heard much.
Okay. What do you think, Chad? Is that I don't really understand men's fashion very well, but the what's striking me here is that both Ethan and Tim Pool have chosen a interesting little middle ground, I guess you'd say.
Davy Cliff super chatted $9.99. He's showing off his power level and at over 99.3 thousand.
Ooh. No comment. But yeah, that's yikes. Oh, but yeah, this is this weird intermediate stage of dressiness, right? Where you are, you got the pants, you got the suit, you got the collar, but you don't got the tie. Right? I don't know.
Friend Tim Pool there. Very good.
Nice suit.
Yeah, so well, let me ask you this. What have you kind of heard about me? Because I know that your colleagues have an opinion. I got to
be honest with you. I have not heard much. I have, like, the only thing I really saw that came up in any of my mentions on Blue Sky, I'm also on Blue Sky, is
Shouts out to Blue Sky. Help me blast off that tweet should be, or that chat should be pinned both in Twitch and in YouTube if you want to help us blast off on Blue Sky. We're trying to make it a thing. We're trying to make NCCBSKY a thing if we can.
Just this issue about talking to me, and I had presumed that was it, but I don't, look, from my perspective, I'm not.
Wait, Buffy Geek, I'll allow Ludwig to wear Crocs with a suit, but that's it. Nice. That's very Ludwig.
And I know that there's been, you mentioned in the email that there's been a lot of grief that you have taken, and I know that other people have also taken grief on all sides of this. And the personal aspects of this, and I don't believe that people. I don't actively attempt to deplatform people. I don't think people should do.
Called out. Frown Chat says, I feel Ethan is only on the suit arc because his wife hates the tattoo. If you don't know, Ethan got an arm tattoo of Gila, and it is the ugliest tattoo. It's a bad picture of Hila, right? Hila's an attractive woman, and she doesn't look, she doesn't look good in that. I don't know. It feels like the contrast is turned up too much or something. It's just a bad picture. It's a bad tattoo. And so people are hypothesizing that Hila just really doesn't like the tattoo. So if Ethan can put on a suit, then that at least covers it up.
Do that. I don't think people should be swatted or, tried to be fired or whatever, or have CPS sicked on them or any of that. I mean, I just don't think that's appropriate. I mean, I'm more interested in talking about my relationship to Zionism and my perspective on what Israel is doing and what is happening in Gaza. And
I totally agree. Let's just talk about the facts. Let me start by showing you this clip. So I've been actually talking about my feelings on the Israel-Gaza Palestinian dispute situation for a long time. I lived in Israel for 5 years as well when I was with my wife early on. Here's my position right after October 7th, and you can tell me if you have any. If you have any comments on any of my positions here. But this was posted on. This was from our episode a few days after October 7th. Yeah. Liars and bad faith weirdos. So here's what I'll say about Israel. Okay, listen. This isn't the first time I've said it, and I'll say it many more times. The cabinet is run by genocidal maniacs, okay? They're led by Netanyahu, who should resign in disgrace and go to prison for being a war criminal, okay? He's made a coalition of the most radically conservative freaks that don't represent, by the way, the majority of Israelis. And they're hell-bent on genocide, frankly, overtly. They've committed tons of war crimes in Gaza, including the killing of children, obviously, because Gaza is one of the most densely populated places in the world. 50% of the residents are under 18, so when you bomb a building, the chances that you're killing children is pretty much 100%. Okay? It's fucking barbaric. It's unacceptable. It's disgusting. I've seen videos, I saw videos of Palestinian dads holding his dead 5-year-old daughter. I mean, I don't need to watch this part because it just gets a little too emotional. But I mean, so that was my take right after October 7th, and obviously that was coming off.
Oh God, yeah. MC mentions he used the word dispute, right? Look, it's bad enough when people say it's a war, implying that, it's just a war. It's a, symmetrical conflict with, both sides, right? But dispute, right? To call a genocide a dispute, to call a settler colonial project that has been trending towards genocide since the very beginning, to call that a dispute is fucking wild.
Off the end of me being I'm an Israeli citizen, The morning of
Funkmaster Kaw says he also calls it a war.
October 7th, me and my wife were up at 3 a.m. as families were calling into news stations from their safe houses, people being burned alive with their families being murdered while on the phone with news. So coming off of that emotional shock, right, was this was my reaction. Now, I don't know if there's something Zionist or pro-Israel I said there, but maybe I don't understand.
I mean, I think much of what you said was true. I'm not sure.
Giant Ostracod points out the background is leftovers, right? The background for the Ethan Hassan thing, yeah.
Frankly, if what we've seen Israel do in terms of Gaza is not broadly supported in Israel. I'm not seeing the body politic. I mean, I was doing a lot of interviews with Israeli reporters in earlier in 2023 about the protests against what Netanyahu was doing with the judiciary. And there was a question as to whether Israelis would see that this autocracy that Netanyahu was attempting to sort of impose on the country wasn't an extension of what was happening in places like the West Bank and in Gaza in some fashion, and more so the West Bank at that time. And so I think it's hard to make an argument. And look, I would make it's not a perfect analogy as to what's happening in this country, but when you talk about the Israeli population not having a problem with what's going on in Gaza, I don't see a lot of evidence of that. There's certainly, I would imagine, a percentage of Israelis, and I know some of them who think that Israel should stop its assault there, but I don't think I don't see a lot of evidence that a year and a half later, after you said those things, that this is not the character of the vast majority of Israeli society. I mean, I'm not necessarily convinced that they are as aware. I mean, I've talked to people who have reported in the West Bank, and they said they would go from the West Bank into Israel, and the lack of awareness of what was happening in the West Bank by Israelis was shocking to them. So, I can't say if the Israeli population had a full understanding of what was happening in Gaza.
People in Ethan's chat were saying they bet Hassan was ignoring this part, but this was on Leftovers with Hassan.
So that they wouldn't change their mind, but I don't see a lot of evidence of it.
So as you touched on, this was made basically before the war started. And I think that the unfortunate, really tragic outcome of the war is how much it's jaded and radicalized, I think, people in Israel. It's really, I think people in Israel feel like isolated. They feel like, the sentiment in Israel is basically that the world wants, the country to disappear. And obviously, like, that's a much more nuanced conversation, but the feeling there has definitely radicalized a lot since the war started.
Ethan is still dishing out misinformation. That story was disproven. The only time this happened was when the Zahal did it. Is that is it like the Hebrew name for the IDF, like the acronym kind of?
It's gotten a lot worse.
And I think,
oh, the Haganah.
And I think that gets to it to some extent. I mean, you have this wholesale slaughter. I was looking up, we killed in Iraq, depending on what numbers you want to look at, but I think it's safe to say directly hundreds of thousands of people, but even like the number of children that we killed in Iraq, I think has been surpassed by what's happened in Gaza. And I think one of the things that I find shocking is that the sense and look, I experienced this with family members, where the sense that
I figured Hebrew for the Hebrew version of IDF.
There's a victimization, for instance, let's say on college campus of Jewish students, and I think that to look at what's going on, the totality.
The Haganah was one of the 3 military organizations that is basically led into the ancestor of the that became the Zahal.
What's going on, and to perceive the victims of what's happening here to be the Israeli citizenry or Jews in this country, I think it just blows my mind. I mean,
two people can care about 2 things at once. Why should people?
Oh, absolutely.
If they say anything about the other thing, like what the fuck? Yeah, people can care about 2 things at once, right? But Ethan doesn't. Ethan has given no indication. He's got look, people can care about 2 things at once, but if they mention one thing like more than another thing, then which thing do you think they care about more? Which thing do they think that's a bigger problem? If you got more of a problem with student protesters and content creators that are on the, saying free Palestine, right? If you got more problem with people saying from the river to the sea, then yeah, it's pretty obvious where your priorities are. And if there's a fucking genocide going on, that's monstrous. That's unacceptable.
Well, people,
no, absolutely.
People
I
who
agree,
are uninvolved in the war, if they're being victimized in a separate situation because of their Jewish identity, that's a problem, don't you think?
Oh, I do, but
what is he talking about? The canard of student protests that Jewish students don't feel safe on the campus. Look, white students often have feelings towards discussion of things like slavery, things like Jim Crow, things like segregation. Yeah. Should we make sure that our white students feel comfortable on campus and just not talk about any of that and discipline, POC students who might be bringing that stuff up? Should what the fuck?
2 things. You can't be like, oh, these people are ridiculous for caring about anti-Semitism on college campuses because the war's happening. I mean, both we can care about 2 things.
Anti-Semitism on college campuses. What about weaponization of charges of anti-Semitism that are meant to shut down the protest? Who else is shutting down those protests, right? Who else is sending student protesters, is deporting student protesters right now? That would be Trump. That's who you're fist bumping with right now, Ethan. When you're still look, it's one thing that, during the Biden administration, so many people were like, oh, but what about anti-Semitism on campus? I think some of these protests are anti-Semitic. Oh, you can't protest the genocide that's happening because that might make, what about the Jewish students, right? It's one thing to do that. But now that you see where Trump has taken that football, could you please not? Could you please not? When this is being used to deport and endanger the lives of people, in the student protests, or in some cases just people who wrote an article in a newspaper, right? Can we please not?
100%.
And obviously, one is way worse, right? One is way worse.
But that's the point. I mean, one is way worse than what's happening in Gaza.
But who should tolerate being discriminated against based on their identity? You know what I mean?
Again, you don't care about discrimination. This is not discrimination. You haven't shown one example of discrimination or anti-Semitism or somebody being, treated a certain way because they're Jewish. What we've seen is the weaponization of the idea that this is happening, of the idea and that, when we're, in order to shut down the protests. And that's what you're doing, Ethan. If you're against the genocide, if you're truly against the genocide, you cannot be against the protests. And that is you fist bumping with fascists. And yeah, it was fascist of the Biden administration to try to shut down free speech on college campuses, right? And obviously Trump has taken it way further. But this needs to be recognized as what it is, right? This needs to be recognized as what it is, right? It's not the issue is not Jewish students being, put in danger by the protest. The issue is the, freedom of speech being squelched, but with these spurious accusations.
I mean, of course,
Well,
who wouldn't react to that?
I don't think that people are. I don't think that people are being victimized. I mean, certainly, listen, anti-Semitism is real. It was real when I was a kid. There was many times I had pennies thrown at me growing up, and
yeah, it's real. It's real, and it's on the ascension. The anti-Semitism is on a massive upswing. That's why it's fucking nuts that Ethan wants to, weaponize it against people who aren't actually anti-Semitic, considering how much real deal anti-Semitism there actually is.
Playing basketball. I mean, there was a lot of, I've experienced anti-Semitism.
Patrick D says, I saw a lot of Sam Seder as a self-hating Jew comment in H3 chat. Hey, you see that in a Ben Shapiro chat too, That's very on point.
Put it in the context of you're a parent, I'm a parent. If my kid is going through something very difficult, it's obviously difficult for me, but it's more difficult for them. And it's a question of prioritizing these things. You can have two thoughts in your head at the same time, but to center oneself or to perceive that one's victimization is sufficient to ignore the
I got to stop you because I don't think I don't know who's doing that.
Well, I just said,
look in the mirror, Ethan. Look in the mirror.
You just presented as the Israeli population feels like they're isolated and this and that.
There's two different separate conversations. There's the American Jewry who's I have nothing to do with that place. And then the Israelis, right? So when you're talking about
in terms of the way that you characterize the Israeli.
Wait, did you see the anti-Semitism bill? I heard about this. The Republicans put forward saying, yeah, I heard they put forward an anti-Semitism bill, and I heard there was a carve out. I was assuming that it was going to be a carve out for the anti-Semites in their own coalition. People like Matt Walsh who blame the Jews for the death of Jesus, and the whole right-wing Catholic splinter off of Vatican II, right? But it's I didn't hear that the carve out was specifically for the is that called blood guilt? The sort of tradcath viewpoint that blames the Jewish people for the death of Jesus.
Israeli feeling was that they feel isolated, et cetera, and I can understand that, but to not have the first thought of we are
this is a Texas bill,
like you say, genocidal acts. And if people want to,
well, blood libel was, if you ever read the Canterbury Tales, there's one really anti-Semitic Canterbury tale where a Christian child wanders into a Jewish neighborhood and is, that it was a fucked up idea that Jewish people were using the blood of Christian children to make matzah bread or something like that. That's blood libel, right? That's a very old trope against old anti-Semitic trope, right? But I feel like the blaming for the death of Jesus is that Shakespeare said blood curse. I think I've heard blood guilt before. But yeah, that's anti-Semitic, right? That's this is what we're saying, is that in a time where anti-Semitism is very much on the rise, right? To be fucking around and weaponizing it to shut down the Free Palestine movement is so unimaginably just not reading the room, and by the room I mean like the winds of history, right? Rancid Kill says, I never understood the whole thing when it was literally the Romans. Yeah, exactly. Blaming the Jews for the death of Jesus when it was literally the Romans.
I call it genocide. I don't, obviously it's got to be, it's a legal term, but I think that it's, colloquially speaking, at the very least, it is a genocide. And to not recognize that as the fundamental issue, the first issue, I think is blinkered. I don't know how else to say it. I mean, it's a little gobsmacking to me.
Well, so I do agree with you that obviously in Israel, people, I think the problem, and just to say on a higher level, I agree with you. Like, obviously the people in Israel compared to like what's on October 7th, they were victims. After everything that's happened, obviously whatever they've suffered pales in comparison to the mass destruction and like wanton death of civilians in Gaza and what's happening in the West Bank too. Lots of awful stuff. That being said, I think the problem with Israel, just to try to explain what's happening there, because I do agree with you, is just like the media apparatus and the feeling that they have there. It's like there's not a lot of space emotionally, and like even the information that they're consuming, I think that would allow them to have that kind of like self-realization. And like you said, a lot of Israelis don't know what's happening
there
necessarily.
Are some. I mean,
there are some. Yeah, of course, there's some.
We what was it in the fall? You had the publisher of Haaretz, speaking out about what was going on there. And the paper was essentially, a cutout, or there was an attempt by the government to basically shut them down on to some extent. I mean, so
what's your explanation why Israelis don't care? It's not that they're evil, right?
Well, I think, look, there's I'm sure that there is a mass, sort of like a failure to deal with trauma. I think some of it is, frankly, a race.
It's not that they're evil. I don't know. Were the American people evil after 9/11 when they enabled the death and destruction wrought by the Bush administration in many cases against a country that has nothing to do with the 9/11 attack? I don't think I would say that they're evil. I don't think that's particularly useful to define a people as evil, but that idea is fucking evil. And like justifying, the wanton murder of civilians based on that's evil. Yeah. I mean,
racism. I think, how can you explain, how can I explain how I just watched a clip of people at a Trump rally chanting USA, USA, to watching a video of people being, taken into that prison in El Salvador and having their heads I mean, I don't know how I can explain that. So I don't know how I could explain how the Israelis are able to the extent that they can see what's going on in Gaza.
And this is an important thing when we're criticizing Israel and the, whether it's the zeitgeist, in the Israeli public, or whether it's acts of the Israeli government, the armed forces, etc. We got to recognize that a lot of this, if not all of it, also applies to the, United States as well. That there's a force that's enabling Israel to do this shit. Israel's not a big enough country to be able to enact this much.
Columbia Re super chatted $5. After 9/11, I remember being in NY when it all happened. The Arab restaurants and businesses were vandalized and had terrorists spray painted on the walls.
Yeah, it's important to keep in mind, to not, focus on the misdeeds of the Israeli government, Israeli the sentiments in Israeli culture, etc., without noticing, seeing the same thing in the United States and seeing the parallel between what's going on now and the war on terror. That's not me comparing the severity, right? Because obviously these are different times these are different actions, these are different things, but to not lose track of, and indeed, the force that is allowing Israel to get away with this stuff is the United States, is 100% they're backing by a major world hyperpower. Emily French says, that's why I complain about America funding the genocide in Gaza. Yeah.
Have that reaction, but I know that it's wrong. And I think, some of it undoubtedly is a racism. Some of it is, maybe some type of mass failure to deal with trauma. I mean, I don't know all those things. I think, part of it, I think there's a,
Sam's taking this as almost a philosophical question here. Jaren Osterkod in Twitch chat says, he always says Israel proper is good, but they still have the prisons. Yeah, Sudetemon. And besides the recent genocide, and when you talk about, like, one of their big talking points is like, oh yeah, well, why is Hamas taking hostages? You want to talk about hostages? You think about the 1,000 of innocent Palestinians being held in Israeli detention facilities and being tortured in unbelievable ways.
Some of the makeup of immigrants to Israel over the past several decades. I'm sure all of that enters into it, and I'm not in a position to sort of like be able to psychoanalyze it beyond the sort of vague notions.
Sure.
But
and I
from
agree.
my perspective, it's gobsmacking. And
Aztec 101 in Twitch chat says, I'm in Arizona. I remember Balbir Singh Sandhi being murdered down the road from me. I think I remember hearing about that. I didn't realize that was in Arizona.
And to me, it has shown, and, I never identified myself as a Zionist as a kid or, through the years, and I never identified myself as an anti-Zionist. I don't think I think those, it wasn't really until someone heard me articulate my perspective on this that they referred to me as anti-Zionist, and I have, I don't really care one way or another how I'm labeled. But to me, it shows a failure of that system of government that Israel has, and it has failed both from a perspective of what I think some people had as a notion of Zionism in the 19th century. It has been a failure in terms of keeping Jews safe. Frankly. It seems to have been a massive failure. And so I can't operate as someone who lives in Israel, but I can operate as someone who is an American in terms of like what we support, which is why I think we should end all aid. And as a Jew who sees my religion being used as what I perceive as a fig leaf for what Israelis or, Zionists are doing. And so, that's where I'm coming from with this, that I don't know if there is a psychological state that can justify this. In fact, I don't think there is. And so,
it's just an attempt to understand, not justify, because it is what it is, right? Like, it is the way that it is, and so that's for a reason, and it's just trying to explain it. That's all. I agree with everything you're saying, but actually, one thing I want to pivot to and ask you about.
Do you think that we should cut all aid to Israel?
I think that'd be justifiable. Yeah.
And
we're talking about like military and stuff. Yeah, for sure. Israel can make their own bombs and shit.
Every
if they need, like, they don't need American military. Yeah, I agree with you on that.
I think they do need it to do what they're doing, without a doubt. And
what I mean is they're not entitled to it. To say more accurately. Yeah. So yeah, I think military aid should be cut for sure until.
As a Jew, and obviously you have a different connection to Israel than I do, as through your family and whatnot, and through having lived there. But as a Jew, I take such offense to what is being done ostensibly to protect me and my family and my ancestors and my progeny and all of it. It is. I mean, I think it's. I think the conflation of Zionism and Judaism is both not keeping Jews safe and is wrong at its core. And we can see what it's even doing in the context of this country, the way that it's enabled Trump and to attack universities and to attack law firms and whatever. And so I don't know. And if you agree with that, great. If not, I'm happy to discuss it with you.
Yeah, no, I mean, I agree with everything you're saying. And part of the reason why, like, this chasm started between me and, Hassan is very influential. So when he decides that somebody is an enemy of the movement,
that's fucking gross. That's a disgusting retcon. Look, a lot of my problem with Ethan is, could be chalked up to his ignorance, but a lot of it is also interpersonal toxicity. This is what IDubbbz was talking about in the content cop. And here it is again. You just presented this as if Hassan, purged you from acceptable society, when in reality, you purged yourself, right? In terms of people reacting, in terms of you losing audience based on, making a joke of Aaron Bushnell self-immolating, in terms of the stuff that you said after October 7th, you did that to yourself. Hassan was defending you. Hassan was chalking everything up to ignorance and nothing up to malice, right? But you made it sound like Hassan fucking shivved you in the back. And that's just not what, there's no that's not true, Ethan. You fucking know that you are straight up being disingenuous with Sam here. And you know that he doesn't follow the lore. So right, if you tell him that Hassan, was the one that, he hasn't kept track of any of this stuff. He's lucky. We're lucky if Matt and Emma or whoever at MR have maybe caught him up with the goings on. People who've been following it a little bit, closer. Right? This is such bullshit. This is just Giardia spraying out of Ethan's mouth hole and infecting everyone involved. This is gross.
For criticizing him, which is what I perceive happened.
Yeah, Hassan yelled at us, says play something, for somebody that was around, in the chat at the time, I'm assuming, for trying to tell him that that Ethan was, being a piece of shit, right? Hassan was like, no, he's not. He's a good man. He's got a good heart, right? He just, maybe he doesn't understand a couple of things. No, you're misunderstanding. He didn't speak correctly, right? He did everything he could to try to, to try to sort of put a tourniquet on Ethan's career, on Ethan's, the way that people were thinking about Ethan, right? He did everything he could to try to help his friend at the time. And it was only when, after a year or more, I feel like, was it a year, chat? Was it a year in between when Ethan finally decided to go the DGG route and to try to get back, the audience that he lost by embracing the Hassan hate industrial complex, right? He thought we were just drama baiting. Yeah, that's right. Hassan defended this guy for a good long time. This is wild. I got banned from Hassan's Discord for even mentioning. Yeah, there we go. That's not surprising, Chairman Trash. That was what Hassan was, that was the mood that Hassan was in, right? He did not want to hear anybody with criticism for Ethan, on an ethical level, right? Maybe criticism on knowledge level, but he defended Ethan. Yeah, I was in the Snark sub, and many of us were trying to get Hassan to believe that Ethan believe how bad Ethan had gotten. Yeah, and he wasn't even looking at it. He wasn't even looking at what Ethan had said. He was just assuming, I know Ethan. I know he wouldn't do that. I know he doesn't mean this, right? And just, to the point where I think he's kind of apologized at this point for not believing people in his chat, people that were trying to reach out. He was in group, out group mentality. Oh, he has the in group. Kiana's bringing back the Dr. Honda Psychology in Seattle analysis of the Ethan situation. He has, Kiana says, he has the in group, out group mentality down to the T, just like Dr. Honda was saying. Yeah.
Then it kind of becomes reality. For example, one of my criticisms of his is him not supporting Kamala Harris. Now, would she have stopped the war and been like a perfect dove? I don't know, but I know she would have been better than Trump. I know that for sure. Trump's posting like this insane Riviera, Gaza, the Riviera with Trump hotels. I mean, that's and like he's sending the 20-pound bombs. He's telling Netanyahu, "You have a blank check."
20-pound bombs. I believe they're a bit bigger than that, Ethan.
Do whatever you
but
want.
anyway, I know what you're saying.
It just came out that Biden didn't, did nothing to. I mean, listen. I think.
Well, I'm talking about Kamala.
I suspect that.
Oh yeah, Kamala's totally different. Yeah. Biden said reportedly to Kamala, "There's no daylight between us, kid." Right, and Kamala abided by that. I don't know whether she thought she had to or for whatever reason. Look, the real question is, how is anybody who, like, let's say, whose family has been affected, who's got family in Palestine, how is anybody who's got family in Palestine supposed to know that, oh no, like, you know, even though Biden has talked ceasefire, and like Sam is trying to get out there, has not really pushed Israel in that direction, how's anybody supposed to, you know, be like, oh no, but Kamala will be different, right? And it doesn't matter how bad Trump is. That's not the fucking point, right? Kamala would have helped her campaign out by putting some daylight between herself and the disastrous policy of one Joe Biden, who has a history of being ride or die for Israel, right? That's the problem. Most of the time, like, right, you'd be able to see very clearly the difference between and I recognize that, and I intuitively knew that there, you know, was going to be a difference between like Trump's policy on Israel Palestine and Kamala / Biden's policy on Israel Palestine. But with the Biden administration and with Kamala following in its footsteps and not allowing any daylight and not having any criticism for Biden's policy, that makes it, you know, more, you need to heighten the contradictions, all right? If you want people to recognize that you are going to be a better president when it comes to Israel-Palestine than your predecessor, Joe Biden. And Kamala, for whatever reason, did not, would not, could not do that. But now he's going to go into blaming Hassan for Trump being elected. That's going to be fun.
I suspect that she would not have had the same policies as Trump. But at the same time, I think that it was a massive failure, both on a real human level. Like, it would have, I think, had she articulated anything even remotely close to what I would hope her difference would have been, I think it would have probably had implications in the election. But I think perhaps even more importantly, it would have maybe implicated the behavior of Israel. So, I mean, look, I chose to support Harris because I perceived her as the lesser of two evils. But
and Hassan pretty clearly did as well, right? He went to the DNC. He went to the convention. Right. And yeah, did he interview some protesters? Hell yeah. Somebody needed to pay attention to those protesters. Right. Kamala Harris should have paid attention to the protesters. There was a chance for them to bring on a Palestinian speaker. They canned that speech. They refused to go forward with that speech. Right. They silenced a pro-Kamala Palestinian voice, because they did not want anyone to think that they were too sympathetic to Palestinians, right? They like chatters are saying, they made their choice and they were triangulating for the Liz Cheney vote instead of recognizing that you lost Dearborn. You lost Michigan. You know, some people even did an analysis on the votes and said that maybe even Arizona, right? Pennsylvania, right? There's, you know, going to be an effect on her Gaza policy in Pennsylvania as well, right? It's sorry, I'm frustrated. Paraphrasing Hassan on the day he cast his vote on stream, I'm not going to tell you who to vote for, but if you plan to vote for Trump, I'm telling you, you are wrong.
Yeah, me too. And I think that's an important distinction to make at a time like this. Yeah.
I mean, you could criticize me too, because even though I did say that I think it's a well-placed, strategic move, especially if you live in a swing state, to vote for to vote against Donald Trump, right? That's how I put it, right? You could criticize me. I didn't come out and say support Kamala Harris with your heart and soul. I kind of wanted to, chat. I was hoping for a real turn when Kamala entered the race. I think I was way too positive. I think I was fucking naive, right? I was coconut pilled. I got bonked by that coconut, and I was going along with it until the freaking convention, until I realized there's not going to be a change. She's just going to continue all the fucking mistakes that Biden's been making, right? And I still said that it's a thing if you're, if you're in a swing state, for fuck's sake, make Trump lose, right? I don't know how more clear I could be than that. But at the same time, I don't think that attacking people that are talking about a third party, or whose stomach is turned, especially if you've got a personal family connection, especially if this hits you, in a more personal way than other people in the United States, that I'm not going to criticize those people and tell them they're a piece of shit for not making that lesser of two evils vote. I don't think that's helpful. Even if you want them to vote for Kamala, I don't think that, making fun of them or shitting on them or castigating them, I don't think that's helpful at all. And that's not where my energy needs to be. If I want Kamala Harris to win, putting myself back in before the election, if I want Kamala Harris to win, my best bet is to put pressure on the Harris campaign to say something, to differentiate her future policy from the current Biden policy, right? That's the best bet.
I can certainly understand.
You're not going to bully people into voting for Kamala Harris. I'm sorry.
And how some people were just so repulsed by what was happening that.
Also, I hate to break the flow here, but can I request an abacus? Can I request it? I feel like I'm off count again, and it actually does matter because we're at 126 out of 200, and it means that there is a decent chance of getting two different bonus topics for today. So I want to make sure my count is accurate, since it might actually make a difference.
It made it almost impossible for them to.
Oh, wait, Hassan said it perfectly. Never blame the voter, blame the candidate. That's exactly how I feel. Yeah. Never blame the voter, blame the candidate for not making a compelling argument and not doing what the voters want. There it is in a nutshell. Thank you, Rancid. That's a good way of it's a Hassan quote, but that's a great way of summing it up.
To vote for Harris. I think,
I understand why they didn't. I totally understand the perspective. I'm so disillusioned with this administration, I can't support Kamala. But at the same time, a hugely influential political streamer like Hassan, who has a huge influence on people, I think, and who's someone who was at the.
So if you're a big enough streamer, you're supposed to lie to your audience, right? Isn't that kind of the problem with the Democratic Party? Nobody trusts them. Nobody believes them. They're not authentic. Isn't that the biggest issue with the Democratic Party? So your solution is for if you're a large enough content creator, you're expected to lie for the Democrats, right? And that's gonna help them out. Wow.
Who's very vocal about being pro-Palestine. I feel like it's an abdication of responsibility to be like, I'm not voting for Kamala, or I'm not telling you who I voted for. I suspect he voted for Jill Stein personally, but either way, he hasn't said, and he wouldn't endorse her. Now, if you're just a random protester or whatever, and you're like,
Ethan, he lives in California. At the end of the day, does it matter? Does it matter?
I'm so disgusted, I don't want to vote. That's fine. But if you're a high-level political streamer, and basically you have the capacity to weigh the lesser of two evils and what that means, I feel like it's an abdication.
You really look down on people, don't you, Ethan? If you have the capacity to vote, to look at the lesser of two evils. Like, yeah, you got to be a fucking mega political brain to make that calculation, apparently, according to Ethan. Kamala said she'd change nothing from Biden's policy. It's like Destiny wrote a script. Oh, geez. Well, I mean, there was probably some coordination, if not from Destiny, from other DGG notables.
Of responsibility to not make that call.
I mean, I certainly have been critical of people who, generally don't vote for the lesser of two evils.
Ooh, Sarah bringing this up. Hassan despises Jill Stein. Yeah, if you want to guess that he voted for somebody else, I feel like there's other third-party candidates that maybe might be more likely than Jill Stein. But Hassan gave no indication. Let's be real. Hassan gave no indication of voting for a third party. Like, you think that if he could have brought people on, right? If Hassan was trying to join the third-party push, there were guests that he could have gotten.
I think, and certainly, in the run up to the 2016 election, I certainly, that was my perspective. But again, what the Biden administration was doing was so horrific that her inability to signal that there would be any change, I think sometimes you have to take this at face value. And I think there would be certainly, definitely other things.
Look, my guess would be that if Hassan was going to, support any third party candidate, it would be more likely be Claudia de la Cruz than it would be Jill Stein. And, if that was going to be the case, you would have definitely seen an interview. That didn't happen.
You would not be assaulting the government. Like
there was no indication of Hassan towards any sort of favoring any of the third party candidates.
Like Trump is, but I think probably this is the first election in as long as I've been doing this, and I think it's been 5 elections now. I mean, I'm
gonna pee. I will be right back.
That I couldn't really condemn someone from taking that position. Based upon what we were seeing. I mean, it's
not just some random person. I do, and I'll tell you why. Kamala Harris wanted a ceasefire. She stated that. Trump said, finish them. I mean, let's be honest. Like, for someone
Biden
like Hassan,
said, I want a ceasefire.
I'm not voting for Biden. I'm not talking about Biden.
No, I understand, but we found out that Biden, in fact, did nothing to bring that about. So,
well, you can talk about Biden. I'm talking about Kamala Harris. What she said.
I mean,
well, she's the vice president. I mean, at the end of the day, she doesn't really do that much, right?
No. But I'm talking about the candidate. Biden, as a president, said he wanted a ceasefire. She, as a candidate, said, I want a ceasefire.
Well, do you not? Even if you're like, I don't know how much I trust them. One's like, I want a ceasefire, and the other one is like, finish them.
Well, listen, I think it was certainly obvious to me that Trump was going to be worse. But I think, like, if you're trying to get the candidate to show some indication of this, I can understand. I mean, I wouldn't do it. I would disagree with it. But
yeah, and I get your point too. Like, ultimately, I understand why people wouldn't want to support them because of what they've seen, and like that, it feels like it also
shows a tremendous amount of just like electoral malfeasance on her part. I mean, they made an active choice. And I think, you could have put that Palestinian lawmaker from Georgia on stage. They made an active choice to signal to whomever they were signaling that they weren't going to do anything. Now, I happen to believe that she would have been better on this than Trump, but they were making an active choice to do that. I mean, it was really electoral malfeasance on her part, in my opinion. But I don't know what the point of litigating this is per se, but
well, we're talking about kind of my criticisms of Hassan and how this well, let me show you this.
I don't care.
Yeah,
about,
I know.
Honestly, I'm like
Let me show you this. This is more.
I honestly. Like,
yeah, you don't care. I know.
I don't care. I don't.
And why should you? I don't blame you. We talked about anti-Semitism, and you think that I don't want to put words in your mouth, right? But you seem to have conveyed that, compared to the the destruction and everything happening, the genocide, the loss of life in Gaza, the humanitarian crisis in Gaza, that obviously that's way more important. So let me show you an example of something. And again, I know you don't care about the drama. To me, this isn't drama. This is one of the biggest, most influential streamers spreading something that I think is really dangerous. And you can agree or disagree, but it's a short clip, but I'll show it to you. And you tell me what you think.
This will never happen, but in a totally just world, any kind of, regardless of your background, any kind of fucking Zionist tendency should be treated in the same way as being a fucking rabid neo-Nazi. And you shouldn't even let someone be the fucking local dog catcher as Felix was posting if they've ever exhibited any sort of fucking
So yeah, that's no, pay attention to what he's saying here. You shouldn't be able to be the local dog catcher. This might be more clear to American viewers than it is to, other people, but euphemistically, chat, couldn't get elected dog catcher, right? Is a euphemism for saying that somebody doesn't have, any political future, right? That's clearly what Hassan is saying. That's what the dog catcher thing is. Now, if you want to really reach, if you want to really stretch and be like, oh, what is a dog? A dog is an animal. A dog is not human. Is this dehumanizing language? You're really stretching. You're really fucking stretching there. You're really stretching. He said dog catcher. He didn't say that Zionist. He didn't compare Zionist to, that's not what he was saying. He said dog catcher. In other words, I wouldn't vote for anybody. That's what he's saying. It's really fucking clear to me. I don't know if that's as clear to people, outside of the US, but I'm just letting you know that is the euphemism that Hassan is playing off of. The quote is from a Jewish man. Wait, what? Yo, you subscribed. Thank you, Cranberry. You know what you did, Cranberry? I don't know if, look, for anybody coming in, I want to let you know, everyone has got a superpower this stream, right? We've all got the superpower to be able to get one or more extra topics. Bonus content, I guess, is the phrase that I'm trying to spit out here. And you do that every time you support me, whether it be through a super chat, a super sticker, or getting yourself a membership or gifting a membership on Twitch, or whether it be supporting me on Throne. The address is right up there, or through signing up for my Patreon, or like Cranberry just did, supporting me on Twitch. And the special power, right? So, you all got the power to make that go up, right? But on Twitch, you got a superpower, and that superpower is to turn back time. You see that time ticker right over there? That's the time I'll spend on stream. I'm going to be hopeful, it looks like we might get even, 2 or more extra bonus topics. So I'm going to need that time. But Twitch, and right, it keeps on ticking down. But Twitch has the magic power to be the sheriff, right? The share, CHER, if, and to turn back time. And to add extra time to the stream, making it a more comfortable, expansive reaction to the bonus content than it would be otherwise. So thank you, Cranberry, Soul55, and thank you, everybody in Twitch chat. Twitch has really been killing it lately. Are we Time Lords? I think so. Funkmaster Cost says, may I ask what extension or website you get the sub ticker from? I think it's on Stream. I think it's part of OBS. Right, just look up subathon and there's a few of them. I haven't found one for YouTube though, which I would like to have one that unifies all chats, but this way, look, I've given YouTube a superpower to be able to put the butterfly in my hair, right? And I've given Twitch the superpower to turn back time. So yeah, you are Time Lords, in fact. As a matter of fact, you are Time Lords.
Sort of positive feelings about the state of Israel. I'm so serious about this.
Now, but
okay, so yeah, that's what he's saying. That nobody who has positive feelings towards the state of Israel, should be dog catcher. In other words, should not get elected. That's what Hassan was saying, right? Watch what Ethan tries to turn it into.
He didn't misspeak. He doubled down on it yesterday. He said, no, I agree. That's what I think. Now, just to recap, he says, anyone that's had positive feelings at any point about the state of Israel is a neo-Nazi that's not fit to be a dog walker. Now, to me, that seems like a...
Is it necessary to turn it into a dog walker? And we get what you... If you're going to... Like, look, he's going to say this is like dehumanization. Dog catcher, dog walker is not dehumanization. I am a human being, and I have caught dogs and held them because they're very cute. And I have also walked dogs. And I'm still human, Ethan. That didn't dehumanize me. So stop blowing Giardia-laden smoke up my ass, if you would please. If you would please.
Extremely dangerous, dehumanizing language about what could arguably be 70% of the Jewish diaspora. And certainly probably people you know in your family.
I'll tell you, there's some hype.
Wait, did you catch that? Ethan almost revealed that Hassan was agreeing with someone else. Wait, what? Ethan almost revealed that Hassan was agreeing. Oh, so your chat's telling me, am I getting this right, that Hassan is quoting somebody else in this? Funkmaster Ka, I think he was too stupid to get the metaphor. Really? Okay, look, I'm the queen. Okay, I'm the queen. Irene is the queen. No, I'm the queen of assuming that the stuff that Ethan or Hila say that is monstrous is maybe coming from a place of ignorance rather than a place of malice, right? Case in point, the glazing up of Yoav Gallant that Hila did and then Ethan endorsed, right? I made the assumption that they just weren't keeping track of who the players were in the Israeli cabinet. And that's what they claim. I made that assumption. Now, it'd be really easy to assume that they know who Yoav Gallant is, and they, a lot of people probably think they're in line with those thoughts. But, I made the assumption that, this was ignorance, not malice. Now, I don't know. He can be stupid and malicious at the same time. That's a good point, Funkmaster Ka. I think he just fucked up. Wait, what was people? I think he was too stupid to get the metaphor to change it to begin with. So yeah, I mean, I don't know. I feel like that was just Ethan. Like, I'm gonna plant my flag here, chat, and say Ethan's being disingenuous, even though I'm extremely charitable. Possibly to a fault, definitely to the audience, to the audience's annoyance at various times, as many members of the audience can attest to, right? I sometimes do. I'm sometimes way too, right. Can I get some agreement? I'm often way too charitable. But this time I'm not going to be charitable. I don't think it was a mistake. I think he is twisting Hassan's words on purpose. Play Something is giving me a Hasnabi VOD timestamp to take a look at. April 24th. Nocommentchick, a sufficient amount of ignorance is indecipherable at some point. Yeah, it's like a horseshoe effect or so. Wait, is that a horseshoe effect or is that like a horseshoe, the horseshoe of ignorance and malice, I guess? I don't know. To change it to dog walker from dog catcher. So you think that it's just because it doesn't make sense with dog catcher for what he's trying to do it still doesn't make it dehumanization though. Ethan knows if he acknowledges Felix's existence, Felix will eat him for breakfast. I'm sorry, Maxine, the Vampire Queen. I had to change your words there because Felix would absolutely, right? He knows that if you get Felix Biederman or Stavros Halkias or, anyone that is 10 times or more funnier than Ethan is, that he will get absolutely destroyed. And he's right about that. I agree with Irene this time. Is this where Hassan said it? Oh, okay. So you're gonna, okay. I'll look that up while we, I'm trying to make myself a smoothie too, chat. I'm on the matcha today. If you can't tell, I finally found some matcha. I feel like I paid too much for it, but come see, come saw, I guess, right?
hyperbole there, but
That's putting it mildly.
I mean, he says Zionism, and I'll tell you what I think is really.
Sorry, I got to correct you. He says Zionism, and then he says if you had positive feelings about the state of Israel at any point in your life.
I got to tell you, if you look at what's happening right now, and you have positive feelings about Israel,
He said at any point in your life, Sam. Just to be clear about what he said.
Would I have said at any point in his life, someone's life? But I just think this is such a petty, like the idea that we're going to police. Hold on, let me respond.
Ahead.
You want me to respond this?
No,
I don't. Like I say, I don't care about this. But if you're going to force me to respond to it, what Israel is doing right now is so far beyond the idea that someone says any time in your life or not or whatnot. He's talking about Zionism, and frankly, I think it's very difficult for me to understand how someone could have positive feelings at this time. Now, you
oh my God.
past and what? Okay,
Yeah.
like I say, I will grant you.
Thank you, Narwhal.
Any time in your life that is too broad a step. But wait, let me finish.
Yeah.
But see. You go in and you're making this about anti-Semitism by doing this hopscotch about a poll that people had positive feelings that Jewish people do, and then therefore
turning back time.
And honestly, that type of conflation, I think, is so dangerous and so disingenuous. I mean, I don't want to get too passionate about this, but I will tell you something. I have had a guy who went to my bar mitzvah, my sister's bar mitzvah, my kid's bar mitzvah,
Bach mitzvah,
Passover with me 3 or 4 times, call my father and ask him if I'm anti-Semitic. Now, this is just one, that is just an example, an illustration of conflating what he's clearly
what do we have
about Zionism. Was it hype?
What do we have here? All right, so I've got, I think, the right timestamp for what is this, the original statement by Hassan. He does weaponize his incompetence, says Funkmaster Ka. We'll never really know. That's the thing about ignorance, right? We'll never really know. Hassan quoting Felix. Oh, okay, yeah, he's quoting Felix, and yeah, says 4 unwed cats brings up, or is telling me here Felix is Jewish. In case anyone didn't know, Irene is just and fair, maybe a little too fair sometimes. Thank you, Narwhal, for giving me the YouTube link. Let's take a look at this. People are saying, where is the timestamp again? 56:28. All right, we'll just watch this whole thing.
I saw what Felix was writing about this, about the Michigan situation yesterday. And I think, like, this will never happen, but in a totally just world, any kind of, regardless of your background, any kind of fucking Zionist tendency should be treated in the same way as being a fucking rabid neo-Nazi. And you shouldn't even let someone be the fucking local dog catcher as Felix was posting, if they've ever exhibited any sort of like positive feelings about the state of Israel. I'm so serious about this, especially because, like, anyone with even a crumb of fucking allegiance to Israel will use their fucking influence and use whatever power that they have to basically fucking enforce whatever kind of positional power they have to just do the insane bidding. If it wasn't clear to you already, this should make it obvious. You can't elect the Zionists to be your the county's deputy dog corner and act surprised when they abuse their authority in order to punish Americans for Israel's cratering popularity.
Wait, is that Felix's account? What is this? By your logic? George Soros 2028 voter?
That's precisely what's fucking going on. Like, that's what it is. He also made a dual loyalty reference here, so he's Jewish. It's so fucking crazy, though. It is so fucking crazy.
I remember that Felix has like a weird @ on Twitter that I'm always like, right, that you wouldn't think of, but I don't know. Is that Felix?
Like the fact that Dana Nessel collaborated, Dana Nessel, a blue attorney general in a blue fucking state.
So this is what he's talking about. This is the context for anybody who thinks, if anybody's hate watching here, or I don't know, you don't agree with me, you're welcome to hang out and watch. You're, kick back, right? But this is why we say that Ethan disingenuously clip chimps Hassan, right? I watched the clip that Ethan showed before and after. I watched before. We found out that he's reacting to Felix Biederman. I watched after, right, this is the context that if you're just watching Ethan, you are missing out. And this is what Ethan is trying to blindside Sam with. Right? Giving him a out of context quote from Hassan and asking him, do you agree with this? Do you agree with this? Right? At least show the whole statement, right? If you're going to do that.
Is doing this to her own constituents. Like, it is.
So yeah, that's the context. We're talking about a Democratic official in Michigan that is essentially, enabling Trump's officials confirm raids in multiple cities. FBI agents, Michigan State Police, local officers targeted pro-Palestinian organizers, right? So this is what he's saying, right? Is that it's not enough to vote for Democrats. You got to check out the Democrat that you're voting for. Honestly, Ethan Klein is a great example of this, right? Nominally pro-Palestinian, nominally anti-Netanyahu, right? Nominally on the left, Ethan Klein, but not the kind of person that I would want to have in a government role in an elected office, especially if that elected office is going to, it's going to give him the ability to, enable the suppression of the student protests, enable the persecution of pro-Palestine activists, right? This is Ethan himself is a great example of exactly what Hassan is talking about, and I gotta say he's right.
And I'm glad to report that.
Have we gotten to the part where?
No, not yet. We're
Okay.
getting there. It's not. I'm not fat. And I'm glad to report that after 2 years, everything's gotten so much better.
Yeah. Yeah, for
It's
sure.
gonna get worse before it gets better. A lot worse. It's gonna get a lot fucking worse, man. Sad. Dude, are you guys even listening to what I'm saying? I do not support Hamas, but it's wild to act like Israel hasn't acted similarly for decades. Bro, are you listening to what I'm saying?
This was when I was constantly getting triggered by Hassan fans. Thank God that's over.
That is Felix. Okay.
People even listening to the words I'm
Is that
saying?
over?
No, I mean, like they were like
That's over?
They were infiltrated our community, and I was I was like at battle with my own.
They were our
community.
community. I mean, this.
Well, they're gone.
When did you say this was? This was like.
Wait, what? They're acting like Sam's not even there, right? Infiltrate? Is he talking about what Hassanabi heads infiltrating his community?
Justify Hamas killing people. Sorry, I don't support either one of them. You know,
I'm speeding up more.
point of saying that. So you can say,
Oh my God, chat! I went to the wrong video, didn't I? Jesus Christ! I'm like wondering, like, what the fuck? They're acting like Sam's not even there. Yeah, it was the wrong VOD. It was the wrong VOD. That is the content, by the way, that you are voting for. If you're voting for the Crash Out Continues, right? That's where we left it as far as the Ethan's response to Frogan video. That's why I'm so confused. That's why there's a break of continuity. But at the same time, it's kind of every H3 stream sort of feels the same. But yeah, that's what the that's one of the options on the poll. So taking a look here at the current state of the poll, 186 of you have voted so far. Oh wow, it's actually kind of close, right? Crash Out Continues is now 2 points ahead. of Hassan reacts to Sam Seder versus Ethan. Now, I can see that a lot of people want to watch either of these, and I'm sure a lot of people also want to watch this Olimey and Friends thing. We're closing in. What are we at right now, chat? 132 out of 200. So we are... is it 68 points from getting double the bonus content, in which case we'd be able to watch 2 of these, and the 2 that are vying for the top first point is the Crash Out Continues and Hassan reacts to Sam Seder versus Ethan. Now we also have 63 donor points, maybe more if I haven't counted correctly, going towards Hassan reacts to the Sam Seder, Ethan Klein. Yo.
Columbia Re, super chatted $5. Hassan reacts, please.
Asked and asked. What is the phrase? Asked and granted. Asked and ordered. I can't remember what it's called. But either way, you got it, Columbia Rican, and adding 8 points there. So yeah, that's in first place. Yeah, so what we just showed, right, is when you donate, whether it's a super chat, super sticker, whether you're getting a membership, you're gifting a membership, whether you're supporting me on Throne, or you are signing up for my Patreon, or you're supporting me on Twitch, which will also turn back time and add extra time for me to react to these things, add extra time to the counter. You will make this number go up. If this number is already at 100, if it gets to 200, we'll do 2 bonus segments. If it gets to 300, we'll do 3 bonus segments. So that's there's a possibility of watching a little bit more of the Crash Out, a little bit more of the Frogan video, Hassan react to the Sam Seder, Ethan Klein debate, and Olimey and Friends react to the Content Cop. We could do potentially all 3, or we could do 2 of those, right? It all depends on you, chat. But that's where we're at now, 137 out of 200. If I've done my math correctly, if I haven't, please correct me in chat with your abacuses, and I will get back to, but just showing you the possible content for us to cover in the fun half, right? If we, with the bonus content that's on the menu for today.
Hyperbole to say any time in life, whatever. The fact of the matter is this conflation is dangerous for Jews. It is a fig leaf and a way of weaponizing anti-Semitism that has enabled Donald Trump to do the shit he's doing, that has enabled the slaughter of thousands upon thousands of children and women and men, for that matter. It is not keeping Israelis safe. And this type of conflation, Ethan, is what I find far more irresponsible, frankly, than the idea that he said positive any time. I mean, look, you do a show Sam, 4 hours a day. He does a show 5 or, as far as I could tell, 15 hours a day. And to focus in on that one tiny clause.
This is not one tiny clip, Sam. Well, you don't know. This is a totality of behavior.
But you wanted
and by
to
the
bring
way,
this
it's easy. And I appreciate that you can hand wave it away and say that it doesn't.
No, I'm not hand waving it away.
Well, you kind of are.
I'm saying this.
You're saying
conflation,
it doesn't. You're saying actually, I'm wrong for caring about it.
No, yes.
Did Sam pick up on the fact that there wasn't any dehumanization? I think what he's doing is he's saying, look, sometimes people speak in hyperbole. Is it further than I would be willing to go? Yes, but this is like, so he's in the ballpark of understanding that this is kind of out of context, that he doesn't know the totality of what Hassan is actually saying there. But I don't think he's recognized that Ethan twisted Hassan's words. If you say that he's dehumanizing, we would expect a comparison of, in this case, Zionists to, what he's implying is that Hassan compared Zionists to dogs. Instead, he's saying, I wouldn't vote for this person as dog catcher, right? This is a very common euphemism in American politics for saying that you don't have confidence in a politician, right? You do not want a politician, even if they are very liberal, even if they are, anti-Trump, nominally, right? You don't want that politician because in an instance like the student protests in Michigan, they're gonna do something monstrous that is enabling Trump. That's what Hassan is saying. That is the entire context. Now, I like I said, I don't expect Sam to know the context. He's covering the news even more than Hassan is. He is, his stream is strictly about the news, and he's not able to keep up, and nor should he keep up with all of the lore of Hassan and everything. But like, I just wish that he would have picked up on the fundamental distortion that Ethan Klein is making there, turning a statement of like would not vote for them as dog catcher into as if he had called them, dogs, right? Which he didn't. Anyway, I'm gonna make my smoothie. I hope this isn't too. Chat, let me know if my blender is too loud. Okay.
In fact, I'm saying this conflation is incredibly dangerous. It is disingenuous.
I think it's dangerous
right now,
to ignore what's being described as dehumanizing violent language for American Jews that have nothing to do with the war.
That is a complete mischaracterization of that.
It's not.
Oh my God. Thank you, Sam. Thank you so much. Sam, you just made my day right there.
He's not fit to be a dog walker.
He never says the word Jews.
He says a
Listen. How many members of Kufi have positive feelings towards Israel?
Let me say,
how many millions of members of Kufi, the Christian organization, have positive feelings for Jews? It is clearly not a function of their Judaism. It is not a function of their Judaism, and so
it describes most Jews.
No.
Yes, it does, Sam.
It describes most Christian evangelicals, too.
It may do them, too, but it also describes 73% of Jews.
So that is not anti-Semitism. That is about
I don't know.
Belief.
What do you call it when somebody's discriminating against the vast majority of a racial or religious group, Sam?
I'm sorry. You want to look at evangelical Jews?
I don't care about evangelical people.
Okay, but I'm talking about the way you're constructing this.
I think
you can say the same thing about Christian evangelicals too. It is not anti-Semitism. It is not. It just isn't.
Like, taking one example in isolation, which is what we've done here.
Well, you're the one who gave it to me.
Yeah, well, I don't even want to talk about it, I disagree with you.
I'm going to call it, chat. I'm going to call it. Did Ethan get owned? Yes. Right there. Right there. Right there. That's where, this is the point in which Ethan realizes that Sam has clogged his toilet.
For example, and in that instance, that is not anti-Semitism.
Well, I disagree.
Conflation. Okay, well, that's our disagreement.
Yeah.
But I think that conflation is incredibly dangerous.
Well, I disagree as well.
For Jews, I think it's dangerous for this society.
I think, frankly, I think it's dangerous to what I perceive as hand waving what is happening here. I know you said you aren't doing that.
I'm not hand waving.
You're doing the opposite. You're endorsing
decades of thought about this.
So right, sure. But the point is, you're saying that this is not dangerous. How dare you care about this? I think it's dangerous
I'm not saying that at all.
I personally, Jewish people have a collective memory of trauma, Sam, and it starts a certain way. And it starts with dehumanizing language, like saying you're not fit to walk a dog. I mean, what are we doing here? It's irresponsible language.
He's not talking about Jews.
He's talking about 73% of Jewish people.
No, you said that.
No, that's a poll that's readily available.
No, you made that connection. He did not. Because we have millions upon millions of members of Kufi. We have millions upon millions in this country of evangelicals who.
Chat, I gotta ask you, was that too loud? Do I need to roll it back? I think I probably need to roll it back. Like I thought the blender wasn't gonna be too loud. I'm thinking it was too loud. Do I need to roll that back? Do we need to roll that back? Did the blender overcome the argument? Wait, Ethan and Hassan are debating on Friday. Supposedly it's true, Charlie Kelly, right? Can somebody back me up with this? Ethan, 5 minutes ago, I don't want to put words in your mouth, but I hate how Ethan's always interrupting his guest, right? You didn't hear the blender. Wait, the blender didn't ruin things? So you, oh wow. This mic is really good at rejecting noise because that blender was kind of loud. So Chad, I don't need to roll it back, right? You got to let him cook. He's getting Bill Bird by Sam Seder. Yes. It's so good. Hassan started the Holocaust 2.0 by reading Felix's tweet. Didn't hear the blender. Nobody heard the blender. The blender did not. Wow. But could you hear me when I was like when I was standing up making a smoothie? Could you hear what I was saying? Okay. because it sounds like that this, mic is good at rejecting like extraneous noise, which is good. It's a combination of the mic and the filters that I've got on it. But you could hear me. Okay, good, great. That's exactly how it should work. W mic, yeah, WSM7B. Shouts out to Shure. Do you want to sponsor me, Shure? I would sure like that. Oh my God, we didn't know you were blending. You couldn't hear the blender. Well, you're about to know that I'm drinking a smoothie here in a second. Let us get started. Okay, I just wanted to make sure. Elliot boy, turning back time. Look at that. You just added time to the stream just by following me on Twitch. That's the power that Twitch has for today. Anytime that you follow me, anytime that you get yourself get a sub for yourself, anytime you gift subs to other people, hell, anytime that you use a Twitch Prime to get yourself a free sub, you will add time to the ticker over there, as Elliot Boy just did just now. So thank you for giving me more time to react to potentially. We got one bonus topic in the bag. We're definitely going to cover one bonus topic. It looks like it's going to be Hassan reacting to the Sam Seder debate, right? We're only, only 63 points off of getting 2 topics. And again, if we get to 200, we get 2 topics. If we get to 300, we get 3 topics, right? What's winning right now? Well, like I said, it is, when I count the bonus, when I count the donations too, right? Hassan reacts to Sam Seder. That one's pretty much in the bag for us. Crash Out continues. That's in second place. Yo, JMB, thank you for following me, and thank you for turning back time. Thank you for becoming share and turning back time for us. But yeah, that's in. So Sam, Crash Out continues in second place, finishing the Ethan's diatribe against Frogan, and then in third place we have Olaimi and friends doing the that is chat. If you don't know, that's Olaimi and the Leftist Mafia members, and Emma Vigland is on that panel too, right? Talking about the iDubbbz content cop. That's in third place. So we got something good. Kind of in the bag, and I'm going to be reacting to Hassan. Yo, damn! Look at all the follows. Look at that. Just like I tell Twitch, they've got the power, and they're ready to use it. They're ready to use it. They're like, oh yeah, we got the power. Yeah, let's fucking turn that. Let's turn that shit on. Yo, look at that, Lady Man Thought. You just got you just turned back time, and that's a good thing. Anyway, wait, what is this? Hassan said he's concerned that Ethan could bring in Destiny. Yeah. I think there's a little interchange between Hassan and Ethan at the end of the VOD here, or at the end of the Sam Seder debate. That's a hell of a lineup, right? I made myself fresh hummus as a satisfying snack. I'm getting ready for a smoothie. I wish I should get some makings for hummus. Gabby, good for Gabby. No, I just heard Sam and Ethan. The conflation is the problem, but your audio is lovely. Thank you. Okay, so yeah. So we're what 63 points from getting from being able to finish. It looks like the Ethan's diatribe against Frogan from the other day as well. And again, like I said, you get to 100, we get 1 bonus topic. We get to 200, we get 2 bonus topics. We get to 300. That would mean watching Ethan's diatribe, watching Hassan react to this debate, and watching the and watching Olaimi and friends react to the iDubbbz content cop, which iDubbbz in a bad way today after so many people are now dropping out of the creator clash. One wonders if it'll actually go off now. What kind of mic did you say it was? A SM7B is my microphone. And hey, look, this microphone is coming to you courtesy of viewers like you, right? This was crowdfunded on my throne. Right now, all I've got is cat ears on the throne because I'm not sure how the throne is going to work in Thailand. But yeah, this was paid for. This microphone was paid for. Same kind of mic that Sam has, by the way, by viewers like you through my throne. So thank you, everybody, for crowdfunding that. I should put a camera. I'm thinking about putting a camera on there next. But I got to figure out how this works in Thailand now that I've moved. Anyway, let's get back to the debate.
Who also believe the same thing.
Does your dad
and
have?
You cannot say it's anti-Semitism.
Could you describe?
You cannot say it's anti-Semitism if you're also including millions upon millions, far more Christians than Jews.
Would you say that your father, who you mentioned, said something to you, that he's ever in his life had positive feelings about the state of Israel?
I've had positive feelings of Israel.
Well, does your dad have any positive feelings about it now?
I would assume so.
Not in terms of like I support them, but
I've
like
had
I think
positive
Israel.
Feelings. I went to Israel on.
Okay, good. Then you're a neo-Nazi, not fit to walk a dog. How do you feel about that?
No, that's you saying that.
That's
that is
literally what he said. I'll play it again.
No.
I think like this will never happen, but in a totally just world, any kind of, regardless of your background, any kind of fucking Zionist tendency should be treated in the same way as being a fucking rabid neo-Nazi. And you shouldn't even let someone be the fucking local dog catcher as
Ethan, you just debunked yourself. Congratulations, asshole. That's literally what he said. You're not fit to walk a dog? Wrong. That's literally not what he said. Like, just in real time, on your own podcast, you just debunked yourself. You just proved yourself to be a disingenuous liar.
As Felix was.
Anywho,
if they've ever exhibited any sort.
Oh, he did play. He did play the part where Hassan refers to Felix.
Any sort of like positive feelings about the state of Israel. I'm so serious about this.
Another thing he's doing, by the way, and Hassan
listen.
He plays around with the term Zionists, right?
You can say that's a wrong thing to say, but he's not talking about Jews. He's talking about people who have exhibited these positive feelings, and that includes millions upon millions of Christians. More Christians.
Okay, well, listen, I don't think they're neo-Nazis, not fit to walk dogs, either. I think it's insane language.
Listen, you don't want to tell me that you have never engaged in hyperbole. You and I both are in this business, and we do that.
Yeah, you're right. I just think that.
It's listen. You can say it's an inappropriate thing to say. It's an unfair thing.
When you're weaponizing charges of anti-Semitism in order to shut down a free speech liberatory movement, you are doing some Nazi shit. That's the point. That's the point, Ethan.
You just think like Arabs that support Israel aren't fit to walk a dog.
It is not anti-Semitism.
How does motherfucker here not fit to walk a dog, right? Like, Ethan is an American. Ethan understands. I swear to God, I think every American knows what somebody is saying when they say they're not fit to be a dog catcher, right? That is the dog catcher. For anybody who's not tracking along with us, right? It's like the lowest political office. In fact, I don't think that anybody votes for dog. Does anybody vote for dog catcher? But it's a phrase to say the lowest political office. You're not fit to occupy the lowest political office. What Hassan is saying is that anybody that's got sympathy towards the state of Israel, he is concerned with what they would do with political power. And given the situation in Michigan that they're talking about, given the Democratic politician that is enabling Trump's suppression of the Free Palestine movement, I like this is what he's talking about, right? I don't want to give anybody that's got those sympathies power. That's what he's saying. He's not saying you're not fit to walk a dog. I don't know what that fucking means. What does that mean? Not fit to, what is that? What would that even mean, right? Not fit to walk a dog. But really what he's trying to say when he calls it dehumanizing, he's trying to get you to just like not pay attention for long enough to think that Hassan somehow called these people dogs or called them animals or took away their humanity, right? That's what dehumanization is. It's not saying somebody is not fit to be a dog catcher. Somebody's not fit for a lowly political office. It's not saying that even that somebody's not fit to walk a dog. It's saying that somebody is a dog. And that would, be against terms of service on Twitch. And Hassan would be banned for that, right? You'd have slam ban. You got him deplatformed, Ethan. If you were telling the truth, then you would easily be able to deplatform him. If he said, even if he said about Zionists, right? Because Twitch has got those new rules when it comes to Zion. It's not that you can't say the word, but it's saying the word with dehumanization would definitely be enough to get him suspended, if not outright banned, right? You would have him. You would have what you wanted. You would kick Hassan off of Twitch if that was true, but it's not true, and you know it's not true, and you're blowing smoke up Sam's ass, and you're lucky he's not tearing into you harder.
Okay, well, we're at an impasse on this one.
Yep.
Yeah, so I mean, but anyway, another thing he does is he says Zionist tendencies, and he's someone that plays around with Zion.
Frown Chad says, I mean, every time Ethan calls a woman the B word, he is much closer to using dehumanizing language. Steve Saturnation, not fit to walk a dog, is out, but calling people PDFs is okie dokie. And wait, who did he call a PDF? Wait, comparing them to, what is it? Nazi goose step, not good for dogs. Orkies, says Normal by Nature. Chad is tag teaming on the one-liners here. Ethan has said worse about about Frogan, whatever he thinks Hassan is saying. He's so this is what I'm saying, chat. Like, usually I am super willing, maybe too willing, to attribute the horrible things Ethan says to ignorance rather than malice. But I'm sorry, I'm not putting up with it now. That is disingenuous. He is being disingenuous there. I will fully stand behind that. Frown Chat, keep fiddling them with the button, you baby-brained moron. Your dumb ass is still gonna be exposed because you walked into a convo you were in no way prepared for. Yes, Frown Chad. Steven Crowder probably is laughing at Ethan right now, seeing Sam roast him. And it sucks that I wrote this because Steven sucks. Hassan said, don't let them be the local dog catcher, not fit to be. Yeah, what the fuck? That's Ethan's ableism. Well, I was going to throw ableism at him, but yeah, he's being disingenuous, right? He's like, Loki. Look, if it was dehumanizing, it would be comparing people to animals. That's dehumanization, right? There's no way in hell that you can argue, that you can stretch what Hassan said into that. The only thing that is there is that he mentioned Zionist and he mentioned animals, right? And Ethan's just going to think that you're not paying any attention at all. Like, right? You literally have to be asleep at the wheel to buy what he's selling. Unfortunately, that describes aptly, asleep at the wheel describes aptly the majority of the Fupa Troopas still in the H3 community. Anyway, back to the content.
Zionism. He calls me a Zionist, and again, I know we're arguing here about semantics of what Hassan said, but I don't think that you could accurately characterize me as that, as it's used colloquially. You don't know, right? But he's saying Zionist tendencies. What does that mean? What's a Zionist tendency?
What's a Zionist tendency? How about treating students who are protesting against a genocide as if they were out there goose stepping and sigging Heil, right? That's literally the tendency that Hassan is talking about here. That's the concern that Hassan has, right? And the frustration is that even liberal Zionists are having a tendency to do this. That's there you go.
I don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're gonna.
I don't know because you showed me a clip out of context. That's why Sam doesn't know.
Friday, you can ask him what a Zionist tendency is. I suppose I would guess. And like I've looked at polls too, where
chat. This matcha is really good.
People have very.
I just got banana, soy milk, and matcha in here, and it's so good.
Different understandings of what Zionism is, but I think it is my guess, and I don't know what he was.
Let me see if I can get some more of this.
The notion of an ethno-state that engages and it allows whatever in the name of Zionism allows for this mass slaughter, I think is horrific.
Sure, me too.
Okay. I mean, then I think the three of us agree on that regard.
Yeah, I think we're so. Another thing is like to take it even further. I mean, Hassan pretty much like openly
Well, let's
supports
not talk
Hamas.
about Hassan. Let's talk about this.
Sure. I mean, what do you want to ask me?
Well, I mean, if you want to ask me about, I mean,
well, let me.
I'm not here to explore.
Communist invading radicals. Good to have you with us. Thank you for subscribing to me on YouTube.
Yeah, I have a list of things that.
But if you want to talk about Hamas, I mean, I think, look.
Well, how do you feel about Hamas?
I mean, I feel that Hamas, people can perceive it as a liberation organization.
Okay, prediction. That's going to get clipped.
Call them terrorists in this country. We call the ANC
terrorists. What do you think
terrorists.
about them, Sam?
Listen, I think there are parts, I would imagine, of Hamas that have done good for the people in Gaza. And
I'm guessing militant resistance organization is what Sam was reaching for there.
I think they have done bad things, but I sort of feel, I guess, ultimately probably like Ehud Barak when he.
Yeah. Chat's backing up here. Lampecia says dog catcher is just a euphemism for a very low, inconsequential elected position, and that's where the as Sam's aptly said, the hyperbole is right. That's the hyperbole, is to say, even dog catcher. Obviously, a dog catcher is not going to have the ability to impact people's freedom of speech the way that this elected official in Michigan did.
Said that were I Palestinian and I was living in Gaza, that it would be likely that I would join Hamas. I mean, that's what.
Let's rewind that. That's Ehud Barak.
And I think that is very that is an understanding of human nature
that you're not affording Israelis, by the way, just to point out an inconsistency there.
How so?
Well, you're like, I refuse to understand human nature and their reaction. It's just evil, and I don't know.
So yeah, here we go. We're back to both sides now. That's where he retreats to, right? He puffs himself up with this morality, like, as if Israel are the good guys, but they're a little bit problematic, and we wish we didn't have Netanyahu, and we wish they wouldn't take it too far. But certainly you can understand the gravity of the history of the collective trauma and how October 7th played into this. So certainly you can understand these people, even if we don't agree with them completely. And now that Sam points this out, that this quote from Ehud Barak, he's like, oh, well, you're not granting that to the Israelis. Motherfucker, there wouldn't be a conflict here if it weren't for the, if it weren't for the action of this settler colonialist project that we call Israel. This wouldn't be a conversation, right? You want to bring it back to history. You recognize you got to keep the victim and the oppressor straight. And if you are trying to confuse those two, right? If you're trying to reverse victim and oppressor, you're literally doing Darvo. So this is just more disingenuous bullshit that Ethan has now retreated to, of like, oh, but it's not okay for the Israelis to, to want to be militant against the Palestinians.
How to explain it?
I didn't use the word evil.
Right. I'm inferring because I asked you if you think they're evil,
which you always do, because you can't actually deal with the substance of the debate.
You didn't really answer that.
Listen, I don't know what Gazans felt on October 8th, but toward Hamas. But I can tell you that we have there is a long history of terrorist organizations, or so-called terrorist organizations, like the ANC or the IRA. Even the PLO,
now, Sam,
that ultimately become a political organization.
I think the comparison to Hamas to what happened in South Africa is insanely disingenuous. And I personally hate when people do that.
I mean, Mandela didn't think so.
Well, Mandela did think so. He explicitly stated that he avoided committing violence on the citizenry because it would it would make reunification impossible. That's something he said.
I think you could say that tactically speaking, listen,
by the way, Sam, in the totality of their campaign, I think under 200 civilians died. And the people who did kill civilians were almost all held accountable for what they did. That's a difference, Sam.
Well, I mean, I can tell you that...
A significant difference.
Well, it is a significant difference. I mean, I imagine many of those people who...
Yeah, so what Sam's referring to, I think, is the quote from Mandela, but we know too well that our freedom is incomplete without the freedom of the Palestinians. Without resolutions of the conflict in East Timor, Sudan. This is what Sam is referring to here.
Committed atrocities on October 7th are dead now. And, you know, so...
What does that have to do with anything?
Well, that's accountability.
Being killed? Okay. I mean...
Okay, I guess so. What does that have to do with anything? Oh, okay, I guess you owned me again, Sam.
Being held accountable by the party that they're presumably doing the violence on behalf. I see. So a liberatory struggle is not legitimate unless there is appropriate condemnation of the militant wing by the model victim that you're supposed to be. Otherwise, are you really a victim?
The entire ANC was held accountable?
No, it's saying Nelson Mandela's party, if someone killed a civilian, they would hold them accountable.
Look, chat, I don't want to get into this too much because, Nelson Mandela is dead and, there's a million things to criticize in this world, right? But one of the points of Naomi Klein's book, Shock Doctrine, was the decisions that were made in South Africa with the dissolution of apartheid. And one of those decisions was to bring in neoliberal economists. The result of that was that the wealth of South Africa that, should rightly, belong to the, at least in some part, to Black South Africans was instead held disproportionately by white South Africans. So that even though apartheid was dissolved, the there's a wealth inequality that still empowers the white South Africans in this case, right? There's still a informal apartheid over who can hold wealth, over who controls the means of production, over who controls the resources of South Africa, right? And people have correctly criticized the ANC and Mandela for that series of events, right? So let's not have a Disneyland view of morality where we turn people like Nelson Mandela into figures to be worshipped. Let's actually deal with history as it is, the good and the bad of it, right? Rather than expecting a perfect victim, or else you're not really a victim at all. We should, grant that there is going to be militant resistance in a situation like what the Palestinians are experiencing. And yes, as Hassan often points out, the nature of that militancy, the nature of that organization that takes over, especially when Netanyahu is helping empowering it, is going to be somewhat reactionary, right? That is just and as far as the social progress that people are expecting from Palestine, that people see in Israel, or maybe even exaggerate in Israel and denigrate the Palestinians for not having, is a facet of the material conditions that the Palestinians have been subjected to. It is very hard to make social progress when you are in an apartheid system, in a de facto one-state apartheid system.
They would charge them. They would disavow their actions.
The ANC did.
Yes.
Well, the IRA was bombing places in England and throughout Ireland. I mean, we have even the Irgun or the Stern Gang when they killed, over 100 villagers in 1948. I mean, the history is full of example of organizations that commit terrorist
okay.
acts.
Well,
Now,
people
I will
say-
tell you,
people look at
personally,
South Africa-
I do not condone the killing of civilians, which is why obviously I'm upset about what Israel is doing.
Sure. The part.
Wait, chat's telling me to take a look at this interview with Ken Bone. Oh, is this the humongous guy? So, like, this is referring to whether Ethan understands the concept of, like, you could not run for dog catcher.
But if you want to write my name in, if you want to write in the humongous bone ticket, and that gets you out to the polls to vote in these congressional elections and vote for mayor and city council and bond issues and dog catcher, if you're involved in all that just because you want to get out and write my name in, then do it. If that helps you get involved, do it.
This is a weird look for Ethan. What's going on with this look? this Christmassy sweater and the wait. I've never seen him wear glasses. Did he get like Did he? What do you call it? The laser eye thing?
And city council and bond issues and dog catcher. If you're involved in all that just because you want.
Wait, is he trying to dress up like this guy? Is that the idea? He's trying to do Ken Bone's look, I guess. I don't know. But yeah, he is familiar with dog catcher as a euphemism for a lowly political office.
That I don't like about people say, I feel like people sweep for Hamas by saying, like, what do you expect, right? But the truth is that people use South Africa as an example, but what South Africa shows is that you don't need to commit a violent war against civilians to liberate yourself.
Well, I mean, listen, we had for a year, we had the Great March of Return, where, Sinwar himself was involved in that. There was Palestinians marching on a regular basis over the course of the year. I don't know how many it was, 50 or whatever, that were innocent people who went there, and snipers are shooting down unarmed civilians. And so, time and time again, and over the course of the 20 years that I've been professionally, covering this, my attitude towards Israel's willingness to have peace has changed, and my understanding of it has changed. And I can only imagine how more intense that feeling is to be living in a place that is, functionally like, the Warsaw Ghetto, insofar as, like, you don't have access to resources. You have 50.
Mark Gold, Hassan is using tendency to describe indulging in a political ideological proclivity. Yeah, like when I say somebody's got a predilection, I don't know, it's a weird old timey word that creeped into my lexicon somehow. I heard him use this to refer to leftists as well.
50% unemployment, the apartheid that is taking place in terms of the West Bank. I mean,
I agree with those characterizations, by the way, Sam. Just to say.
But I can't imagine that my response wouldn't be to pick up a weapon.
Okay.
I mean, I don't know.
It's not really working out.
Well, none of it's working out, is it? I mean,
not much at all. Not really much at all. What is called
the greatest attack on Israelis in 75 years. Notion of
this is some pretty sick shit.
Israel is organized as a society.
This is actually some pretty sick shit that Ethan's saying. Like, anybody ever seen the Disney, speaking of like Disneyland morality, Disneyland ethics, Disneyland view of history, right? Anybody ever see the Disney Robin Hood and the whole the whole thing where the sheriff of Nottingham is like throwing people in jail for like not paying their taxes to King John or whatever. And they're like, well, if you want to, you can thank Robin Hood for this, right? This is it's not working out too well for them. Blaming the genocide enacted by the Israeli armed forces on Palestinians. like you can thank Hamas for this, right? Oh yeah, there we go. I had a chatter fucking say that to me yesterday, and it's the wildest shit. You'd think that we would have weeded out anybody that is actually the stuff that's happening to people in Gaza is horrible, and it's totally Hamas's fault. Israel's hand was forced. That is some supervillain logic right there, Ethan. That is some supervillain.
Society is not protecting Jews.
Well,
it's not protecting Israelis. It's not protecting Jews worldwide. It is. There may have been a time where Zionism had and there were certainly proponents of Zionism in the early 20th century, in the late, perhaps late 19th century, where there was a notion of a multi-ethnic democracy that fell by the wayside. Folks like Hannah Arendt and Einstein, left the Zionist Congress, and what it has evolved into is, I think, a nightmare for everyone involved. And so, I don't know how I would react in that type of immiseration, frankly.
Well, can I ask you?
But again, Ehud Barak said that he would pick up a weapon were he one of them, and
that's fine.
He's far closer to the conflict than I am.
I'm not saying I don't understand why people pick up weapons, right? So let me ask you this: what do you think about October 7th attack?
So what the fuck are you saying? Because it sounds like you're delegitimizing a liberatory movement based on the fact that there's, and including the March of Return, right? With the specter of violence, right? That delegitimized, that undercuts everything. Okay, right? You didn't live up to the Nelson Mandela standard that I want to see, and let's be honest, like people like Nelson Mandela, people like MLK, the versions that we get of them in like American history are versions that are kind of recuperated and kind of whitewashed, and they kind of end up becoming, symbols, not who they were at the time, not representative of the actual people, but their legacies are twisted to, make them more in line with the with the current with the current power structure in America, right? It's saying it basically. Martin Luther King is used to most recently maybe to discredit Black Lives Matter. You find some property damage during a protest, and you say, well, Martin Luther King didn't say go damage property. So is this really a legit civil rights movement? Yeah. It is the continuation, is the modern day manifestation of that movement. But they would take that away by the fact that, they don't live up to this idealized and distorted idea of the histories of the heroes of the 1960s era civil rights movement.
What do I think about it?
Yeah,
I mean, it was horrific.
Mm-hmm. And this was like a military action by Hamas to what end?
I mean, I suspect. I mean, I don't know what the strategy was. I mean, they attacked 2 military bases. I don't know if they were aware of that the dance.
The Nova rave.
Yeah, I don't know if they knew that rave was happening. I suspect it was to derail the Abraham Accords, which were
let's get back to this. Let's get back to this, right? So, Sam is on it right there as far as the causal elements to October the 7th, right? And this is about a Trump 1.0 policy in terms of negotiating around Palestine between Israel and other countries in the Saudi orbit of Middle East diplomacy, right? The Palestinians were cut out of that negotiation, which was about Palestine, and you have a reaction. Is it without standing behind the morality or the strategy of those actions, right? It's we understand that this is a repercussion.
Leave the Palestinians out of the equation, where an authoritarian
you leave out that they
state.
attacked kibbutzim, by the way.
No, yes, of course they did. But I'm saying that they, I don't know what the strategy was on their part.
So what do you think?
Patrick D says it's entirely clear this whole debate discussion was supposed to be Ethan showing Sam a bunch of clips of Sam or Hassan and Sam condemning him. Yeah, that might be what he had in mind.
Like, would you expect the response of Israel would be to that?
I had no doubt.
Okay, Layla, I feel like Ethan is going to add Sam to his enemies list. Quite possibly. I was kind of hoping that maybe this Friday there might be at least an attempt, right? So if I was planning strategy for Ethan Klein, which is hard to imagine because I hope I would never find myself in the position of being in the employ of one Ethan Klein. But if you charged me with what's the best strategy for Ethan, I would say that coming at Hassan in a very open, very non-hostile way, would probably be the best strategy, and maybe even trying to put it out there so that Ethan, and this would be disingenuous. All right, given what Ethan said about Hassan, this would be totally disingenuous. But yeah, he should put out his hand to Hassan. If Hassan wants to slap it away, he can slap it away, and he could be like, "All right, I tried," right? Or if he doesn't, you see some of that graciousness that Hassan has showed in the past come out, then you can kind of tie a bow in this chapter of H3 and at least stop the bleeding. Like, right? You at least stop the loss of audience and the loss of subs and everything else that's been going on after Ethan's crash out, right? That would be my strategy. I don't know if Ethan's actually going to do that, but yeah, given the hostility of the engagement with Sam Seder, I don't know, maybe not. He also wanted Sam to give him extra ammo for Friday. Makes sense. You can hear the disappointment when Sam responds in a way he didn't expect, which seems to be nearly every time true, Funkmaster Ka, true.
On that day, that Israel was going to respond.
Go insane. Yeah, right. It was going to be horrific. We all knew.
Yes, but I think I think the
Pernition mentions Mandela bombed post offices.
Lack of,
there's a few Mandela quotes that I can think of. I can't, rattle them off the top of my head, but there's a few Mandela quotes I've got in mind that really do contradict what Ethan's, Disney-fied version of Nelson Mandela.
Proportionality was just beyond, frankly,
He kept on pivoting from one point to another to the point of barely being comprehensible. See, this is why I think that maybe the actual strategy discussion in the with the crew and Ethan prior to this Sam Seder discussion, I suspect that they might have watched Patrick Bet David. And they might have thought that all the pivoting that Patrick Bet David, now we watched that too, and we thought that, and in fact, everybody in the comments thought it was ridiculous, but they might have taken the wrong lesson and been like, "Oh, look at this Patrick Bet David guy is pivoting, and it's working out pretty well. It throws Sam off. Maybe we should do the same thing." I kind of think that they watched the PBD tape and they took the wrong lessons from it.
Was aware that this was going to be a horror show, but I don't think I had the level of awareness of what they would do to go in and literally level it, destroy.
Oh, good point. Attack of the Hank says Mandela was offered early release from prison if he condemned the violence, and he refused it every single time.
What is it, 80-90% of...
Sarah C., I wish that Sam had pushed back harder on the point about Mandela. Yeah, because I just hate to see this Disney-fied version of history. I think it rots people's brains. I think it warps people's minds, right? It's like you cannot be engaging with history like that.
Of the structures in Palestine, bomb hospitals that they would use.
Well, Hamas did know that because that's why they attacked.
food as
Michael Brooks would have eaten his lunch for that statement. Yeah, it's funny because like Michael Brooks was often the one holding Sam back in debates. For instance, the Tim Pool debate. I think Michael Brooks felt like wanted to give Tim Pool a little bit more charitability. But yeah.
A weapon.
I'm more interested in like the justification for what they're doing.
Probably took hostages with the idea that.
Ooh, in a better timeline, Ethan would be debating Michael Brooks right now. Didn't Destiny say something about? Yeah, he literally said he was glad that Michael Brooks was no longer with us because he would have been so annoying during this whole, post October 7th discussion.
Be able to negotiate.
I understand why they took hostages. I don't understand why they took children and elderly.
I believe that they probably. I mean, this is all conjecture on my part. That they would be able to trade them as a way to inhibit Israel's doing what they're doing.
Well, not just that, but think about the fact that at any time Israel is holding thousands of innocent Palestinians prisoner, right? So that's a very simple answer to that is that for hostage exchange, right? To free their hostages. Is why they.
And I don't know if they could have even imagined that. I'm not going to.
I'm
not going to endorse Hamas's, strategy here.
Well, I'm just trying to
look up the Samson option
out here because this is what I'm getting to is Hamas. I think they knew that this was the reaction that would happen.
I can't imagine that they assumed that there would be this level of destruction.
I mean, that's why they hate Israel. I don't think they underestimate how violent the IDF can be. You know what I mean? That's why they attacked.
I certainly underestimated that they would go this far.
I didn't think they'd go this far, but
bomb hospitals. And
destroy civic life in Palestine, violate, make a ceasefire just to violate it after phase one. Kiana says Ethan wants everyone else to be peaceful, but runs defense for a violent genocidal apartheid state. True.
Shoot EMTs and have rules of engagement like this. I mean, I think Hamas is certainly. Up to criticism for their.
Morbert says, "Fun fact: there were gay bars in Palestine."
I think that's an understatement.
Well, I mean, if that's the
well, I mean, they're a terrorist organization that intentionally antagonized like the IDF to come mass slaughter their.
Antagonize the IDF? How dare you antagonize the IDF? And look, chat, I usually don't do the thing where you refuse to call it the IDF because what they're doing is not defensive. But I think that there's a point to that, right? There's nothing about these actions that are making anyone safer, not even Israelis. Right? In the long term, not even, this is putting everyone, it's putting the world in danger. This is putting, Jews in the diaspora in danger, right? There's nothing about this that's, defensive. You want to talk about antagonizing, try dispossessing a people from their land, from their culture, from their nation, right? It's so backwards the way he's thinking about this.
Civilians.
I think that they overestimated whether Israel cared about the hostages without a doubt. I mean, I don't know that there would be anybody who would make a case that this was their plan. Have Israel respond in this way, that's absurd.
Yeah, Uchnas too says that he's blaming Palestinians for their own genocide. So gross, yeah.
The same is true of I guess Israelis feel the same way. Like it was totally unprecedented. You know what happened. So maybe they didn't think that their mission would be as successful as it was. On the other hand,
I have no doubt that they did not think that they would that they would have been able to overrun that. I mean, I think we were told that.
Thomas Jer, super chatted $5.88. You don't get to do pinkwashy BG if you're bombing your enemy, regardless of the number of gays that mighty die there.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. This is I mean, this is something that Israel always hides, or defenders of Israel always hide behind, is this notion that, well, Palestinians are the bad guys because, we can find XYZ quotes from Hamas officials that are anti-gay, and meanwhile Israel is pro-gay. So why would you be on the anti-gay side? Let the pro-gay people conduct a genocide against them, despite the fact that there's gay Palestinians, as Thomas so aptly brings up. Thank you for the super chat, Thomas. That what brings us to
the technology of
143.
The fence, et cetera, was, perfect and something we should emulate in this country. I mean, Trump was all talking about that. So I have no doubt that Hamas overestimated
the IDF. Yeah, I got you.
What they would be able to, what kind of destruction they would wreak. And they.
Oh my God! Thank you, chat. Yeah, I finally got to it. It's LASIK. That's the ice, or the eye. I was like, what's the thing with the where they laser your eyes? Yeah, LASIK. I feel like my dad got that back in the day, and then is there like a side effect to LASIK or something, or I can't remember. There's some downside that he was telling me about. There were terror attacks in South Africa. Personally believe October 7th was an inside job. Okay, I don't know about that. But apparently there's a YouTube video on it. Ethan goes to optometrist and he wants to. Okay, I don't know about that. The LGBTQIA plus community is not embraced in Israel and barely tolerated. They lie. Yeah, there's a lot of things. That's what I'm saying. Like the pro-gayness of Israel's, government and culture is greatly exaggerated in these, attempts to pinkwash. They lie about it so that people think Israel's more progressive and believe that they're defending progress. Yeah. When they are exactly what Theodore Herzl said that they would be, a bulwark for Western civilization, which often when it comes into, contact with the Muslim world, hides behind an idea of social progress to, justify crimes against humanity. Yeah, does Ethan also condemn Haiti for the slave result? Well, it's exactly Attack of the Hank.
They underestimated the violence that Israel would perpetrate on Gaza. I don't know that anyone could have imagined that Israel would have engaged in this level of destruction and immiseration and bombing churches and bombing hospitals and blowing up universities and destroying the infrastructure. I mean,
destroying graveyards, right? If you really understand what they're doing, they are trying to wipe out the history.
Super chatted $5.88. It's more convenient for Netanyahu having let October 7th have happened, as he made the IDF focus that day on the West.
Oh, good point.
Change the festival site.
Yeah, no, good point. I had forgotten about that. Yeah, the reason that the IDF response was so sluggish, right? Was that they're literally occupied, I believe, in the West Bank, right? And so, they just weren't in the right place to be able to do anything about, because it's a weird thing for an occupied people, for a militant resistance group of an occupied people to be able to, make an incursion into the occupying country. Right? That's a little bit of a strange thing considering the power imbalance between Israel and Palestine.
It's almost beyond.
Signrise says NCC's diction is robust. And one of my favorite things about this stream, thank you.
So one thing that when I was talking to Hassan, and I'm just going to talk about his point. This is about him personally. When I asked him, because this is obviously the $1 million question, right? By the way, just there's not one public bomb shelter in Gaza.
There's not.
Wait, what is this? BCatK saying, I had an ex-friend who moved to Israel, who was a lesbian, but reverted back to heterosexuality because her family shamed her, and because she was moving to Israel. God, back into the closet, basically.
Okay.
I just think that's interesting. It's pretty fucked up, don't you think?
Do I think it's fucked up?
Yeah.
I'm not sure. I'm not sure I understand the point. Like,
well, I mean,
do you think anything would be standing anymore?
Well, bomb shelters are underground. I mean, they would definitely be a lot safer.
I've seen what happened to.
So
you've seen what happened to like.
Your statement is
like having anything underground anywhere is in Palestine is a good way to get, like, if they had chat, did you see what he's asking for, right? If there were bomb shelters, I don't even know if what he's saying is true, right? Because I've made mistakes before by taking, a point that Ethan brings up for granted by assuming that it was true and then finding out that he's just totally wrong about it or he's lying or whatever. But, assuming that he's true, right? A designated bomb shelter for Palestinians would be a target. That much is clear from what has happened in the incursion into Gaza, right? That much is clear, right? Like, there's no, like, the idea, they've told Palestinians, like, to go to certain places, right? To get out of the line of fire, to get out of the combat zone, and then people have been bombed there. So what makes you think that a designated bomb shelter for Palestinians would be safe? If there's none there, it's because there would be no point in that.
There was. So you say there.
All you're doing is making another target for the IDF.
Israel built the ones under the first one that they went into. They built it when they were occupying Gaza.
Oh my God, I'm so far behind in chat.
True of that one, but I mean, they have a vast tunnel network.
Abacus counters. Am I accurate right now? I feel like we are what 57. Wait, did I even? I feel like there's at least one super chat I haven't counted. Can somebody abacus this for me again? I think we're on 149 maybe. Anyway, I'm pocket watching this one because we're so close to having two bonus topics instead of one, and I want to make sure that if we hit 200 that I give you credit for it, because honestly, there's like 3 topics on here that I think are really interesting, and I would love to get into. And we got 3 hours left. Where are we at right now as far as the Ethan? Okay, we are slightly more than halfway through. No, wait, actually, we're really close to. All right, we are 2/3 of the way through or more. So what do we have? 145 right here, and then we'll put it to over here. I don't know. We got some. We got a little bit left of. There's a recapping the debate segment that I want to see too, because Hassan actually comes into chat after Sam is done talking to Ethan, and there's a little interchange between Ethan and Hassan about the debate this Friday, which I will be covering as well.
Obviously, as
also, I should pay attention to whatever just happened. Oh, it's a member chat from DJ Spill. Oh no, DJ Spill, you just got weaseled, and that's a good thing.
Columbia Re super chatted $5, inching close to the double contact.
Inching close indeed. Thank you, Columbia Rican. I feel like, okay, so I've at least got to add 8 points to this. I think there's another 6 that I missed too. I want to make sure that I get this right because we're so close.
But I don't care. I don't want to get into the weeds on this. The $1 million question is like, what can we do? Now it's obviously insanely difficult
as Americans,
to say.
I think we can stop.
Yeah. Sam's got the answer for that.
Aid immediately. I mean, obviously, it's not going to happen under.
I'm
Trump.
in favor of that, by the way.
Okay. I
Yeah.
mean, good.
I mean, I just
I
think-
think we should call for all aid to be ceased, and I think we should stop protecting them in the
What
UN.
should have Israel done on October 8th, I guess? Like, what would have been an appropriate response for their government?
This is like his favorite thing. This is his favorite question to ask people. Well, what would you do if you were the apartheid settler colonialist government? What would you do if you were in charge of the Israeli, the IOF? What would you have done, right?
I mean,
Without
listen,
saying not this.
what should they have done on October 8th? I mean, I think that I think that there is
Oh my God, I'm so far off.
hitting strategic sites to attempt to take out leadership. They should have, but let's talk. Like to
Well, the
look at
leadership
that
was
moment-
underground.
Yeah, to look at that, to look at
Yeah. What would you do if you had systematically dispossessed a people from their ancestral land? If you had resigned them to a series of apartheid camps in different areas of the country, if you were in the process of ethnic cleansing, trying to make life inhospitable in the area, what would you do? What would you do if you were Captain Hook and Peter Pan, appeared on your pirate ship, right? What the fuck? What the fuck kind of question? What would you do if you were in charge of Germany in the 1930s? Like, what kind of question is this? What kind of monstrous fucking question? What would you do if you were a settler in the American West trying to enact manifest destiny, and your settlement was attacked by First Nations people? What would you like? Right? Would you just sit there and take it? Would you just sit there? Like, what fucking kind of question is this? What is wrong with you, dude?
that moment in history. Like maybe it was.
I disagree because they had to do something.
Maybe in that moment, they had to go in and bomb or whatever they do. I think that any action that they would have taken at that point, frankly, was a function of literally decades of oppressing.
Ari Kitsuragi saying, best title ever. I know. I'm so proud of myself. That was a good title.
People and attempting to.
It was a good thumbnail too, right?
This to an eventuality.
I'm proud of my thumbnail. Look, chat, this one is an Irene job. And usually when I'm saying a thumbnail that I have is an Irene job, that's a way of denigrating the thumbnail. Because like my thumbnails are generally either done by myself, by Vamps, or occasionally by Zerix. And I noticed that the two of them have actual Photoshop skills as opposed to my Canva skills, which are not quite up to snuff. But I think I did a good job in spite of myself, in spite of my limitations.
Right.
I mean, this was.
And so what should they have done?
Ages ago.
Oh God, yeah. Brooks schooling Sexpestiny is still a banger video. You're right, Snow.
You're avoiding, yeah.
Okay, I think what they should have done is begun empowering Palestinians
I feel like this question is just a trap.
in the West Bank. They should have done
This is my
same.
favorite answer, Sam. You're saying that this is what Hassan told me. They should disband their government and lift the borders in response to the worst terrorist attack that's ever happened.
I think honestly, when you are
So to Ethan, right, doing the right thing is an option that's cut off, and it's cut off because of this really strange type of, in this case, I guess, settler colonial guilt, where you say, we are disempowering this group. We are keeping this group in an open air prison. And, somebody is like, well, how about you try not doing that? And they say, do you want us to be genocided?
Lampecia super chatted $19 and
Yo, Lampecia, thank you for the
preference. Just wanted to give appreciation.
Oh, that's really sweet of you.
To watch, and your community is a delight to chat with.
Oh my God, that's so sweet of you.
Content for all.
That is so sweet of you, Lampecia. Look at that. So yeah, we're getting close to that double bonus territory. I think there might even be stuff that I haven't counted up yet. So anyway, if anybody's out there with an abacus, I may just not be scrolling through chat quick enough because chat is overwhelming me, honestly, but in a good way, chat. I'm blessed with a very hyper engaged community here, which is pretty rare when it comes to YouTube, right? Sometimes it's hard to get any sort of engagement at all, but this chat is very engaged, and everybody's using their superpower. We got the butterfly in my hair. We're almost at double content here. Let me just add Lampecha's super chat to the that one, yeah, to the total, and show that we're at least at 171. If not, I feel like there might have been a few that I didn't count earlier, or I just got overwhelmed or whatever. Possibility of chronic pain for the rest of your life from LASIK. Is that right? Oh, damn. I hope my dad's not dealing with that. I should ask him about it. I know he has said there was some, I'm supposed to talk to my dad for like the first time. What the fuck? Yo! Joel Siveru just burying the needle on that hype train. Look at that. That's 5 gifted. That's 5 community subs. We're on hype train level 2 already with 5 minutes left of this hype train. My eyes up here, you just got jellyfished. Simply J-O, you just got jellyfished. Asselman, you just got jellyfished. Or a Salman, Kriz Cat, or Crazy Cat, you just got jellyfished. And that's a good thing. Damn, look at that. So that gets us to 200. We're at 200, chat. We have secured double content. And you also turned back time. Did you notice that, Joel? You turned back time. This is the power of Twitch, right? If you donate on Twitch, you have the ability to turn back time. YouTube has the ability to put a butterfly in my hair. Everybody has the ability to help us earn extra bonus content. And that is another Charlie Kelly, thank you for the super chat. I feel like I've missed some of these. Anyway, chat, we're at 205 already, closing in, or not closing in, but like, you know, moving towards the possibility of. So let me just go over really quickly before we finish out the Sam and Ethan debate. Thank you, Charlie. Let me read your super chat out here. Charlie Kelly says double content. Ethan is, so you got it. You got the double content. Ethan, in fact, you're closing in on triple content now. Ethan is so lazy and stupid. He wouldn't even, didn't even prep, and he would have known Sam and Hassan, or he would have known that Sam and Hassan agree on everything, at least everything that he's probed on, right? But yeah, really, wow. 193 plus however many gifted subs there are now. So 193 plus 30 is 2. Is that right? Are we really at 223? Thank you for abacusing that for me. I believe you, because believing you is easier than doing the math myself. And if I do the math myself, I'll probably screw up on it. I trust your math, Narwhal. Anyway, we got 2 minutes left to try to get the hype train farther. I think you can earn extra emojis that way. Anything that you do in terms of getting yourself a membership, gifting memberships to others, using a Twitch Prime to get yourself a free membership, or throwing bits my way, will increase that hype train and will also turn back time. That's right. You have the power of share. You have the power of share to literally turn back time to make the stream longer, right? The sub goal over there, or the subathon timer over there, that is within Twitch's power to manipulate. So yeah, we've already got some extra time to be able to go over all of these extra topics. We're at 2 extra, we're 2 bonus. Oh my God. 2 bonus contents, closing in on 3. I also am just remembering I need to add Buffy. Buffy just made a weasel emoji, so I'm gonna be adding that behind the scenes. Oh my God, turning back time with even by following me. Look at that. Even by just following me, an anonymous gifter just gifted Jakuza a gift sub and added 3 points to the. Oh my God, Carl Moes, you just turned back time. Congratulations. What do I gotta add this here. So yeah, I think we're at 229. Chad, if anything, I'm like undercounting that though. I'm not sure. But thank you, everybody, for your generosity. Thank you for turning back time. Yo, Utana 2, you just got jellyfished. And that's the hype train goal met for level 2. Hype indeed. Hype indeed. So I'm supposed to add this where here, and there it is, 235. Is that right? 235. Yes. That's where we're at right now. And that's what we're doing. Yeah, like I said, chat, we've already, so let me just like read you off really quickly. I'm not trying to stun lock too hard on this, right? But so far, we've unlocked watching the react from Hasanabi to the Sam Seder Ethan Klein debate. So we're going to watch Hassan's reaction to this after this. Second place is, I believe, the crash out continues, right? Remember that you can add when you donate, feel free to let me know in chat which of these topics you support, and I will add your donation as a percentage to the topic of your choice. So crash out continues, looks like it's in second place. So we're going to get that. So those two are confirmed, right? We're kind of closing in here on also watching Olimey and friends react to the iDubbbz content cop, right? Olimey brought on the Leftist Mafia members as well as Emma Vigeland from the Majority Report to react to the iDubbbz content cop situation. So we're closing in on that third piece of bonus content. You've already got 2 pieces of bonus content and finishing up the Frogan, the Ethan commentary on Frogan from the other day, and watching Hassan react to this. So let me, I'm not going to slow us down anymore. I just wanted to catch us up on what's going on, where we're at right now. And yeah.
When you see that your policies have failed, but I don't think
you actually don't believe that that's a real thing, though. I'm interested in having like a real conversation. You can't like live in a fairy tale land where, in response to the worst military.
I'm sorry, you Disney ass motherfucker. Don't tell me about living in a fairy tale land. Somebody with a childlike, simplistic view of history. I don't want to hear about fucking fairy tales from this jackass over here.
Terrorist attack of all time. Israel, who's already, as you state, like genocidal and racist and all these terrible things, is going to lift their borders and disband their government.
Wait a second. You're asking me what they should have done, and that's different.
No, in a realistic way, not in a fairy
tale,
Sam.
Well, listen, there is no.
Wait, they were talking about JoJo for a second? Oh, you thought they were talking about JoJo. Wait, did they say something about a stand?
Realistic thing. Their agenda has been quite clear. Their agenda has been, since Ariel Sharon walked on the Temple Mount and tried to scuttle peace talks, the agenda since the assassination of Rabin.
What's up, Vadim? Good to have you with us.
By arch-Zionists in Israel. The agenda has been to bring about this moment. There is no doubt about it. The annihilation of the Palestinian people has been an agenda in Israel for far too long. So from the perspective, anything I say is fantastical relative to what they would actually do. Anything.
There's nothing they could have done that because of the situation, anything they would have done would have been.
There was no plan that on this day they were going to do this. But if you go back 10 or 15 years ago and look into Bibi Netanyahu's brain, the idea that this is ultimately going to happen was definitely the agenda.
Bibi Netanyahu brags about having forestalled the two-state solution that all the liberal Zionists were crowing about, right? The one that they blame Arafat for not having achieved, even though the negotiations were poison-pilled, right? They gave Arafat an offer. You know the offer you can't refuse? They gave Arafat an offer that he couldn't accept. They gave Arafat an offer that would have made him a villain, to the Palestinian people. So in other words, you can agree to this offer, but you are going to lose power. And what's the fucking point of that then? What's the point of that? Right? But anyway, Netanyahu brags about having forestalled that, having stopped that, having prevented that from occurring. And indeed, we do find ourselves now in a very messed up version of a one-state solution where there's one apartheid, ethno-nationalist state and, an open-air prison and this is, the two-state thing is cooked at this point. We're living in a situation where there's a de facto one state. Hype train coming in at level 3. Thank you for everybody who participated. It looks like you might have gotten this emote if you were in Twitch. I don't know who all it gives it to, but there you go. Choo choo. I know, Irene, we are the Time Lords. We are the Time Lords. Damn.
In terms of...
Wait, I gotta... wait, is there something I'm supposed to add?
Like
Find
attacking
way,
Gaza or inciting an attack?
I would imagine both, frankly. But to find a way to eliminate the Palestinians, this has been the agenda of at one time, what I think was a smaller segment of the Israel.
Ooh, yeah, I don't think that Ethan knows about Ariel Sharon's provocation. I mean, Sam just mentioned it, and it's just like right off of his head. DJ Spill, thank you for the super chat. Does all of the H3 staff agree with Ethan's delusion? We're not hearing a lot from the H3 staff, DJ Spill. We are going to hear from Dan a little bit later on, but in terms of this conversation, it is Sam versus Ethan at this point. Just read a little bit more chat here. Emma Finch says, Sam handles Ethan really well in this. I hate how harmful Ethan's Zionist opinions are. Sam has the patience I could never have, and I feel like a patient person.
Body politic, and I think has increasingly become an even larger portion of the Israeli politic. So, I mean, anything I say in terms of should is fantastical. Anything.
So, yeah, okay. I mean, so this is like I understand where you're coming from, right? Like
there was an opportunity for a ceasefire that was called in November, in December. They could have held a ceasefire at any point. And
they could have had the hostages back immediately, right? And all they'd have to give up is fucking vengeance, right? But that I guess that was off the table. Is the name the same on Twitch? Good question, Sly. No. There are two differences, right? So on Twitch, I'm nocommentchick CC. What does that CC mean? Well, that implies a certain website which may become a reality at long last. I've kept control of the domain for several years right now. I'm gonna be paying paying for the yearly subscription for the domain again. But yeah, at some point, chat, we're gonna have a website. And it's not going to be a GG like Vosh and Destiny, because I am not following in their footsteps. No, we are not doing that at all. Here for the NCC expansion, hell. Oh, wait, sorry. Here for the NCC expansion, hell yeah. I'm sorry. NCC expansion, hell. What's that? No. Thank you, Nabil, and good to have you along with us for the ride.
The amount of killing would have been far less. They could have done that.
Hell yeah. Follow Nabil.
I mean, Hamas could have ended the war anytime, too.
How could have Hamas ended the war?
By releasing the hostages?
No.
Oh, I see. Give up your leverage, and that's gonna end the war, right? Put yourself at the mercy of the state enacting, settler colonial apartheid situation on you. And just do a little trust fall into the open arms of Likud. It's not even like, isn't it like, it's worse than Likud. It's like a coalition government of all the baddies, of all the worst of the Israeli body politic. Do a trust fall and Netanyahu will catch you. That's hilarious. That's so funny, Ethan. Like, this is the guy that started off, Columbia Rican with the bits. turning back time once again. Look at that, Twitch. You have the power to turn back time to keep me on for longer today, and I'm going to need to be because it looks like we are we are like closing in on we've got double content already. We're closing in on triple content. That's a possibility today, and I feel like we've got some really good bonus content on the menu. So yeah, we're already gonna do, it looks like Hassan's reaction to this debate. We're also gonna do Ethan's reaction to Frogan's video. We're gonna finish that up, and we're closing in on also watching the Olay and Friends, which is Olaimi and the Leftist Mafia, plus Emma Vigeland from the Majority Report reacting to the iDubbbz Content Cop. So yeah, 3 very interesting bonus content segments, and we've already got 2 of them. We're 36% of our way to a third, if I have counted correctly, and if not, Abacus gang, make sure to let me know.
Listen, Israel has said time and time again that the release of the hostages is not going to...
But how fucking hilarious is that? A trust fall into Netanyahu's arms. That's great. That's so rich. That's so fucking rich. All they had to do is unilaterally disarm and trust the government that's been dispossessing you and generations of your people from their land. Organization that has destroyed civic life in Gaza. Right? Just do a little trust fall and be like, okay, I'm sure that if we give up any leverage we possibly could have, everything will be all right. We'll just trust the Netanyahu government, which Ethan already in the very beginning said that he thinks is monstrous, that he thinks is genocidal, right? This is the thing, is like those words, it turns out, don't mean much of anything. Like he utters those words to cut over his ass, but when it comes to like, and then he says, do a trust fall into that government that I already said is monstrous, right? Wouldn't trust that guy to watch my pet rock. Aw. Yeah, you got to take care of your pet rock.
To end their assault on Gaza. They have said this over
I don't believe
and
that's
over and over.
I haven't seen those statements. I've seen the opposite. I believe that
you really haven't seen those statements?
No, I haven't. I'll review them.
Wait, domain expansion is a Jujutsu Kaisen thing? She would be able to make heads explode of the people. Wait, would I have to eat a finger? That's the one thing, chat, I don't like about Jujutsu Kaisen, even though I don't... Am I pronouncing it right? Is that how it's pronounced? But yeah, don't you have to eat a finger to get the power? Could you add the extra % for my 6 gifties? Yes, into Olaimi and Friends. I got you, Joel. Yes. Let me show you how this works, chat. So all you have to do is let me know. Wait. Yeah, it was like, okay, 36 plus. All you got to do is let me know in chat if you donate which of these topics that you want to see, and I will put your money where your mouth is. I will. Do you see how the 5% just got 36% added to it? That's 6 gifted subs, and you can do that too when you donate, right? You can let me know which of the bonus topics you're feeling tonight, which of these bonus topics are bringing you joy, and I will actually add. This is like so up there on the top right. You can see like right here. Do you see it? That's the bonus that gets added to these topics. So look at that. Hassan reacts to Sam Cedars, got a 72% bonus. Olaimi and Friends has a 42% bonus. You can also say Vox Populi if you just are like, hey, I want to support whatever people are voting for, right? I want to undercut money in politics. You can say Vox Populi, and that's a very powerful way to use your donation. So yeah, that's where we're at now. Let me finish this so that I make sure that we have time. But I think we will, because Twitch has been turning back time all night. So you've given us a lot of extra time to work with. Thank you, Twitch.
It depends when it depends when they were made too, right? Like, what's in response to?
At any time they could have done that.
Well, what has Hamas done to end the war?
Hamas offered
what have they done to end the war?
Early dawn to say Hamas offered all the hostages in agreement for.
What has Hamas done to end the war? How about kept their bargain, kept their end of the ceasefire, which is more than you can say for the state of Israel. And chat, let's be clear about this. When we say Hamas, we're talking about a militant resistance group, right? And when we're talking about Israel, we're talking about a nation state with the backing of the greatest military power in the world. Just so we're 100% clear.
In response to Israel not coming into Gaza. I mean, there's just to defend Israel's actions.
That didn't happen
either.
It's
being inevitable. Like, when do you think they should have ended it? When do you think they should have ended it?
So who have ended what?
You've asked me the question, what should have Israel done? You tell me what they should have done. Do you think what they've done is right?
Wait. So, like, Kiana's answering my question. If I'm in Jujutsu Kaisen, would I have to eat a finger? Only if you're a Itadori.
Well, I've clearly stated no, Sam.
I need to watch this show. Okay. I think I've watched like the first episode.
So tell me what they should have done.
Yeah. So, I mean, obviously, hindsight is...
General Public says, no, you don't need to eat a finger, Irene. Only one dude in Jujutsu Kaisen does that. And the other characters get their power in other ways. Thanks goodness. Because like, that's the one thing that's gross about that show is that like, I was, the reason I haven't watched it, right, it's because the whole, you're like, it's this guy eats a finger and he gains powers. And I'm like, I don't know, a dead finger, he eats a dead dude's finger. I don't know about that.
Is a beautiful thing, but in my opinion, like you said, I think some more specific strikes, I think more moving slowly, because as you kind of pointed out but didn't really acknowledge,
if only the IDF had moved slowly, everything would have been better. Oh my God.
Do you think they should have ended?
Do you want me to answer?
Yeah.
So the leadership is obviously underground, so it's going to be a long mission of trying to get them. It's going to be a difficult mission. But I think militarily, they probably have some obligation to their citizenry, at the very least, to like take out but we're ignoring the fact that missiles are being shot into Israel nonstop. And I know you're going to say, Iron Dome stops most of them, which is true. But at the same time, I mean, a country needs to respond to that. They can't just allow missiles to be shot in.
Tell me the non-fantastical version of what they should have done. Should it have been 2 weeks, 3 weeks? How many Hamas leaders?
Oh, Play Something is saying the way he's talking and responding sounds like Loner Box. This isn't how Ethan usually talks in debates. Interesting. And as you all know, chat, Loner Box is was a part of the Destiny Industrial Complex. So the question is, is he getting advice from somebody? Is he getting advice from Loner Box? Is he getting advice from Destiny? Is he getting advice from somebody else in DGG? Who knows? But I don't know. A lot of characters in Jujutsu Kaisen get their abilities in weird ways. Like one guy is paralyzed and controls a robot named Mechamaru. Another guy is a zombie puppet who looks like a panda named Panda.
How many members of Hamas should they have killed before they leave? Because we know that Blinken said on his way out that virtually every Hamas member of Hamas that they've killed has probably been replaced by someone who's lost a family member or an entire family or whatnot. So you tell me, Ethan, if you're the one with the sensical perspective on this, and mine is fantastical, what should they have done that would have been appropriate in your mind?
Yeah. So besides like special operations and stuff, I think it would have been a good idea I think there's a space where they could like try to find peace partners in Gaza before destroying.
You had a peace partner in Yasser Arafat, right? But for a peace that, I mean, that was pretty, like, Yasser Arafat, by all we know, was fairly willing to go, to give up a lot to achieve a peace. But again, they couldn't give Arafat an honest offer, right? An offer that would not have turned the stomachs of everyone, every Palestinian out there, to the point where Arafat would no longer be trusted, right? If Arafat had accepted what he was offered, it would have been the undoing of his power, of himself as a leader, right? So yeah, they have had a partner for peace.
The whole thing, like obviously they approached it completely wrong, right? But there are ways, I think, that could have happened that are realistic. Like,
Ethan was born on October 7th. No wonder he doesn't know shit. Wait. Do you mean literally his birthday is October 7th, or are you just joking that he's like the world for the world that he's willing to consider as far as Israel-Palestine starts on October 7th, 2023?
like trying to forge some kind of peace partner, some kind of alliance, some kind of international
All those
coalition.
people were marching. They were marching. They were marching in the Great March of Return, week after week after week.
Sam, was there
after
Hamas
week
activity at the Great
Sinwar-
March?
Oh, there's Hamas activity. Gotta shoot the innocents. Oh, Sam, you forgot there was Hamas activity. Fire away. Blow out those kneecaps, right? Make sure that none of those Palestinians marching have fucking knees, like, right? That's great. That's awesome. Wow.
Sinwar was marching with them.
Were people attacking the border wall?
During the Great March of Return, the first dozens of these things before the snipers, no, they weren't. So there were the people for peace.
There was
they fucking sniped the people that were
Hamas activity. They were attacking the fence. They were like,
there was Hamas activity, therefore we were justified in killing the innocents. Awesome. I'm sorry. Crippling the innocents.
the border.
They were
But not
attacking
militants. Militants were trying to cross the border.
You're telling me that in the first dozen of these marches, there were people attacking the fence?
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah, but I mean, again, I think that there's a way.
Don't worry, chat. We'll probably fact check some of this later on with the Hassan reaction.
For Israel to try. I think they can obviously pursue peace. The way that they're doing it is impossible, right? Like, it's fucked up. It's insane. It's genocidal. It's horrific.
They're not pursuing peace.
I'm not saying. I'm saying the opposite,
I don't
Sam.
think Israel is.
Well, you
pursuing
asked me
peace.
what should they have done. I mean, obviously
Yes.
they're not pursuing peace. I agree with you. Like, quite the opposite. That's not what they're doing. But I'm saying there could have been a path, although it's not. I think, unfortunately, I think their response was inevitable based on everything that happened.
You think it was inevitable that they would kill these many people and they would use food supplies as a weapon, that they would have leveled hospitals and universities and 80-90% of the homes? I mean, how
I don't know to what extent, but a huge response was definitely inevitable. I'm not justifying it, Sam. You asked me a question. I'm answering it. You're putting this on me like I'm saying.
No. I'm just saying inevitability. I wonder what you must think of an Israeli body politic where this level of atrocity is inevitable.
Well, you described your and Hamas's understanding of the IDF. I wouldn't say that.
Pernition says, so I Googled to check. I Googled Ethan Klein to see if he was literally born on October 7th. And the Ethan Klein wiki auto-corrected to Ethan Klein wiki feed. And now I'm scarred for life.
I can't say to what extent, but you agree that a huge response was inevitable.
I listen. I believe a response that was inevitable by Israel, and that is because I have a much more theoretically jaded view of that country and their agenda, I think, than you. But to expect that what they've done is inevitable.
To what? Well, Sam.
I just wonder, what it is that you think is in that body politic. Listen, I don't think it's inevitable, just to use an example in this country. I don't think that it's inevitable that we are going to be deporting and disappearing, immigrants in this country. I think it's possible, but my perspective on America is still too optimistic to think that's inevitable. I can't even imagine what I would think would be inevitable.
Sari says Rabin, Yitzhak Rabin signed the Oslo peace accords at the same time Netanyahu was calling for Rabin's death, marching in the streets, dragging an empty coffin. Then a follower of Bibi's assassinated Rabin.
And I think, like, listen, our invasion of Iraq and the complete lack of caring and the only thing that would even mitigate that is like there were no images coming out of Iraq, or very few, and certainly I was exposing them more than the American population writ large. But to perceive what we did in Iraq as inevitable.
It's a different situation. That's completely, I mean, that was completely unpredictable. But we kind of touched on it where Hamas, and again, to what end?
It's a different situation, but certainly you can see the parallels, right? And this was what I was saying earlier, right? It's important to remember in the critique of Israel to see ourselves in that, if you're an American, right, to see our own country in that critique and to realize that our country is enabling these actions of Israel. Like, what was it that Trump said to Zelensky of like, you're talking a big game, but that's only because we're backing you up or something, or I don't know. It's the same thing with Israel. Like these rogue state actions that Israel's taking would not be plausible without backing from the largest world power militarily.
And this even matters is it doesn't ultimately. But Hamas knew that they were going to bomb the fuck out of Gaza.
Listen, I would imagine Hamas thought there was going to be a response, but they wouldn't have taken hostages if they thought that they couldn't use those hostages.
Of course,
as a way
they thought they could. I don't deny that. Yeah.
Of deterring Israel from entering, and that was a miscalculation on their part. They presumed that Israel was more interested in those hostages, I think, than they had assumed.
Well, and that's part of what a lot of the civil unrest in Israel is about, is that a lot of people do care about the hostages and think that the government is to stop the war and focus on getting the hostages back and not killing innocent civilians. So that
I wonder about that last part, but
which part?
The part about the killing of innocent civilians. I mean, I think that
I said that's what they're doing.
No. I'm saying I wonder if the Israeli body politic.
Oh, you think the Israelis want civilians to die?
I think the Israelis. Obviously not all Israelis, but I think that enough of Israelis to maintain this government believe that Palestinians in Gaza, that their lives have no value.
Or even are celebrating the misery that's being inflicted, right? We've seen examples of that in terms of that awful podcast. Joel Siverud says, Sam is cooking with these questions about the inevitability of Israel's atrocities and what it says about the Israeli body politic. But Ethan, just ducking. Yeah, just ducking, just dodging, just pivoting. I feel like they really did take a page out of Patrick Bet-David's playbook. And I just wonder, did they not see that as a phenomenal failure? Because the commenters on Patrick Bet-David's channel seem to have seen it as a phenomenal failure, right? Like if you look at the comments, the fans, like the community, right, was giving PBD shit over that debate, and yet here we go, Ethan's doing the same kind of pivot bullshit.
They are all future enemies that they that they all represent a threat to Israel, and I think that's I think that's a twisted perspective.
Just so you know, there were massive demonstrations in Israel. Tens of thousands of people in a country that's relatively
based. Alex, turning back time.
So I think characterizing like the majority of the public as wanting to kill civilians is a little sick, personally. But
yeah, I think it is a little sick. It's true. It's true. Like, I mean, I'm pretty sure you could pull that. I'm pretty sure that you could pull that, right? Like there have been polls asking, do you think that Israel went too far, just far enough, not far enough? And it comes back like not far enough is got the motion.
It's. I guess you could say whatever you want.
I'm basing this on conversations with Israeli reporters that there does not seem to be in Israel a majority, at the very least, of people who are concerned about the fate of the Palestinians in Gaza. Certainly, they want hostages, and again, not all Israelis. But look, I can make analogous assessments of the.
To say the destruction of Gaza was inevitable is to excuse any sense of responsibility or culpability. It's literally a way to avoid feelings of any shame. And this is what I was saying to people that were voicing opinions, like Ethan's, post October 7th opinion, right? They were saying, well, we gotta care about the Israelis right now. We gotta talk about, and like anybody who has any sense of the history of Israel-Palestine is realizing that what is being set up right here, what is being justified with propaganda, i.e. the 40 beheaded babies kind of propaganda, i.e. the conflation of Hamas with ISIS. What is being set up here is that genocide. And if you want to stop that genocide from happening, yes, there is momentum for it, right? Does that mean that we should help push that boulder towards that genocide like Ethan did? Or does that mean that we should maybe try to push against it, right? And maybe it is inevitable, but Jesus Christ, like, try to fight it. It's inevitable. It's a fucking human rights atrocity. Push back against it, whether it's inevitable or not. Do everything you can. And instead, Ethan was, aiding was adding his voice to the side, pushing towards that atrocity.
The United States at various times about things that reflect poorly on our national body politic as well. But, the proof is in the pudding.
Can I tell you something? 300,000 protesters in Tel Aviv, 200,000 in the rest of the country. That's 500,000 people out in the street protesting the government of a country that has maybe 6 million or 5 million in the.
Are you talking about the protests about the judiciary?
I'm talking about to release the hostages.
Okay, to release the hostages.
Yeah. To stop, to ceasefire. Ceasefire, Sam. That's what that means.
Does it? Does that mean a ceasefire? Right? And look at there's been a ceasefire, Ethan. There's been a ceasefire. There's been a ceasefire signed. Did it stop the killing in Palestine, or did it just pause it so they could get the hostages back? Israel had no interest in moving past phase 1 of the ceasefire. Phase 1 being the return of the hostage. And they even were violating the ceasefire during phase 1. The fact that the ceasefire did not end immediately is due to the Palestinians, right? Not saying, okay, you broke the terms, no more ceasefire, right? Poopy has no idea what they were actually protesting about. Yeah. I mean, it's strictly a question of Netanyahu's strategy, not concern for Palestinians. Skelt's eternal victim is not cutting it no more. They overstepped, and now they muddy the waters with Iran. Some of the protesters literally said that they wanted the war to continue when the hostages were safe, and that's what Israel did. That's what Israel did with this supposed ceasefire, right?
$500,000.
They were calling for a ceasefire, or they were calling for a release of the hostages.
Well, what do you? What's the point of telling Hamas to release the hostages? Yeah, of course it's a ceasefire, Sam.
Well, but Israel has, and I know I'll look this up.
Deal with this.
I don't
Half
have
a
much
million
time.
Israel.
Wait. Let's look this up and see how many times the Israeli government has said return of the hostages will not end.
Sam, I'm responding to you saying the majority of Israelis want civilians to die. Half a million people came to the street for a ceasefire of a country of 5 million, Sam. That's 10%.
Israel just broke the latest ceasefire.
Here we go.
Okay. Where is the political response from the Israeli people? I mean, the idea that Gazans can be held responsible for an election that happened 18 years ago.
Sam, you said the majority of Israelis want civilians to die.
I think the majority of Israelis do not have a problem with what's going on.
Ooh, good point. Yeah, Sarah says, were they protesting the right to R word? I've never heard Ethan say any. He didn't talk about that. He's actually talked about, he's actually made those kind of accusations. In fact, a lot. He's really concentrated on the specter of sexual, systematic sexual violence by Palestinians. And he's never acknowledged the real and proven violation of prisoners of Israel in facilities like Seder. Right, we're talking about somebody being violated, chat, with a hot metal rod. That's not no concern of Ethan's, though.
On in Gaza.
I think that unfortunately might be true to the extent that they've gotten.
Well, then we agree.
They've gotten much more radical. Unfortunately, tragically, everybody's been a lot more radicalized since October 7th. And that's tragic. I agree. I think people in Israel are jaded and they're cynical and they don't care, like you said. And I think it's tragic.
Yes. Well, that's what my contention was. I mean, I'm looking at something from.
It's tragic. Like, you're talking about them like they're a natural disaster. Ethan, they're a people. Right?
Hey,
I wouldn't say
it's worse than unfortunate, Chad, is what I'm saying. It's what I'm trying to get across here. It's worse than unfortunate.
Most of them want to kill civilians, though.
Well, I think that they don't.
And I wouldn't say that there isn't a sizable portion of of Israeli citizenry that want a ceasefire. When 500,000 people, Sam, marched out on the street of a country of 5 million for a ceasefire.
This Pew research, 39% say Israel's military response against Hamas in Gaza has been about right. 34% say not gone far enough.
Sure.
Now, granted.
Wait, let me rewind it, because this is actually, I think this is like, I've seen a similar poll, maybe taken at a different time, that had, I think, even worse results.
Want a ceasefire. When 500,000 people, Sam, marched out on the street of a country of 5 million for a ceasefire.
This Pew research, 39% say Israel's military response against Hamas in Gaza has been about right. 34% say not gone far enough.
When I saw the poll that I saw had not gone far enough as the, as the winning option.
Sure.
Now, granted, that was in May of this past year, so maybe that's changed. I would hope, but that's all the most recent
horrible
data.
I know that the
Nabil says, didn't know Uncle Sam was a chef. Bro is cooking.
40% last year said that Israelis should govern the Gaza Strip.
I know that people.
I don't know what's left now.
Yeah, I agree. It's tragic what's happened, because I agree with you that they've become jaded and they've become very comfortable with the idea of violence happening there in general, right? And I think it sucks. I think and sucks is an understatement. I think it's tragic, and like I don't know what. Truthfully, the situation is so fucked up that it just feels hopeless sometimes. But
so is it? Do you maybe want to get on the right side of history? Given that admission, do you have any thoughts about your previous statements, right?
It certainly
It's going to change anything?
does.
This realization that you seem to have reached, is this going to affect anything?
In the meantime, in this country, and we may not have the opportunity for a while, but we should cease all aid to Israel. We should stop protecting them in the UN. We should stop trying to pressure the ICJ and the ICC. And that's,
well, incidentally, I agree with all those things too. I think that that's the most we can do as a country to try to stop the war, and it's something that we should be doing.
So is it possible that instead of criticizing primarily pro-Palestinian content creators, that maybe you might, if you want to branch out into politics, which I don't think is a good idea, because like I said, the Yoav Gallant comment was telling, right? I interpreted that not as malice from Ela and Ethan, although I have no way of knowing, but I interpreted that as a severe and profound ignorance, a disqualifying ignorance, a reason to maybe not comment on politics because you don't know what the fuck you're talking about, right? But if you insist on doing it, could you maybe concentrate a little bit more on the, on the pro-genocide side of things instead of the anti-genocide side of things, given that this moment in history that we find ourselves standing on? Any like, I just want a little bit of self-awareness. I would love to see a spark of self-awareness in Ethan's eyes at this point. At least we can do is speak honestly about the reality in Palestine, right? He's trying to agree with everything. Yeah.
And I think Kamala Harris would have been a lot more likely to do something on that front. Certain
we won't know.
We can't know, and that's the great thing.
Well, listen, I appreciate the time. I gotta go because I'm supposed to have dinner for my child. But,
well, I'll say this. This was way more combative than I expected. Ultimately, though, I don't think that what do we disagree on? I mean, I don't know. I don't even know. Maybe I see too much good in the Israeli population. I don't know what's ultimately the disagreements here.
Well, I mean, look, I'm not. It's largely in my mind, what
a weird thing to say after getting into a shouty debate with somebody, right? What do we really disagree with? What do we really disagree about? Like some pretty profound shit, Ethan. That's the answer.
Impossible to really fully assess. I mean, yes, there was a protest last year, 500,000 people who wanted the hostages back. And the
ceasefire.
I don't know if there's been, they wanted the hostages back. I don't know.
It's not a magic wand. It's a ceasefire.
Yeah, and they got a ceasefire, and then the Israeli government broke it, and they.
Yeah, Ethan, we're all upset because your heart has gotten 10 sizes bigger.
Our disagreements is that I'm too optimistic about the Israeli citizenry.
That's my problem. I'm just too optimistic. I have too much faith in human nature. It's just like one of those. This is just like a job interview where somebody asks you, what would you say are some weak points of yours, and you're like, well, I think my one weak point is that I just try too hard. On the whole question of work-life balance, I'm always deciding things in favor of work, and I need to do, like something like, it's fucking bullshit.
I'm not here to adjudicate what
I'm just trying to summarize our conversation, that's all.
Well, I mean, you summarize for you, I'll summarize for me. I think that, it is what it is. And, I think I don't, remember this conversation. We can put into AI and have it summarize it, but I,
I'll do that for you, and I'll let you know what it says.
All right. Thank you.
We'll leave it to the robots.
You let us know what Grok says. Okay.
Sam, I do appreciate you calling in. I do value your input on all this, and I appreciate the conversation. I think it's good to have conversations like this, like open and honest, even if they're combative. And I think
he just says, I agree with everything while actively disagreeing.
Ultimately, on the larger points, we agree. But we managed to find things to fight about anyway. And that's what two Jews do, isn't it, Sam?
That happens. That's my understanding. Appreciate it. All right. Take it easy, man.
Have a great time with your children at dinner there. Enjoy.
Thanks. I will. All
Bye.
right, you too. Bye.
That was way different than I thought it was going to be.
Oh!
But okay.
I thought it was interesting. I enjoyed that as a watcher.
Was I owned?
I don't think you were owned. I don't think anybody was owned. I
feel like you owned yourself. I feel like, there was a moment I pointed it out.
It was two people that are highly opinionated hashing it out. And I think I personally like when people do that.
Yeah.
I don't get turned off by the combativeness.
So part right.
Maybe that's the half Jewish part of me.
But the truthfully is like, again, on the larger points, we agree. That's why I take cross with this issue of being like, he's a genocide supporter. He's a fucking baby killer and all this insane. He goes, Sam, you never heard of hyper.
All right, chat. Let's check in for a second because I don't want to run out of time. All right. We've got two, we've got two bonus topics already locked in, right? Because we're at 236 out of 300. We're what is this like? If I'm counting correctly, and anybody within Abacus, feel free to correct me. All right, we are, I think, 64% from getting 3 topics, right? Triple the bonus content, right? We've got like almost 3 hours left, thanks to Twitch, but I don't want to waste it. So let me look and see what's winning right now. Check in with our poll. All right, so the 242 of you have voted so far on YouTube. That's where the poll is. If you haven't made your voice heard yet, feel free to go over there. Leave a like while you're there too, because it helps me out a lot, and I appreciate it greatly. Right. The number one spot is Hassan reacts to Sam Seder versus Ethan. That's also got an extra 72 points in the poll, at least, if I haven't undercounted, right? So that one looks like we're definitely getting the Hassan reaction, right? Second place is the Crash Out Continues at 35. Oh, wait a minute. No, wait. Second place is Olimey and Friends. If I add Olimey and Friends 19% to the 41% here, let me just add this in so we can see kind of where we're at. Look, so I'm adding in the 19% from the poll, and I'm getting 60% right there. Crash Out Continues has got a total of 35%, right? And that is, we'd be watching the continuation of the Frogan response from Ethan. So that's at 35%, 72 plus 37. 37. This one's winning is oh my god, 109 plus 109. Boom. And then TYT as just a mere 9%. Wow, TYT came to play, but they're not bringing their A game today. Anyway, that's at 9%. So that's where we're at right now. It looks like we're for sure getting Hassan reacting to Sam, Ethan, and the Crash Out Continues. Now, what I want to ask you now, right? We've got what looks like, what is this? 207 to 237. So it looks like we got 30 minutes left of Ethan talking to the crew about the Sam Seder debate. Hassan does come in here at some point. So chat, what do you want me to do? Do you want me to finish this? You want me to watch the rest of this 30 minutes before we get to the bonus content? Or do you want me to skip to the Hassan reaction? What do you think? What are people feeling right now? Right. somewhere in here, Hassan shows up in chat, and he's talking to Ethan from the H3 chat, right? So and then this is just it's mostly a conversation between Ethan and Dan. It looks like. Who else do we have? Dan. He's trying to look at some charts to maybe back up a few of his points. We got AB chiming in here. What else do we have? Who else do we have? Oh, it's he's pulling up Hassan reacting to Majority Report. Looks like some old Hassan clips. This is from Japan. Zach gets we see Zach for a second there. We see Love. We see more reacting to the Hassan thing. And yeah, it's about 30 minutes. What do we think? Do we want to finish the recap, or do we want to skip straight to Hassan's reaction to the debate? Hassan's reaction may have his chat appearance. Oh, true. Yeah. So we could maybe AB is Dobby at this point. AB was Schmeigel, whatever, the Gollum dude from Lord of the Rings. Maybe you can watch it at 1.25. What do you think, chat? 1.25 speed? Doesn't he snap at AB? I think he does. There's a few people here that want me to finish this out. Ethan had definitely hoped to get some. Yeah, here's my fear was that Sam was going to concede to some things about Hassan without realizing that Ethan was being disingenuous, right? And that this would be the beginning of the dissolution of the coalition, right? And it looks like that hasn't happened. It's been nearly 5 hours already. Has it really? Damn. And look at that. We got almost 3 hours left. Thanks to Twitch for turning back time. And yeah, thanks to YouTube and Twitch for getting us to, I think we're like 64% from getting triple content. We've already got double content. Skipping for Hassan. It's Schmoogle. Conjuring up the turf in the joke about Dobby. I will say it's interesting to watch Hassan react to it, but he does yell all over it a lot. Nice. I don't know. So far, chat, it looks like people are kind of leaning towards Hassan was fired up. What do we think? We want to skip to Hassan, or do we want to watch Ethan possibly yell at AB? Sam Seder would never get bamboozled by Ethan Klein into selling out Hassan Piker. All right, we'll watch this for now, unless I get an overwhelming number of.
Yeah, I've heard of hyperbole. It's fuck. You're
the king of hyperbole.
Yeah. So I mean, like, is my downfall that I have too much faith or I have too much optimism in the Israeli?
You're too nice. Citizenry. That's your whole problem, Ethan. You're too nice. You're too wholesome.
I guess that's where we differ. That seemed to be where we were differing the most. I don't know.
I think you're right to identify that as yeah. And I mean, Sam is older, and he's in his 50s or something, and so maybe he's just more jaded.
Yeah.
Yeah, Gen Xers, they tend to be jaded.
He definitely is more jaded. There's no question about that, and rightfully so, right? Rightfully so.
He listened to too many grunge bands. Yeah.
But yeah, I enjoyed watching that.
I will say, as a Jewish person, the contentious point in the argument of the clip of Hassan, it kind of shocked me, to be honest.
I was a little, to be honest, and as much as I love Sam, he was being very obtuse, in my opinion, when trying to talk about that clip to avoid criticizing Hassan, which is fine. I understand he doesn't want to get into that game, right, of being on record, being like, oh yeah, Hassan shouldn't have said that or whatever, right? But ultimately, obviously, I greatly disagree with him, and I think it's funny how he talks about how dangerous it is for me to call out anti-Semitism or how ridiculous it is for me to weaponize it like that. It's like when at the same time,
it's a weird thing because you don't really want to like. I understand the impulse to just want to have a conversation with Sam and keep it with like the here and now of your beliefs and everything, but the degree to which the harassment that you and Hila have experienced over the last couple of years, like it is part of the story, and like
yeah, it's true.
I don't know, it's tricky because like I get the impulse to like not want to get into it, but like that is a component of all of this. That
well, and unfortunately, whatever Sam's been peppered with before the debate, I've seen is his co-host telling him that I'm obsessed with Hassan, that I'm having a mental health break, that I'm a genocidal maniac, all this kinds of stuff. Mm-hmm. So that's kind of without having any of the backstory. That's the flavor he's coming in with. But ultimately, I find
seeing some copium emoji.
Sam, right? Yeah,
seeing some copium emojis from Twitch chat.
And having an honest conversation with me. I was also disappointed by his response to that specific line of questioning, Zach. I share that with you. And I think the way that he was hand-waving away anti-Semitism as like, it doesn't matter that people are discriminating against Jewish people in America because of what's happening in Gaza. And it's like, well, first of all, two different issues.
That's such bullshit. That's such bullshit. People are discriminating against Muslim people. People are discriminating against, like, we got this country that supposedly the crown jewel in the shining city on the hill of America is freedom of speech. That's the one thing that America prides itself on. And you don't have freedom of speech if you're using that freedom of speech to speak up against a genocide, right? That is the oppression that's happening right now. That is the discrimination that's happening right now. And this weaponization of a charge of anti-Semitism absent of anything approaching proof of actual. People say, I don't want the genocide to go on, you say anti-Semitic. People say Jewish Voices for Peace, you say anti-Semitic, you say capo. I'm surprised I'm kind of surprised they didn't get into the whole question of Jewish Voice for Peace, right? I'm surprised that, the whole Ethan, comparing JVP to capos didn't come up, right? But no, instead he's gonna he's essentially doing propaganda for the Trump administration, which is now, trying to deport anyone, any student, any non-citizen, and fuck knows soon enough citizens who protested, who wrote an editorial about what was going on, right? That's the real discrimination that's going on.
Kind of. Whatever's happening in Gaza is one thing, and whatever Ryzen's
His fans were calling Sam capo already.
We're seeing in America is a whole different fucking thing with its own set of problems, and believe it or not, they're both bad to the same extent. Obviously not, right? Obviously, one has an immediate horrible effect in Gaza right now, and the threat of anti-Semitism is an amorphous, nebulous thing that's like hard to measure and hard to say. And Jews, our whole life in America, people call it the golden age of Judaism, is this time, the past 50, 60, 70 years in America for Jewish people. We it's hard to tell, right? You go, oh, what is anti-Semitism? What isn't? And when you're allies with people that, in my opinion, are spreading dangerous ideas, like Hassan is. I think Sam, who grew up in I think he sees too much good in Hassan, and I see too much good in the Israeli population.
He's saying he agreed with Sam, even though they did disagree quite a bit. And he's also reiterating his charge that the fundamental dynamic of the student protests is anti-Semitism, is an unsafe environment for Jewish students, is discrimination against Jewish students. He's just carrying on with more propaganda, right? Whether it be Hasbara, to sweep for Israel's genocide, or whether it be, in this case, this is Trump. Well, look, I guess this is a propaganda that Trump and Biden fist bump on. Like, right, Biden set it up and Trump knocked it down, right? Biden set up the idea that these student protesters are anti-Semitic, that the colleges and universities are an unsafe environment for Jewish students. And Trump is saying, okay, cool beans. I will agree with that. And what is my solution? Deportation. You're going to get an all expense paid trip, a free ticket to El Salvador, right? And Ethan's right there with them. It's like three fists bumping.
And hey, who's to say who's right? I'm right.
Yeah, like
Oh, there he is. Oh,
in response to what Zach was saying, like when I first saw that clip, I didn't see it that way, but you know, I'm not Jewish, so I found it interesting that you guys are having this conversation to give both perspectives. One thing I kind of wish is that you guys both could have defined what Zionism is, like what you, because I feel like that's a big point in all of this.
I agree, and it's such a stupid word because it has such a broad meaning. And like when Hassan says Zionist tendencies,
It's such a stupid word. Tell that to Theodore Herzl.
that's why I think it's important to ask Sam.
Who came up with Zionism? Is that some label that the people came around post hoc and applied it to Israel? Or is that literally the whole plan, the whole point of Israel in the first place? Like, right,
Who I think is avoiding the question, frankly, because he knows that it looks bad. He doesn't want to answer it. So he responds by saying like, oh, you think this matters? Let's not talk about the specifics of what Zionist tendency is, because clearly Hassan's not anti-Semitic. Obviously, he doesn't have the context. And by the way, I'm still willing to give Hassan the benefit of the doubt that he's not anti-Semitic, right? But once again, as I've said, I'm willing to. But at what I've said previously is that he's very comfortable fostering a community that is blatantly hateful and anti-Semitic. He's comfortable, expressing these ideas irresponsibly the way he communicates, which is what that clip displays, I think. So while I don't think he's anti-Semitic, I think he's responsible for perpetuating a lot of it. And I think Sam's refusal to answer questions like what does Zionist tendency means was, a way of him avoiding answering a difficult question that would impugn Hassan. Because frankly, there's really nothing positive.
No, you asked him what the fuck Hassan means. How's he supposed to know that?
To say about what he did. And so Sam took I guess, if you want to talk about debate, and Sam.
Yeah, his answer was ask Hassan. Ask Hassan what he means.
Debater, right? Everybody knows that. He's a great conversationalist. He doesn't really get the best stuff. Nobody really gets the best of him in conversation. I mean, the only way he could really take that on was to be like, it doesn't matter, in the totality of things. So that's the road he took, and I was disappointed by that as well. But at the end of the day, I knew it was unlikely that he was going to say a bad thing about Hassan. I was specifically trying not to even go there. In fact, when I showed him that first video of me talking about my views, I was kind of surprised that he actually had found something to criticize in it. I had said,
what was it? I don't remember.
Let me rewatch that clip, because I was quite surprised. Like from the beginning, this conversation did not go how I thought it would at all. And it started with this clip here. Let me see. They're liars and bad faith weirdos. So here's what I'll say about Israel, okay? Listen, since the first time I've said it, and I'll say it many more times, the cabinet is run by genocidal maniacs, okay? They're led by Netanyahu, who should resign in disgrace and go to prison for being a war criminal, okay? He's made a coalition of the most radically conservative freaks that don't represent, by the way, the majority of Israelis. He was saying that there's this talking point that I've seen percolating on the left, which is that, to put it kind of...
Yeah, on the left. See, again, progressive Ethan Klein. So much criticism for the left. So much of conflating opposition of genocide to anti-Semitism. So much about Ethan here that is just not left, and it's not that much different than how he started out, which was as a douchebag anti-SJW channel, right? That was the first content they did.
To summarize it crassly, that Israelis are evil, basically. I mean, to put it crassly, right? That's kind of what he's saying, is that the majority of Israelis just want civilians to die. I mean, that's kind of what he said, and he didn't even deny it. I think that's insane. And especially the context of this clip being 2 days after October 7th, I think it was, the sentiment was a lot different before and after and during and now. The sentiment in Israel's changed a lot. So when I said that, I think it was more accurate. I think it's still accurate, but obviously there is a huge problem in Israel of people being, complicit and comfortable with what the military is doing.
Right, I hear what you're saying. Yeah, and I don't want to represent myself as an expert on any of this at all. So
expert opinion, Dan.
No, it's definitely not. Just from what I recall reading, is that prior to October 7th, support for giving the Palestinians a state in Israel was at basically an all-time high, and that has cratered since October 7th, which is one of the great tragedies of this whole situation, and kind of dark irony of it is it now feels like we are further than ever from some sort of peaceful solution to all this.
And then the thing that we didn't discuss is that most of the peaceniks...
Let me real-time fact check myself on that, because that's a big claim. Yeah. I want to make sure that I'm right, but I seem to remember seeing polls that, generally over the course of the last 10 years or so, support for...
I'm speaking not just from stats, which I have looked up and seen polls and stuff, but empirically, I lived in Tel Aviv for 5 years and I know what the people are like there, right? And obviously it's a progressive city.
It's likely one of the more progressive pockets.
It is. It's like Los Angeles or New York is. It's a progressive city, right? So obviously they'll be more inclined to want peace. But ultimately what happened on October 7th that we didn't talk about is that a ton of the peace activists, most of them, lived on the southern border specifically so they could help people in Gaza. They would drive people across the border to the hospital. They would help people get to and from work.
Yeah, you heard the word peacenik come up in what Ethan was saying, that is generally a derisive term, right? It's a term that, yeah, I mean, I'm not sure where it started, where the, you know, I think it's been used towards, you know, peace. Yeah, earliest known use of the noun peacenik is in the 1960s. I'm reading from the Oxford English Dictionary. The fuck? Earliest evidence is in 1962 in the Village Voice. I'm assuming that's not a negative. So it sounds like it's referring to the Vietnam War, but Ethan is obviously talking about peacenik and Israeli terms, right? But just like, I mean, the only thing I can really glean from that, because Dan sort of cut him off, is that, you know, he's using a term that's generally derisive, right? Most of the use of this term is not in a positive sense towards, you know, people, Israeli people who want peace with the Palestinians.
Advocating.
I don't know what to make of that. It's kind of inconclusive.
You know, they were doing what they could as individuals to help facilitate peace. And many of them, you hear their stories time and time again, were just murdered, slaughtered by Hamas. And I think that's part of what really jaded the Israeli public too, is like, look what happens when you want to support peace. You know, obviously that's not, I don't think, the right conclusion, but that was their conclusion. It's like all the people that wanted peace were murdered by Hamas.
See, like I have, you know, friends or family.
Oh, wait. That's where he's. So yeah, he's saying peacenik as in the kibbutzim.
And I think obviously stuff like that is super dangerous, and
I agree.
I'll never agree with that.
Wait, what is AB saying?
See, like I have, you know, friends or family even that will say that they don't believe there's an innocent Israeli, and I think obviously stuff like that is super dangerous, and
I agree.
I'll never agree with that. But in terms of, like, you know, the Pew research is often what's referenced, and again, Sam brought that up, that there was.
Wait. Do you see what's in the background there? Chat, is that a Sam Seder behind AB with like laser eyes? I can't. It looks like Sam. It looks like Sam with like lasers coming out of his eyes, right above the. Is that a Jango Fett or a Boba Fett helmet?
There was only 19% of people in May in Israel from the poll who thought that it went too far, and
I got to see that poll.
Yeah,
that was from May?
Yeah, it was from May 2024. This is often referenced.
It's a little old, but I don't know if that's changed. Let's see.
Well, it's May tomorrow, so it's basically a year old, right?
Yeah.
I think, like, I'm totally agree.
It is May in like 24 minutes.
The public is way too comfortable and complicit in all this. I think the question of, do they want to end the war? I think this is. I mean, yeah, it's disturbing. You know what I mean? But let me see what this says. Israelis are divided over the country's military response. Percent who say Israel's military response against Hamas in Gaza has gone too far, been about right, not gone far enough, which is crazy, right? That's crazy. These are the radicals for sure. I think people who are like, yeah, it's been about right. It's more like, again, I'm maybe, you know, people say I'm being too optimistic. I see that as like, we've done enough.
Those are the radicals. That's a third of the country, Ethan. That's a third of the country. You've got 3 questions, right? And a third of the people in the country said it has not gone far enough. And if you're really talking about like who are the radicals, I would say 73%, right? Because I think been about right is pretty fucked up too. Like, unless you're going to defend that, do you think it's been about right, Ethan? Do you think that's a mainstream, that's a total middle of the road viewpoint? Do you hear what he's saying? Only the people that think it's not gone far enough are the radicals, right? Only the people who think it's not gone far enough have gone too far. Like, you sound like you're putting yourself along, you know, been about right, which I don't think he would say, but I mean, this is kind of telling, right?
And like, we've done everything we can do.
Yeah, but at that point in May, like, they've already done so much.
I'm saying the people are saying, yeah, right. Like, ideally, looking at it objectively, you would say it's gone too far. But to, you know, be charitable, I think a lot of people who are saying it's been about right are trying to say that the war should end. We've done the right amount.
Oh my God, look at this. They're literally saying that they approve, like, been about right means I approve of what's happened. Like, right? You're like, yeah, no, it's perfect. Like, right, this is like mama bear, baby bear, daddy bear, right? This is the baby bear. This is just right. It's not too hot, not too cold.
Of it, and let's just end the war. I mean, not gone enough, far enough. 34% is fucking bananas, obviously. Like, percentage who will say Israel will blank in achieving its goals in the war. Definitely fail, probably succeed, definitely succeed, 40%. So, I mean, people in Israel have faith that they'll succeed. I don't even know.
That same one from back in May?
This is from March 3rd to April 4th, 24.
2024. Okay, got it.
Yeah.
See, this is a distortion of what progressive means, right? If you had a bunch of people that were, you know, that were progressive on this issue, progressive on that issue, but they're also like, oh yes, but I think a genocide should occur. That's not a progressive. That's a fascist. All right.
I don't know where the war was or what it was happening back then. I think that might have been during the time of like the hot war.
Yeah, I'm not
which
sure.
I think tensions were even more peaked at that time. I don't know. Yeah, I mean, it's disturbing. I don't deny that. But I also despise the way that, you know, Sam...
Right, what's going on the H3 subreddit? There's no post of the debate. Have they outlawed those? Oh, you think the posts are being removed? The mega thread has over 2,000 comments. Usually there are under 300 comments. The mega thread about the debate, or is there another mega thread there?
You know, I don't see it being productive being like Israelis are evil. I don't see the point of saying that. Like, and it's like, well, what do you want to...
Happy May 1st. Well, we're not quite there yet, chat. And that means I should point this out. Like I said, we're at 236. We are 64% from getting triple content. That would be the Hassan reaction, the Olaimi and friends reaction with Emma Vigland to the iDubbbz video, and the finishing up the Ethan Frogan thing. And I want to just put it in there that anything that's donated in the next 20 minutes will be part of my paycheck for this May, which has been a little bit under, like, this is the first month in a long time that I've actually, you know, kind of gone down. And so I'm kind of checking to see if like, I mean, this stream will change that dynamic or not. We're kind of close to that, but yeah, that's
do about it. You say the majority of Israelis want civilians to die, and it's like, why do they think that? You know, it's just like, well, I don't know, but they're evil. They just don't care. They're just callous. I mean, look, human beings are human beings everywhere. You know, a lot of leftists don't want to engage in humanizing Israelis. They just don't want to do it because, right, like what's happening in Gaza is awful, and they think that it's insignificant in comparison. And I understand where they're coming from, of course, but I believe that both are important. And obviously,
I believe in that both are important. That's why I only talk about Palestinian activists as having gone too far. That's why I spend 0% of my time in any meaningful criticism of the pro-genocide, you know, contingent in the United States or Israel, and 100% of my time talking about the anti-genocide as having gone too far. May the 1st be with you. Yeah, let's hope so.
Not in dispute about which is like more.
It's May the 1st already in Norway.
But I do think that
yeah, it's definitely May the 1st for me.
It's important, and I care about Israel, and I care about Israelis. You know, that's it. And so I choose to see the good and to see the optimistic, and like obviously I have no effect over what the public thinks about the war. I'm not fucking living there. I'm not. When I was living there, I voted against Netanyahu. And by the way, Netanyahu lost the popular vote. He only won because he made a coalition with some psychopath like ultra nationalists. But the left party, when I voted, won the popular vote. But because of the parliamentary system, where you make coalitions to get over 50%.
Yeah. General public, you point out something really great there. Thank you for putting that into words that I can wrap my brain around. General public says literally everyone considers Israelis human. It is only Palestinians who people are dehumanizing. This is a white lives matter or an all lives matter type argument, right? That Ethan is making here.
They were unable to secure the victory.
I think Netanyahu may be the devil. Like, honestly, even his voice, I think he may be the fucking devil. And he's just passing out beepers to everyone. He gave the gold beeper to Trump.
Dude, that's so fucked
He gave
up.
one to a senator. And
I think that's so
or a congressman. I forget who it was. He's like, yo,
it was John Fetterman.
Yeah, he's like, yo, that was dope when you guys did that. I have a family friend whose son had a beeper go through his stomach. Like, and it's just fucking
I just
crazy.
don't-
The president's like taking a picture with the
No,
fucking
I don't
beeper.
think just like or lionizing people dying is just fucking bad and terrible in general. Him handing out those beepers was like nauseating. Like, what are you doing, dude? It's crazy.
I
mean, that's
he's trying to make a point.
Yeah, he is. You're right. He is. But ultimately, I think that's ultimately where we break down, is that I'm more optimistic about the Jewish or the Israeli public, and I just think it's insane that people
accidentally conflating the Jewish people with the state of Israel. I don't know.
Want to call me, treat me like I'm the bad guy in this whole equation, like I'm the one that's supporting.
Columbia Re super chatted $5. Ethan is scared he will be sleeping on the couch for taking a big fat L against.
Ooh.
He said it himself and spread Giardia.
Oh, he cedered himself. He spread. Oh, you figured out how to get it to say Giardia correctly. The secret is DJ. Why doesn't it pronounce anyway, TTS? I will never figure out TTS, but nonetheless, Columbia Rican, thank you for the super chat. We are now at 241. A mere 59% from
this happening.
The vaunted triple. And that's only happened once, Chad. I think there's only been one time before where we've done triple content.
I've been consistent with my beliefs over the years. Hassan is pathetically typing in our chat again. I can talk now or Friday. I don't care. Up to you. Please don't try to bring a band. Bro, don't worry. I'm not doing that. You're afraid I'm going to bring on Destiny? That's stupid.
So yeah, once again, so just to bring this back, right? Hassan was ready to talk to Ethan the second that Ethan proposed talking to Hassan. Hassan was in that chat ready to go. Ethan was like, not yet. I got to talk to Sam first. Now, here comes Hassan again. You ready to chat? Because I am. I can do it today. I can do it Friday. We can do it in a box. We can do it with a box. We can do it in a can. We can do it Sam I am. We can, yes, we can debate. I don't know. I don't know Sam I am well enough, but you get the idea, chat. You get the idea, right? Hassan's ready to go. And Ethan's like,
stop. I promise you.
Stop.
Hassan, to come. I will not bring on Destiny. In fact, the people here will not allow me to bring on Destiny.
Fuck no.
I'm interested, Hassan, in being honest. You know, I'm going to take back what I said about you pathetically in the chat. Okay, I'm going to be gracious.
He was bravely typing in our chat.
You're bravely typing in our chat that I'm not interested in trickery. As you can see at my conversation with Sam, I want to have an honest conversation with you, and that's what I plan to do on Friday. So, you know, that's where I'm at. Yeah, don't worry, I'm not doing that.
By the way, and this is why I prefaced what I was saying was I'm not an expert. Finding polling, I was wrong saying that support for a two-state solution was at a high. It looks like it kind of plateaued around 55% throughout the 2010s. But it was at a high in 2010 of 71% of Israelis supported a two-state solution. It looks like that number is now in like the 20s.
2010, that's interesting. That's about
15 years
when I
ago.
was living there.
Is it? Yeah.
I don't know.
You don't remember when you moved there?
Not really. That was 15 years ago, so I would have been. Yeah, I would have been living there then, around then.
Okay.
So that's kind of where I.
Joshua Keller says, I think it's bad taste to speculate on someone's marriage. That said, I'm sure that there are serious marital problems in that household. Oh, yeah. I mean, I don't know.
Where the vibes were at when I was there, you know?
Well, it's unfortunate that it's dropped from that high.
So maybe I'm wrong because I haven't lived there, obviously, since then.
It's a vibe right now.
But
it's a vibe.
I definitely acknowledge what's happening amongst the Israeli public isn't good, and that, you know what I mean? That's what it is. You can say Destiny, Hassan. It's okay. You won't light on fire.
I just tuned into his stream. He was saying because if Destiny or someone was on, he could get banned on Twitch.
Don't worry, bro. It's not happening.
I will hit your button.
I promise. There's no trickery.
It's just going to be a one-on-one call.
Look, there's no trickery. I showed up here with Sam. I expressed myself honestly, as you saw. We got combative at times. And listen, everybody said Sam was going to own me, so I think you all need to applaud my bravery for getting combative with Sam Seder.
I will never applaud your bravery.
Why won't you applaud me for that? You don't do that. You don't do applause? You're applauding at the beginning of the show.
I was applauding for my coworkers, not for you.
Oh, thank you. Okay, all right. Now you're hedging.
Please clap.
Dan's like, I never liked that guy anyway.
Please clap.
Leftovers reunion.
Should we title Friday?
You should say
That
leftovers.
actually is kind of funny.
I saw people saying we should run the intro. I don't think it's. I'll think about it.
I hadn't thought about that.
I don't know if that's the right tone or what. But
That's a great theme song. I wonder who wrote that.
Yeah, shout out to the artist.
Yeah, it was a great one. But I promise you, Hassan, I'm not tricking you. I'm not trying to get you in trouble. I'm not trying to get you banned on Twitch. There's no fucking stupid. You know what I mean? It's just about talking to each other.
I'm sorry. Don't act like that's so obvious, okay? Considering that you've been trying to get Hassan banned on Twitch for the last 2 years, right? Don't act like that's super obvious.
as you bravely type in our chat. I look forward to chatting with you on Friday.
Right.
With peace and love, of course.
So what else is
It's a shame. I feel like we ended up arguing about kind of immaterial stuff. Maybe not, though. Maybe that is the core of what's
No,
the big disagreement.
It's immaterial. Again, it's an awkward thing because it's like you're planning on having this conversation with Hassan. Your issues with Hassan, you should direct to Hassan, not to Sam.
Well, the problem is, which I didn't show, Sam. And because Sam didn't care, and rightfully so, why should he? But like, you know, this whole talk to Sam Seder thing is very much related to Hassan. Here, we
just in the sense that he had been pushing it for it. So
well, here's just like a little clip of him talking.
I urge him to talk.
Oh, Jesus.
Sam Seder or something. Maybe he can get a different perspective from someone else. Talk to Sam Seder. I urge Ethan to talk to Sam Seder about this. The reason why I wanted Sam to talk to Ethan as well, this is Jewish people's business to a certain degree. You know, I have not talked to Sam at all.
It's Jewish people's business, Jack. Oh my God. I don't think Sam felt very comfortable with the idea of him being the chosen Jew either, but he didn't really.
Chat, I just looked at Hassan's reaction. He goes on. I thought I did a long reaction. Hassan, the edited down video of Hassan reacting to the Sam Seder debate is 2 hours. That's edited.
Yeah, I don't think
he is the
he wanted that mantle.
There's a reason his last.
We gotta put it forward
because we never pass over Sam Seder. The Seder, of course, the Seder is the ceremony performed by Jews on Passover. So I'll take it.
Okay, we should have had some parsley and salt water today. We should have dipped it.
That's a weird place to put your to do that salute.
I'll dip it for those bitter tears, man. Yeah. I'm still wiping them away. Anyway.
Beyond the fact that I was like, I think it'd be cool if you could talk to Ethan.
But he can have a conversation with Sam Seder. I mean,
but I really, really seriously hope you talk to Sam Seder, that he should talk to Sam Seder. You know, I think he respects Sam Seder. You should probably have a conversation with him about this. Maybe this time I'll bring Sam Seder and you'll be the one saying, oh my God, Sam Seder, what a fucking nightmare, because, you know, you've been running away from him. Yeah, I wonder why Ethan Klein won't fucking talk to Sam Seder, just like he was.
Yeah, this whole thing of like, oh, you're scared, you're running, and all this type of stuff. And then when I'm finally like, okay, I'll talk to Sam Seder, his son starts hedging and being like, let's see. He starts being like, oh, he's just gonna lie to him about what he believes. I have the clip. Where's that motherfucker?
Does motherfucker literally have a Google Drive?
Yeah, he says, here's what he said yesterday about my perspective conversation with Sam Seder, which proved to be false, of course, because I am honest to a fault, Dan. I'll have you know.
Yeah, no, that I'm aware of, honestly. That I know.
Which,
we'll talk about debate.
Say what?
In our Discord, there's a little update.
Philly D dropped. Okay, so it's about me?
No,
he just dropped.
What did he drop?
A video.
What does that have to do with me? Why are you telling me that? I'm in the middle of something.
Trump's Rogan problem.
Why are you wrapping it up?
And the Spark MS-13 meltdown. He has some Luigi Malgoni updates. And
you don't have to tell me every time Philly D posts a video, guys. It's completely irrelevant.
Well, no, it's a great video. It's entertaining.
Okay, so what? There's lots of great videos on YouTube. You can send me every single one of them?
Yeah, I can start to if you want.
I don't have a bunch of It's completely a distraction during the show.
Well, we're reaching the end of the show anyways.
I'm in the middle of something.
Yeah, I need to watch the video, so I'm not going to be able to switch for a bit. That's fine.
All right, we'll just leave it on the... So they can see it.
I'll leave it on a good camera.
Just leave it on me. The slider's fine.
There's more debate recapping? Holy shit. Okay, chat.
In the well already.
Breaking news. It seems Evil Talk /debate with Uncle Sam Seder. Great. Wait, what? Debate? They will most likely agree with one another. He is a committed anti-Zionist. Ethan, I mean.
He's annoying. Son knows that what I believe. He's just being so cynical with the way that he's drummed up all this hate and harassment against me. It's just so fucking cynical, dude.
I'm joking, but that is probably what he'll do. He'll greatly present himself as being a victim of vicious smears from a lot.
He's going to paint himself as what happened.
People who don't think he's sufficiently pro-Palestinian.
Anyway, fuck this shit. Let's watch Hassanabi. No, wrong one. Let me try again. Oh my God, chat. How is this 2 hours long?
Believe that's
over. And they have said this over.
I don't believe that's
over and over.
I haven't seen those statements. I've seen the opposite. Believe that
Why are you so stupid? You don't understand anything.
That's not.
Oh my God.
Anyway, speaking of petulant.
All right, so chat, to recap, we are now in the fun half of the stream. We are in the bonus content. We have 8 minutes left in the month of May. And that's only pertinent to me for my own YouTube paycheck for the month of May. I think Twitch as well. I don't know how Twitch does it, but regardless, we are at 241 out of 300. We have secured 2 pieces of bonus content. Those 2 pieces will be this: Hassan reacting to the debate, first and foremost, and second of all, it looks like Olaimi and the Leftist Mafia and Emma Vigeland reacting to the IDEP's Content Cop. So that's what we're doing for sure. We've got 2 hours and 8 minutes on the board. Remember, Twitch has the ability to turn back time. Every time you follow me, every time you use a Twitch Prime sub, every time you get yourself a sub or gift subs to other people, you will turn back time. You will put time back on the clock, giving me more time to react to this. As it is, I better get going because like this is a 2 hour long fucking piece of content here.
Children.
I don't know how I'm even going to get done with this.
Let's go and watch a lecture that is currently taking place on the H3 podcast. My former podcast co-host is talking to...
Wow, chat, is this like zoom in normal for Hassan? Anybody want to tell me? Is this a normal new zoom in? I don't even know. Is that a... Ooh, whoa, 40 minutes less. Okay, let's see if I can copy that. That's not the archive channel, right? Narwhal, that's not the bot channel. Copy link. I'll take a look at this. That might save us some time.
Sam Seder. I believe it's supposed to happen soon.
Sam Seder, what a nightmare.
How have you been, Sam, since we ruined Steven Crowder's life together? Nice to see you again.
I've been feeling very badly for him.
Yes,
over
we're
the years.
all. It's a tragic loss of a great career and so much potential.
To watching
Yes, it is.
Oh, it's Hasanabi Production.
We are live.
Okay, wait.
H3 channel, yes.
Wait, I don't understand. How is one of these 2 hours long? The one on the main channel, on Hassan's channel, is somehow 2 hours long. Narwhal has just sent me this link that is 40 minutes shorter. I guess we'll go with this. We'll go with this since we're limited on time potentially.
A video of people being, that's my
point. I just want to make sure that we're leaving plenty of time because we got 2 hours left on the clock. And we've got 2 bonus contents to go over, possibly 3 because we are, 59 points away from being into triple content territory, which has only happened once in the history of the stream.
Taken into that prison, and else
This
I'm
is
coming
really important. This
from
conversation
with
is great
that
to have.
I
I'm so glad he did
don't
this.
know
I'm so glad Ethan did
if
this.
there is.
Anyway, speaking of petulant children, let's go and watch a lecture that is currently taking place on the H3 podcast.
Wait, Ethan is wait, what is this? Ethan is claiming Sam's laser eyes now? Wait, what does that mean?
Former podcast co-host.
Hassan's editors like to zoom in too far sometimes. Well, I mean, I guess they're able to do that because he's got a really good, it's not a normal zoom. Yeah, I think they're just flexing the fact that they've got a better camera now. They got a better camera on Hassan.
Sam Seder. Anyway, Sam is on. Let's take a look.
Sam Seder, what a nightmare.
How have you been, Sam, since we ruined Steven Crowder's life together? Nice to see you
I've
again.
been feeling very badly for him.
Yes,
over
we're
the
all.
years.
It's a tragic loss of a great career and so much potential.
Yeah, thank you, Hasanabi Productions.
Yes, it is. Hey, are we live now?
All right, I'm going to take this chance to pee since...
Yes.
I want to just start by sort of apologizing in that I sent you a DM on Twitter 6 months ago or something. I was just going through to find out, and then I just realized you're no longer on Twitter.
Yeah.
So that
He
explains
say what,
why
Dan?
Is on go in his chat? What do you mean?
He may no. Yeah, I didn't see it. I wish I would have, but honestly,
What do you mean?
I don't know what to do because I want to get off Twitter, but also it's kind of a pain because Twitter is the way that I would reach out and speak to most people. But I also don't want to be on a platform that's owned and perpetuates basically Nazi
Why would
shit,
I go in his chat?
Yeah, this was yes, I understand that.
Yeah,
but I just wanted you to know I did reach out, and it was on me.
Ethan stealing the laser eye valor?
Not to realize that I just assumed he didn't want to respond, but
okay, well,
me.
That's nice to know that you reached out. I appreciate that. And the reason, I mean, obviously, people have been pushing for this conversation. I don't know if you know, the whole lore of it, the background of it.
I mean, this is all I know is that Hassan reached out to me sometime. I mean, I got in touch with you October 24th, and I said that I was meaning to reach out for a couple of weeks. So I assume it was sometime in early October, and my thought we were just going to do this off air, but
That's what
Wait, what is this from? Play something?
my understanding is that you and he were getting.
I gotta pee so bad. The smoothies are catching up to me.
Because he wasn't Jewish.
Okay, I'm gonna wait. Am I in the way of Sam a little bit? Let's shrink me down.
You speak to me. I don't speak for all Jews, just to be clear.
Right.
I speak for only myself as a in any form.
Well,
whatsoever,
Sam,
so.
allow me to speak for all Jews, if I may, today.
Please.
No, actually,
This is better. I gotta piss. I will be right back.
Which is kind of my problem with Hassan, which we can get into if you want. We don't even have to talk about Hassan. But basically what I told him was that I was citing polling data that shows that about 70 to 80% of diaspora Jews
he's gonna cook
have
him.
some
Oh,
kind
it's
of
coming.
positive feelings
Oh, Sam
towards
is
the
gonna
state
cook
of
his
Israel.
ass. He's gonna be
And
like,
he
"That's
was
faulty
disagreeing
data.
with
It's
me.
bullshit."
I mean, this is available by polls, readily available by Pew Research just last month, showing that. And I don't know if you're
He's gonna
if you
say,
agree with
that's
that
just,
or not. I can pull it up.
American Jews saying Israel's important to them. Israel's important to me, but that doesn't mean that I like Israel.
At least positive feelings about the state of Israel. I was stating that fact to him, and he
Sam
was
is gonna say,
saying that I was
that
wrong.
is just
and
a
I said,
question
"Who are you to
answered
talk about
by
this?" I did not say
diaspora Jews about
only
whether
listen to
Israel is
Jewish
important to them or not. That doesn't
is
mean
a
that they're
little bit
Zionists.
presumptuous and a little
Israel's
bit
important to
I
me
don't
in my
think
life as well.
That's not what I took him to say, but yeah, I mean, Hassan is that's irrelevant to me.
Yeah.
I mean, I think that I haven't seen that poll. I've seen ones that have said that they have a connection. They feel a connection, either strong or somewhat.
Yeah.
Which is different than positive per se.
So
but regardless, I mean, I think if I don't know your upbringing at all, but I mean, certainly my upbringing, my Hebrew education was, I would say, 1/3 Holocaust, and I'm older, and so this was in the 70s, 1/3 into the 80s, 1/3 Holocaust, 1/3 Israel, 1/3 Hebrew, Hebrew and Jewish culture, and I certainly feel a strong connection to Israel, but I wouldn't call it positive these days.
Sure. I think what the poll attempts to is basically, if you ask Hassan or a lot of people on the left, I think an emotional attachment is the way to describe this. So it's like if you think
I certainly have an emotional attachment, and it's not, but it's not. I wouldn't describe it as positive.
This isn't the one, is it, Dan? There's one that shows 73%.
Dude, he's saying just because you have an attachment to Israel doesn't mean
anyway,
that you're
it doesn't
a
really
Zionist.
matter. Regardless, basically, I want to flesh out my ideas, my thoughts, because I'm being characterized by Hassan and a lot of his cohorts as being, a Zionist, being pro-Israel, being a Israel apologist, being a genocide supporter, being a baby killer, being married to a baby killer, et cetera, right? My wife is Israeli. I don't know if you know that. So basically, I would like to just take the opportunity to explain my ideas, what I think about Israel, and you can tell me what you think, because apparently I will only listen to other Jewish people. So finally, I can speak to someone whose opinion matters to me. So thank you, as the official sanctioned Jewish man, Sam Seder, everybody.
No one said that.
100% Ashkenazi.
That is also a mischaracterization. He has
I haven't
lived experience,
but
and he trusts.
I'm quite sure I have.
Okay, so I see what people are saying now. It sounds like Hassan watched this live, right? So people have commented that Hassan yells over the stream. He's yelling to make sure that he's heard, because unlike me, he doesn't have a sidechain ducking filter. And he is talking over it because it sounds like he's watching it live. Am I right about that, chat? Did he watch it live?
Some Sephardic Jewish ancestry too, so I would mix.
That's good.
Vilnius and Hungary, I think.
Good for you. I think that's always a good thing. Hey, my friend, I'm 99.3%, so that's my.
All right,
that's where my authority comes from.
I'll take your word for it.
So at any rate, let me start here by showing you a little context.
Oh, let me also just say, I got about an hour.
Okay,
I gotta
great.
get home.
I'll just get into it then. Here it is.
Not enough. That's not enough time, Uncle.
The yelling gets worse after it ends. So Hassan really got pissed over. I mean, I got a little pissed. I got a little animated myself, but.
Okay, whatever. So let's start here. Let's start with the little icebreaker here. I know we're both fans of Tim Pool. Okay. Let's just enjoy this image together. Tim Pool recently at a wedding
Wait, what?
And can you see? Can you see that?
Did he get married?
Well, he's
Wait, chat. I kind of slept through the discussion of iDubbbz and the creator clash. No, chat. There's no way. I don't think that iDubbbz would ever, in a million years, come across my little reaction to the Hassan debate. But if he did, I would want him to know that I am trained already as a fighter. And if he is looking for someone to fill the gaps of his creator clash, I have many enemies. All right? I'm just saying that. I'm just saying if you need another pair of gloves in there, iDubbbz.
I think he's attending a wedding.
Because we didn't go over this, but Ethan just like rubs it in to iDubbbz that Harley from Epic Mealtime has dropped out, and they now Lena they announced that Lena's dropping out, right? So it's looking bad for iDubbbz in the creator clash. I don't think that he'd be interested in a small random small streamer chick such as myself, but if he were, I might be persuaded to fly out to the US one last time if my airfare were covered.
And he's very formally dressed, except he appears to be wearing a beanie.
I'm aware of his beanie attachment.
Bro!
So I don't know.
Why are you filibustering the conversation?
Fine look for our good friend Tim Pool there. Very good.
Nice suit.
Yeah, so well, let me ask you this. What have you kind of like heard about me? Because I mean, I know that your colleagues have an opinion.
I got to be honest with you. I have not heard much. I have, like, you know, the only thing I really saw that came up in any of my mentions on Blue Sky, I'm also on Blue Sky, is just this issue about talking to me, and I had presumed that that was it. But I don't, you know, like, look, from my perspective, I'm not, you know, and I know that there's been, you know, you mentioned in the email that there's been a lot of grief that you have taken, and I know that other people have also taken grief on all sides of this. And you know, the personal aspects of this, and you know, I don't believe that that
was so pathetic. The episode where AB was sheepishly trying to make the case for why Leah should stay in, Hila immediately chiming in with buying her out. Yeah, so that's the idea that. But I don't think, okay, so what happened? Okay. Yeah, so what it is that AB and Lena apparently paid $12,000 for her training. Did they just do boxing, chat? Is it boxing? Is it straight up boxing? Because if it's boxing, I would be at a disadvantage. Right? Also, chat, I want you to know, of all my many enemies throughout the years, who would you want to see me go up against in Creator Clash? And is it Samantha?
People, I don't actively attempt to deplatform people. I don't think people should do that. I don't think people should be swatted.
This is not going well.
Try to be fired or whatever, or you know, have CPS sicked on them or any of that. I mean, I just don't think that's appropriate. I mean, I'm more interested in talking about.
Sweetheart's cat. Who's Samantha? Exactly. Who is Samantha?
My relationship to Zionism.
Keffels? Is Keffels even trained?
My perspective on.
I'd have to do it like I'd have to have one arm tied behind my back if it was Keffels.
What Israel is doing, and you know what is happening in Gaza, and
I totally agree. Let's just talk about the facts. Let me start by showing you this clip. So I've been actually talking about my feelings on the Israel, Gaza, Palestinian dispute situation for a long time. I lived in Israel for 5 years as well when I was with my wife early on.
Sam doesn't know the full scope
here's my
of
position.
I don't know, Chad. I'm Barry Weiss. I should fight Barry Weiss. I feel like Keffels would bite. Look, I'd be worried considering that people like Xander Hall have threatened violence against Keffels. I'd be really concerned to even approach Keffels with something like just like obviously, she's done a lot of really fucked up things, but I always feel bad about the shit that Xanderhall, like the violent shit that Xanderhall said about her. But
right after October 7th, and you can.
How about fighting Xanderhall? Oh no, Chad, he would like strangle me or something.
Tell me if you have any, if you have any comments on any of my positions.
Keffel seems scrappy.
But this was posted on. This was from our episode. A few days after October 7th.
Showcase himself as like, pro-Palestinian unconditionally.
Liars and bad faith weirdos. So here's what I'll say about Israel.
Look, with all this fucked up shit that Keffels has done to other people, I gotta say, Keffels strikes me as somebody who has been severely traumatized by streaming, and I would not want to say anything that would contribute to that in any way.
Okay, listen. This isn't the first time I've said.
Keffels is doing Linux coding stuff now. Do I have to worry about her hacking me?
And I'll say it many more times.
No, I'm sure she's got plenty of other enemies.
The cabinet is run by genocidal maniacs. Okay, they're led by Netanyahu.
Lena needs to challenge Ethan to a cage match now. Them's the rules.
Should resign in disgrace and go to prison for being a war criminal. Okay. He's made a coalition of the most like radically conservative freaks that don't represent, by the way, the majority of Israelis. And they're hellbent on genocide, frankly, overtly. They've committed tons of war crimes in Gaza, including the killing of children, obviously, because Gaza is
fight Demon Mama. I mean, I'm sure she'd be up for it.
Most densely
I
populated
wonder what
places
this
in the world.
background is.
50% of the
that Demon Mama legitimately hates my guts.
under 18. So when you bomb a building,
But you know what, Chad? There's one person that hates me more. I think it's Riley Grace Rochong. Honestly, probably hates me even more than Demon Mama does.
I wonder.
the chances that
I
you're
wonder what the
killing
background of
children
this show
pretty much
is that he's
100%.
on, where he's saying these things.
Okay, it's barbaric. It's unacceptable.
Fight President Sunday?
It's disgusting.
What is Chad
I've
saying?
seen videos. I saw videos of Palestinian dads holding his
Hassan
dead like
plugging his ears
5-year-old
yelling la
daughter.
la la. I was there for this conversation. I know all of this.
I don't
This
need to
is
watch
precise-
this part because it just gets a little too emotional.
This
But
is precisely
I mean,
the
so
reason
that was
why,
my take right
This
after
is precisely the
October
reason why
7th,
I
and
literally
obviously
thought Ethan
that
was
coming
with the
off
cause
end of
for the
me
longest
being,
time.
Like kind of, I'm an Israeli citizen. The morning of October 7th, me and my wife were up at 3 a.m. as families were calling into news stations from their safe houses, people being burned alive with their families, being murdered while on the phone with news. So coming off of that
Damn,
emotional,
he's so brave. Thank you, Ethan, for saying Palestinians are humans and Israel is doing.
Oh, Demon Mama might be like much taller than me. Yeah, she'd probably have the reach advantage.
After October
my
7th.
reaction. Now, I don't know if there's
Joshua J. Keller, thank you for following me on Twitch and turning back time. That's right, Twitch. You have the ability to turn back time.
something Zionist or pro-Israel I said there, but maybe I don't understand.
Fight Vosh would just bring an apple and he'll be distracted. Wait, what's the apple thing about? Oh, for a horse. Riley Grace Rochong would be so weak though. You'd need to train to defeat Demon Mama.
I mean, I might.
Yeah, I might need to get back in shape.
Much of what you said was true. I'm not sure, frankly.
Is Riley Grace Rochong a grifter? I forget. She's worse than Demon Mama, for the record, right? Her opinions, right? My issues with Demon Mama pale in comparison, in terms of, things that we disagree on, right? Politically, a lot more difference with RGR.
If what we've seen is...
Or a sugar cube? I'm going to bring Vosh a sugar cube. I found it interesting that supposedly... Wait, what is this? Supposedly progressive streamers decided to attack leftist streamers who didn't say anything bad about them. Like, why? I can understand a streamer who never liked Hassan, but I find it weird that a streamer would just one day straight up hates Hassan. One day, God, I mean, like someday, Chad, I'll tell you about the old days of Twitch poll. There's a lot of history there, right? And I've gotten into it before in terms of talking about Destiny. Fight Brianna Wu? Isn't she like twice my age, though? Would that be fair?
Anyway, but yeah, when I was starting out as a streamer on Twitch, I was part of the outgrowth from BreadTube on YouTube onto Twitch, right? I started a year or so after like the surfs, for instance, right? So that was like my crew, right? And for a while, leftist Twitch was really fucking big, but the liberals on Twitch always hated our guts and were just looking for a chance to do us dirty. So I mean, there was a moment where there was like a little bit of a coalition against MAGA, and it just didn't last long, right? Because these are liberals in the vein of Destiny, right? So that's what we were dealing with, and they had so much hostility, right? When you talk about trying to marginalize, target, and deplatform leftist streamers, there was nobody with that kind of hate boner like the supposed liberals of Twitch pull.
Do in terms of Gaza is not broadly supported in Israel. I'm not seeing the body politic. I mean, I was doing a lot of interviews with Israeli reporters in earlier in 2020.
Show up as an anime girl. I once heard, isn't Vosh like very tall too? I think Vosh is really tall, if I remember.
About the protests against what Netanyahu is doing with the judiciary. And there was a question as to whether Israelis would.
He's going to say Sam agrees with me, and he hates you because you're anti-Semitic. That's like his goal here, is to be like, why have you called me a Zionist when Sam believes that I'm not?
Places like the West Bank and in Gaza in some fashion, and more so the West Bank at that time. And so I think it's hard to make an argument. And look, I would make Good
night, DJ Spill. Have a good sleep.
It's not a perfect analogy as to what's happening in this country, but when you talk about the Israeli population,
if I could turn back time,
having a problem.
Thank you for the gifted sub to Sweetheart's Cat. Thank you, Joel Siverud, for the gifted sub to Sweetheart's Cat. Sweetheart's Cat, you just got jellyfished, and that's a good thing.
What's going on in Gaza? I don't see a lot of evidence of that. There's certainly, I would imagine, a percentage of Israelis, and I know some of them who think that Israel should stop its assault there, but I don't think I don't see a lot of evidence that a year and a half later,
he's
after
done so
you
much
said
more
those
Hasbro
things,
since then, so it's like disingenuous for him to present that.
This is not the character of
Oral Ellipsis. Brianna Wu is whatever Dan Saltman's age is, which I think is 68.
The vast majority.
Yeah, I don't know. I just feel like it wouldn't.
Of Israeli society. I mean, I'm not necessarily convinced that.
Like, wasn't she around like back in Gamergate and stuff? Isn't that where she got sort of famous?
They are as aware. I mean, I've talked to people who have reported in the West Bank, and they said they would go from the West Bank into Israel, and the lack of awareness of what was happening in the West Bank.
Wait, what is this? H3 sub just got a surge of 1K people. What does that mean, Rave?
Israelis was shocking to them. And
like 1K people, 1K more people followed the sub. I don't know how Reddit works.
I can't say if the Israeli population had a full understanding of what was happening in Gaza, that they wouldn't change their mind. But I don't see a lot of evidence of it.
So as you touched on, this was made basically
she's 58
before the war started. And I think that the unfortunate, really tragic outcome of the war is how much it's jaded.
Yeah. 58 is 2 times 29.
And radicalized, I think, people in Israel.
It's not just Benjamin Netanyahu.
It's really,
it's Zionism.
I think people in Israel feel like isolated. They feel like, the sentiment in Israel is basically that.
They feel isolated. That's what being a citizen of a rogue state will do to you, right? And the United States, get ready to feel isolated as well, because you are now the new world's rogue state. And yeah, backing up Israel on all of its worst inclinations is a great way to make yourself a villain. And then Trump just clinched it with this ridiculous tariff shit. Dead Domain. I need to watch. We need to watch the Dead Domain did a video on Brianna Wu. Didn't? Yeah, I think they did. Yeah, I should watch it. Should I watch it on stream, Narwhal?
Wants the country to disappear, and whether
she's 48, so not twice my age.
Obviously, like that's a much more nuanced conversation, but the feeling there has.
Oh my God, you think Dylan Burns would lose to me? Chat. Dylan's trained as a boxer. I don't think I'd have any chance against him.
Has definitely radical.
Not to mention that he's got his sex hormone is significantly more muscle more what is the word, anabolic than mine.
A lot since the war started. It's gotten a lot worse.
Not a war, it's a genocide.
And I think
2.5 hours, but very good. Maybe maybe they'll make a maybe they'll do like a video. Maybe they'll do an edit of it.
I mean, I think that gets to it to some extent. I mean, you have this wholesale slaughter. I was looking up, we killed in Iraq, depending on what numbers you want to look at. But, I think it's safe to say directly hundreds of thousands of people. But even like the number of children that we killed in Iraq, I think has been surpassed by what's happened in Gaza. And I think one of the things that I find shocking is that the sense and look, I experienced this with family members.
Oh, the 2.5 hours is the edit. Oh, I see.
Where the sense that there's a victimization, for instance, let's say on college campus of Jewish students, and I think that to look at what's going on, the totality of what's going on, and to perceive the victims of what's happening here to be the Israeli citizenry or Jews in this country, I think it just blows my mind. I mean,
two people can care about two things at once. Why should people?
Oh, absolutely.
Absolutely. People
I
who
agree,
are uninvolved in the war, if they're being victimized in a separate situation because of their Jewish identity, that's a problem, don't you think?
Oh, I do, but
you can care about two things. You can't be like, oh, these people are ridiculous for caring about anti-Semitism on college campuses because the war's happening. I mean, both we can care about two things.
100%.
And obviously, one is way worse, right? One is way worse.
But that's the point. I mean, one is way worse. And what's happening in Gaza?
Who should tolerate being discriminated against based on their identity? You know what I mean? Like, of course, who wouldn't react to that?
I don't think that people are. I don't think that people.
This is frustrating.
Being victimized. I mean, certainly. Listen, anti-Semitism is real. It was real when I was a kid. There was many times I had pennies thrown at me growing up and playing basketball. I mean, there was a lot of. I've experienced anti-Semitism, but I would put it in the context of
which I agree with.
You're a parent, I'm a parent. If my kid is going through something very difficult, it's obviously difficult for me, but it's more difficult for them. And it's a question of prioritizing these things. You can have two thoughts in your head at the same time, but to center oneself or to perceive that one's victimization is sufficient to ignore the
I got to stop you because I don't think I don't know who's doing that.
Well, I mean, I just said you just presented as the Israeli population feels like they're isolated and this and that.
There's two different separate conversations. There's the American Jewry who's like, I have nothing to do with that place, and then
has he got it set? I feel like he's got his audio set up so he can do the Zoomer scream if he wants to, right? He's got it set I've got it set up so what I don't know. That's what am I missing, chat, to be able to do that? If I yell, does it sound like Hassan's where it clips a little bit? I think that's on purpose, right? Because on a video that sounds good. It's
Israelis, right? So like
Right.
when you're
but
when you're talking
in
about
terms of the way that you characterized the Israeli feeling,
Yeah.
was that they feel isolated, et cetera, and
I'm thinking, what would I have to do? Would I have to switch the place of, let's see, what does my chain of filters look like on the mic filters? We got noise suppression going to expander, which I use like a noise gate, going to compressor, going to limiter, going to, it looks like a EQ. Huh. Interesting. How could I change this? I'm trying to think. I know sort of how to do the zoomer clip, or at least I did at one point. Anyway, chat. It's something like I think I'd have to move the place of my limiter and compressor or something. I don't know. I don't know audio as well as I should.
I can understand that, but to not have the first thought of like, we are
Sam will
add a volume gated compressor to your mic.
committing, like you say, genocidal acts. And if
Signrise, where would I add that after the limiter? Because the limiter is basically keeping it from. Maybe I'd have to get rid of the limiter, right? Because I want to. But do you actually clip, or do you just like add a distortion? The editor added more compression in post for this video. Oh, okay. That's a wait. Who's that? I used to know Hassan's, or the names of Hassan's editors. Comrade Lamb or something, is it? Or Austinox.
people want to
Limiter last. That's how I have it.
call it genocide, I don't. Obviously, it's got to be. It's a legal term, but
Add that in before the limiter.
I think that it's colloquially speaking, at the very least, it is a genocide, and to not recognize that as the fundamental issue, the first issue, I think is blinkered. I don't know how else to say it. I mean, it's a little gobsmacking to me.
Well, so I do agree with you that obviously in Israel, people, I think the problem, and just to say on a higher level, I agree with you. Like obviously the people in Israel compared to like what's on October 7th, they were victims.
Point that Ethan is being narcissistic.
Austinox works for I Did a Thing on Boy Boy now. Aw. I like Austinox.
In this conversation about how he has been victim.
Oh, thank you, Narwhal. This is Hasanabi Productions. This is not the main channel. Yeah. Remove all limiters like Evangelion. You can go into beast mode and become unstoppable.
This entire genocide
of civilians in Gaza and what's happening in the West Bank too. Lots of awful stuff. That being said,
wait, I can move back on the mic a little bit. Am I clipping already?
I think the problem
but he's
with
trying to
Israel,
to
just to try to explain what's happening there, because I do agree with you, is just like the media apparatus and the feeling that they have there. It's like there's not a lot of space emotionally, and like even the information that they're consuming, I think that would allow them to have that kind of like self-realization. And like you said, a lot of Israelis don't know what's happening
there
necessarily.
Are some. I mean,
there are some.
I'm
Yeah, of
so
course, there's some.
sorry. They're just simply little old, most powerful country in the region, and its citizenry that's championing the
was going on
cost
there.
of children.
And the paper was essentially, a cutout, or there was an attempt by the government to basically shut them down.
He moved on from him being the victim to
some extent.
Israelis
I mean,
being the victims.
Well, so what's your
Yes, I
explanation
think
why Israelis don't care? It's not that they're evil, right?
Well, I think, look, there's, I'm sure that there is a,
He's kind of repackaging the explanation AB just gave him about why occupied people don't have the space to become pro-LGBT.
a mass, sort of like a failure to deal with
Work the mic like a vocalist.
trauma. I think
I gotta work the mic like iDubbbz, right?
some of it is, frankly, is a racism. I think, how can you explain, how can I explain how I just watched a clip of people.
Dunfo, thank you for turning back time. Look at that. You just gave us, I think, an extra minute. Look at that. How powerful is that, chat? When you follow me on Twitch, it adds a minute. When you, what is it? When you When you get yourself a sub on Twitch or you gift subs to somebody else, it gets you 6 minutes. When you do, what is I should look and see what I have the thing open here somewhere. So do I think I do. Yeah. Wait. Oh yeah. Here we go. Sub tier 1 adds 6 minutes. Sub tier 2 adds 8 minutes. Sub tier 3 adds 10 minutes. Other subs add 6 minutes. Cheers 500 adds 20 seconds. Follows adds 1 minute. Look, that follow is like overpowered. That's pretty powerful.
The Trump rally chanting USA, USA, to watching a video of people being, taken into that prison.
Is this a 1.5 liter? I thought it was a 1 liter.
In El Salvador. And
oh, you're right. 1,500 milliliters.
I mean, I don't know how I can explain that. So I don't know how I could explain.
There's a way you can set up your compressor to basically duck the sound of any. Wait, oh no, I think I already have that. Of any audio playing. Look, let me show you. Let me show you what we got here. Wait, what would I have to do? I'd have to put on some music to do that. Look. All right, chat, check this out. You can hear how loud the music is, but when I start talking, it gets softer. This is why President Sunday and Westside Tyler were getting muted when I spoke, right? My voice actually has the power to duck any audio. I think, right? Am I ducking this? Ducking the audio. Look at that, I ducked it. It's ducked. Audio ducked. Anyway. Go back to...
It's the same how the Israelis are able to the extent that they can see what's going on in Gaza, have that reaction. But I know that it's wrong. Off. And I think, some of it undoubtedly is a racism. Some of it is,
Sam is losing me.
Wait, we got the David Gaeta duck version in chat.
Mass failure to deal with trauma. I mean, I don't know all those things. I think, part of it, I think there's some of the makeup of immigrants to Israel.
What's this music? It's from Soul Hackers 1. It's the game that I want to play on stream. Look, what are we at? I always talk about I always mention Vox Populi, but I never mention that I have a video game stream at the bottom for when people donate. They can put their donations towards a video game stream, and hypothetically, I would do one at 100. I just have to honestly have some time, find some time to play some, or find a way to do it, because it's really weird. I mean, Hassan talks about this all the time. You don't get the kind of numbers that you get for covering politics when you're a political streamer for doing games, and so that's kind of why he doesn't do it more often. But there's got to be a way.
Several decades. I'm sure all of that enters into it.
We had this conversation before.
I'm not in a position to sort of be able to psychoanalyze it beyond the sort of vague notions.
Sure.
But
and I
from
agree.
my perspective, it's gobsmacking, and to me, it has shown, and I never
very well
identified myself as a Zionist as a kid, or through the years, and I never identified myself as an anti-Zionist. I don't think I think those, it wasn't really until someone heard me articulate my perspective on this that they referred to me as anti-Zionist, and I have, I don't really care one way or another how I'm labeled, but to me, it shows a failure of that system of government that Israel has.
It's Zionism. That is the problem.
It has failed both.
And Ethan will never reconcile that.
What I think some people had as a notion of Zionism in the
Hannah Arendt.
19th century.
Hannah Arendt.
It has been a failure in terms of keeping Jews safe, frankly. It seems to have been a massive failure. And so I can't operate as someone who lives in Israel, but I can operate as someone who is an American in terms of like what we support, which is why I think we should end all aid. And as a Jew who sees my religion being used as what I perceive as a fig leaf for what Israelis or, Zionists are doing. And so, I mean, that's where I'm coming
This is really important. This
from
conversation
with
is great
that
to have.
I-
I'm so glad he
I
did
don't
this.
know
I'm so glad Ethan did
if
this.
there is a psychological state that can justify this.
Oh,
In
no, they're
fact,
too stupid to understand it, though.
I don't think there is. And so,
It's just an attempt to understand, not justify. Because, I mean, it is what it is, right? Like, it is the way that it is. And so that's for a reason. And it's just, it's just trying to explain it. That's all. I agree with everything you're saying. But actually, one thing I want to pivot to and ask you about.
Do you think that we should cut all aid to Israel?
I think that'd be justifiable, yeah.
And
we're talking about like military aid and stuff. Yeah, for sure. Israel can make their own bombs and shit.
Every
if they need, like, they don't need American military.
Yes,
I agree with you on that.
I think they do need it to do what they're doing, without a doubt. And
well, what I mean is they're not entitled to it. To say more accurately.
Yeah.
So yeah, I think military aid should be cut for sure until.
How, as a Jew, and I mean, obviously you have a different connection to Israel than I do, as through your family and whatnot, and through having lived there. But as a Jew,
Ethan W. They're so desperate for Ethan to come across as even remotely
to what is being done,
anti-Zionist.
ostensibly to protect me and my family and my ancestors and my progeny and all of it. It is. I mean, I think it's.
If I could turn back time and coiled over, just did turn back time by following me on Twitch.
I think the conflation of Zionism and Judaism is both not keeping Jews safe and is wrong at its core. And we can see what it's even doing in the context of this country, the way that it's enabled Trump to attack universities and to attack law firms and whatever. And so I don't know.
By the way, I think Ethan is in agreement with Sam here.
Great.
He's walking back a lot of his positions, but I don't think Gila is in agreement
no, I
with
mean,
Sam
I
at
agree
all.
with everything you're saying. And part of the reason why, like, this chasm started between me and, Hassan is very influential. So when he decides that somebody is an enemy of the movement for criticizing him, which is what I perceive happening.
This broke my brain as well.
all the way up until the context nuke.
I
didn't know the
him not
depravity.
supporting Kamala Harris. Now, would she have stopped the war and been like a perfect dove? I don't know, but I know she would have been better than Trump. I know that for sure. Trump's posting like this insane Riviera, Gaza, the Riviera with Trump hotels. I mean, that's and like he's sending
Trump Gaza. Is that what you're trying to say? Yeah, Trump made a whole AI slop video about Elon Musk eating hummus in Trump Gaza.
The 20-pound bombs. He's telling Netanyahu,
They're
you have a blank
watching
check to
in
do whatever
here
you
as well.
want.
They're watching me as well.
Like,
it just came out that Biden didn't, did nothing to. I mean, listen. I think.
We're talking about Kamala.
I suspect that.
Oh yeah, I'm sorry. Whole new ball game. We're talking about Kamala. I forgot, chat, how Kamala's candidacy reset literally everything that her the president that she governed with did. Yeah, I forgot about that. I forgot how Kamala bravely distanced herself from Joe Biden on The View. Oh wait, she didn't. She did the exact opposite.
I don't know what Kamala would have done.
Wait, what's up with my upload speeds? Wait, what's going on? I think you have YouTube at a lower resolution or auto because your camera is really clear, but the video is fuzzy. Oh, weird.
I suspect.
Like, sure, it'll be marginally better, but we don't know.
She would not have had the same policies as Trump. But at the same time, I think that it was a massive failure, both on a real human level, like it would have, I
Yes!
think, had she articulated anything even remotely close to what I would hope
And
her
that was her, was her
difference would have
failure.
been.
That's the
I
reason
think
why
it
she
would have
lost.
probably
That was my point.
had implications in
Not
the election, but I
decoupling
think
from Biden.
Yeah, ironically, listening to Hassan would have, you know, or it's not about Hassan, right, chat, but the criticisms that he was making, had she adjusted to those, she would have done better on the electoral map, right? There's people saying definitely Michigan was within reach. There's other people saying that maybe Arizona was in reach. I'd be kind of surprised if maybe Pennsylvania might not have been more in play if had she adjusted.
Perhaps even
Dangerous,
more importantly,
genocidal Gaza policy.
it
not
would have
not removing herself, not
maybe,
severing her ties from Biden early
implicated
on.
the
That was my
behavior of
major
Israel.
point of
So,
contention with the Kamala
I mean,
Harris
look,
campaign, and that's what led her to lose.
Funkmaster Kaw, thank you for the tip. Yeah, I just adjusted. Is it better now? Is it better now, chat? This is 1080 video.
I chose to support Harris because I perceived her as the lesser of two evils, but
yeah, me too. And I think that that's an important
can
distinction to
certainly
make at a time like
understand-
this. Yeah.
I can certainly understand.
Wait, it was like this yesterday? I think you missed my comment. Wait, what was like this? Are you talking about the video, the resolution, Narwhal by Nature? Yeah, you're right. If I don't consciously look at the resolution and click, 1080, then it tends to give me less than 1080.
Doesn't
How
understand
some
Sam's
people
position.
were just so repulsed by what was happening that it made it almost impossible for them to vote for Harris. I think
I understand why they didn't. I totally understand the perspective. Like, I'm so disillusioned with this administration, I can't support Kamala. But at the same time, like, a hugely influential political
He's told
streamer like
people
Hassan,
I
who has
never
who
told
has a
people not to
huge
vote for
influence
Kamala.
on people, I think,
I
and who's
never
someone
told
who,
people not to-
Yeah, this drove me crazy too, right? This is such a fucking straw man for Ethan to raise. Yeah, chat, is there a way to get it to automatically 1080? Like, is there a setting I can do that it'll automatically default to 1080? Because I feel like now that oh my god, chat, I looked at my upload and download speeds. I think I'm at like 750 download and like 650 upload, which, I should have a gig. but I'll take it. Usually, even when you get a gig, you don't actually have a gig.
Vote for Kamala Harris. That is a lie.
Who's very vocal about being pro-Palestine. I feel like it's an abdication of responsibility to be like, I'm not voting for Kamala, or I'm not telling you who I voted for. I suspect he voted for Jill Stein personally.
I hate Jill
But
Stein.
either way, he hasn't said, and he wouldn't endorse her. Now, like, if you're just like a random protester or whatever, and like you're like, I'm so disgusted, I don't want to vote, that's fine. But if you're like a high-level political streamer, and basically you have the capacity to weigh like the lesser of two evils and what that means, I feel like it's an abdication of responsibility to not make that call.
I mean, I certainly have been critical of people who, generally don't vote for the lesser of two evils. But I think, and certainly, in the run up to the 2016 election, I certainly that was my perspective. But again,
I don't know why he lies about this.
What the Biden administration was doing was so horrific that her inability.
Yes, of course he's using Sam to try and trash talk me by fucking lying.
I think
I literally have made
sometimes you
Google set YouTube to 1080 default for instructions.
I think there would be certainly definitely
fucking
other
lies.
things. You would not be assaulting the government.
Why does he lie about
like
this?
Trump
It's
is,
such a basic,
but,
easy to comprehend principle.
I think probably this is the first election in as long as I've been doing
Let's
this,
not keep
and I
saying
think
you're
it's been
lying.
5
He is
elections now.
lying.
I mean, I'm old.
Why does he lie
I
about
couldn't
this?
really
I voted on stream.
condemn someone from taking that
I never
position
told people to vote for Jill Stein.
based
I told
upon
people
what we
not
were
to vote
seeing.
for Jill
This
Stein.
is-
I told
It's
people
not
not to
just
vote
some
for
random
Donald Trump.
person.
I said
I
Donald
do,
Trump was
and
gonna,
I'll tell you
of course,
what.
be worse than Kamala Harris.
Kamala
But
Harris
it was up to
wanted a
them
ceasefire.
to make
She
that
stated
decision
that.
on their
Trump
own.
said finish them. I mean, let's be honest.
Oh my
like for
God.
someone like
Biden said,
Hassan,
I want a ceasefire
I'm not voting
too.
for
You
Biden.
agree?
I'm not talking
No,
about
I
Biden.
understand, but we
drama
found out
thing.
that Biden, in fact, did nothing to bring that about. So,
Well,
like, you know,
you can talk about Biden. I'm talking about Kamala Harris. What
well,
she
but she's-
said.
I mean,
Well, she's the vice president. I mean, at the end of the day, she doesn't really do that much, right?
No, but I'm talking about the candidate. Biden, as a
Kamala says she
president,
do
said he
nothing
wanted a
different than Biden.
ceasefire.
What is
She
he
as a
talking about?
candidate
He's
said,
not
I want a
equipped enough to
ceasefire.
have
But do
this
not, even if
conversation.
you're like, I don't know how much
He
I
is
trust
not
them.
knowledgeable
One's
enough
like,
to
I want a
have an
ceasefire, and the
adult
other one's
conversation
like,
on this.
finish
I'm
them.
sorry. It's obvious.
Well,
He
listen,
doesn't know what he's talking about.
you know, I think it
And he's
was,
lying on top of
certainly
that.
obvious to me that Trump was going to be worse. But I think, like, if you're trying to get the candidate
pee.
to
I'm doing a pee break.
show some indication of this, you know, I can understand that. I mean, I wouldn't do it. I would disagree with it. But
yeah, and I get your
I'm
point
not
too.
in-
Like, ultimately, I understand why people wouldn't want to support them because of what they've seen, and like that, it feels like, you know, it feels like
it also shows a
morally,
tremendous amount of just like electoral malfeasance on her part. I mean, they made an active choice. And I think, you know, you could have put that Palestinian lawmaker from Georgia on stage. They made an active choice to signal to whomever they were signaling that they weren't going to do anything. Now, I happen to believe that she would have been better on this than Trump, but they were making an active choice to do that. I mean, it was really electoral malfeasance on her part, in my opinion. But you know, I don't know what the point of litigating this is per se, but
well, we're talking about kind of my criticisms of Hassan and how this.
I don't.
Well, let me show you this.
I
I
don't
know.
care.
Yeah,
about,
I know.
Honestly, I'm like
Let me show you this. This is
I'm
more.
Not, I don't. I honestly. Like,
Yeah, you don't care. I know.
I don't care. I don't.
And why should you? I don't blame you. We talked about anti-Semitism, and you think that I don't want to put words in your mouth, right? But you seem to have conveyed that, you know, compared to the destruction and everything happening, the genocide, the loss of life in Gaza, the humanitarian crisis in Gaza, that obviously that's way more important. So let me show you an example of something. And again, I know you don't care about the drama. To me, this isn't drama. This is one of the biggest, most influential streamers spreading something that I think is really dangerous. And you can agree or disagree, but it's a short clip, but I'll show it to you. And you tell me what you think.
It's clip chimped. This will never happen, but in a totally just world, any kind of, regardless of your background, any kind of Zionist tendency should be treated in the same way as being a rabid neo-Nazi. And you shouldn't even let someone be the local dog catcher as Felix was posting.
Yep.
If they've ever exhibited any sort of like positive feelings about the state of Israel. I'm so serious about this.
Now, by the way, he didn't misspeak. He doubled down on it yesterday. He said, no, I agree. That's what I think. Now, just to recap, he says, anyone that's had positive feelings at any point about the state of Israel is a neo-Nazi that's not fit to be a dog walker. Now, to me, that seems like extremely dangerous, dehumanizing language about what could arguably be 70% of the Jewish diaspora, and certainly probably people you know in your family.
I'll tell you, there's some hyperbole there, but
that's putting it mildly.
I don't want my Zionist family members to be in office either.
And I'll tell you what I think is really...
Sorry, I got to correct you. He says Zionism, and then he says, if you had positive feelings about the state of Israel at any point in your life.
I got to tell you, if you look at what's happening right now, and you have positive feelings about Israel...
He said at any point in your life, Sam. Just to be clear, about what he said.
Don't try to...
would I have said at any point in his life, someone's life? But I just think this is such a petty, like the idea that we're going to police. Let me respond. You want me to respond on this?
No,
I don't. Like I say, I don't care about this. But if you're going to force me to respond to it, what Israel is doing right now is so far beyond the idea that someone says
any time in your life or not or whatnot. He's talking about Zionism. And frankly, I think it's very difficult for me.
Maybe Sam needs more context to see how vitriolic Hassan is.
Understand how someone could have positive feelings at this time. Now, you want to say in the past and what? Okay, like I say, I will grant you at any time in your life that is
not what I said.
too broad a step. But wait, let me finish.
Yeah.
But see, you go in and you're making this about anti-Semitism by doing this hopscotch about
They're sending skulls to the man's house.
poll
Who's
that
doing
people
it?
had
Not me. I
positive
would never do
feelings that
that.
Jewish people do, and then therefore he is anti-Semitic. And honestly,
I literally
that
said,
type of
regardless of your
conflation,
background,
I think, is so dangerous and so disingenuous. I mean, I don't want to get too passionate about this, but I will tell you something. I have had a guy who went to my bar mitzvah, my sister's bar mitzvah, my kid's bar mitzvah, sat at Passover with me 3 or 4 times,
called his
my
dad
father
to
and
see
ask
if he
him
was
if I'm
anti-Semitic.
anti-Semitic. Now, this is just one, that is just an example, an illustration of conflating when he's clearly talking about Zionism. Was it hyperbole to say any time in life, whatever? The fact of the matter is this conflation.
Yeah, dog walker is not a dog catcher. That's what I said earlier. And I only pointed that out because Ethan said literally, right? Also, the important part about that dog walker, dog catcher thing is that Ethan is saying it is a type of dehumanization, right? Of Zionists, or he's implying of Jewish people. But Hassan's talking about Zionists, and it's important to remember, as Sam brings up, that most Zionists are actually Christian Zionists. And you were sleeping then, yeah. I'm trying to stay awake now. But anyway, Ethan's comment about Hassan dehumanizing anyone might apply if what he had said was that they were a dog, right? If he compared them to an animal, that's what we're looking for, dehumanization. Classic dehumanization, comparing somebody to an animal, comparing somebody to an insect, a pest, a parasite. That's what we're looking for, right? That's what we know what dehumanization is because it's been used. It's been used to make, genocide acceptable before, right? And it's not saying somebody's unfit to run for dog catcher, which was what Hassan said, right? It's an American political expression. The dog catcher is like theoretically, and I don't know if this is actually true, Chad. I don't know if there's any elected, dog catcher, right, positions. I don't know if this is real, but like the idea is supposed to be the most lowly of political offices. So when you say, I don't think somebody is qualified to run for dog catcher, you're saying, I don't want them in politics. That was Hassan's point, not dehumanization. Oh, yeah, you're right. Sam is a great dog walker. Yeah, speaking of dog walking.
Dangerous for Jews.
Yes.
It is a fig leaf and a way of weaponizing anti-Semitism that has enabled Donald Trump to do the shit he's doing, that has enabled the slaughter of thousands upon thousands of children and women and men, for that matter. It is not keeping Israelis safe. And this type of conflation, Ethan, is what I find far more irresponsible, frankly, than the idea that he said positive any time.
He's right.
Look, you do a show
Sam,
4 hours a day.
Skelt says it's my dream job walking dogs. I would love to be like a dog sitter, honestly. I have a friend who does that, and it's so cool. She is so good with like dog. You got to be able to make friends with dogs, like, right? And all dogs have a different personality. So it's kind of something sort of amazing that she's able to do. But yeah, I ended up when I had that situation a couple of years ago, where I was supposed to be house sitting for a friend of mine, and it ended up that the friend's landlady had changed the locks, so I literally could not, even though she still had months on her lease, I could not house sit for her. My friend actually let me stay over with her while she was house sitting for people's kind of dog sitting.
He does a show as far as I can tell, 15 hours a day, and to focus in on that one tiny.
Somebody sent me a pretty cool website that I'm looking at.
Narwhal _ super chatted $10. For Ethan's theory about Zionist being a dog whistle, then conspiracy theories about Jewish people must be true because they don't have the numbers for this without Christian Zionists.
Ooh, good point. Ethan's theory about Zionist being a dog whistle, right? So this is what he said. This is what the ADL has said in terms of Twitch, right? That when people are saying Zionist, that's a low key way of them saying, something racist about Jewish people without getting caught for it. For Ethan's theory about Zionist being a dog whistle, then conspiracy theory about Jewish people must be true because they don't have the numbers for this without conspiracy theory, what, that they control Christian Zionists, like that kind of conspiracy theory, which I obviously disavow. Most dangerous thing for Jewish people is conflating us with the Israeli apartheid ethno-state and all of its war crimes. Yeah, it literally plays into a number of tropes. Good night, SM. Have a good dreamland. I hope you run into Kirby. I hope you Kirby your enthusiasm. Okay, that's too much. That's too much, chat.
This is not one tiny clip, Sam. You don't know. This is a totality of behavior.
But you.
And by the way, it's easy, and I appreciate that you can hand wave it away and say that it doesn't.
No, I'm not hand waving it away.
Well, you kind of are.
I'm saying this.
You're saying it doesn't. You're saying actually I'm wrong.
You know exactly what I mean there.
In fact, I'm saying this conflation is incredibly dangerous. It is disingenuous.
I think it's dangerous
right now,
to ignore what's being described as dehumanizing violent language for American Jews.
The kind that has a minority race controlling the world with how literally it'd be like the whole secretly in control of the world trope.
That is a complete mischaracterization of it.
And that is what's dangerous.
He's not fit to be a dog walker.
He never says the word Jews.
He says a
Everyone is shouting except me.
Listen, how many members of Kufi have positive feelings towards Israel?
Let me see.
How many millions of members of Kufi, the Christian
but you mean Sam, Hassan, and Ethan,
organization have positive feelings for Jews? It is clearly not a function of their Judaism. It is not a function of their Judaism, and so it is not
describes
specifically.
most Jews.
Perhaps these people finally
Yes, it does,
understand.
It describes most Christian evangelicals too.
It may do them too, but it also describes 73% of Jews.
That is not anti-Semitism. That is about
I don't know.
belief.
What do you call it when somebody's discriminating against the vast majority?
See, the whole thing is that there's a very, what should be an obvious, logical fallacy in Ethan's argument that, I have to kind of debate bro this to show you what's wrong with what he said. So what he's saying is that he's got a poll that says 73% of Jewish people have some kind of warm feeling in their heart for Israel, right? And so therefore, if you take a marginalized group and you say 73% of this marginalized group, has this feeling, and then you say people with this feeling are wrong, people with this feeling are bad, people with this feeling should not be elected to any political office, right? Then what you're really saying is that Jewish people shouldn't be elected to that political office. Do you see what's wrong with this? Right? Let's take another group, right? Let's take let's just make up a group, make up a class of people, right? And say that 73% of these people, believe that believe in Nick Fuentes, have a Nick Fuentes like admiration for Hitler and for the Third Reich, right? Then you'd be saying that to criticize not the people, right? Because remember, 73% of these people believe in, Nick Fuentes thought, right? Meaning that 27% of these people do not believe in Nick Fuentes thought. But then you would say that that you can't criticize them,
right? You can't criticize the class of people, but you can't criticize people who believe in Nick Fuentes' thought, because 73% of a marginalized group fit that description. We all recognize that that's wrong. None of us want for literal Nazis to hide behind like a marginalized identity, especially when what people are saying is wrong about them is not their identity, but is their belief. It's not something that I think that Ethan's audience is going to pick up on. It's not something, honestly, that a lot of debate audiences, which I think are fundamentally anti-intellectual, the reason that they seek after their parasocial daddies, the reason that they pine for an edgy boy messiah like Destiny, like Vosh, like Xanderhal, right, is that they're fundamentally anti-intellectual. They can't engage, and they don't want to educate themselves to the point where they can engage. And they are, butthurt, to borrow a phrase, by the fact that academia and intellectualism exists. So therefore they say, fuck these eggheads. I got my edgy boy messiah. I got Destiny. I got Vosh. I got Xanderhal. And that is, I will substitute, them for any sort of academic authority, right? That's what and this perpetuates, the same kind of. Did we watch that video, chat? We didn't watch this video essay, right? I put it on bonus content, but it didn't win. But there's a video essay out there talking about anti-intellectualism, and wait, did it? What was it? Was it the overzealots video, or was it something? I feel like it's something Vamp sent me. Anyway, chat, it really bothers me. It really bothers me that Ethan gets away with this shit. And it's the same kind of shit. It's the same kind of faulty logic that Destiny will get away with. And it's the same kind of exploit that people like Trump use, right? A lot of his rhetoric, a lot of the right-wing rhetoric of today is based on just like this little logical inconsistency that most people don't recognize. Why don't we recognize it? Because we're anti-intellectual.
Of a racial or religious group, Sam.
I'm sorry. You want to look at evangelical Jews?
I don't care about evangelical people.
Okay, but I'm talking about the way you're constructing this.
I think
you can say the same thing about Christian evangelical Jew, Christian evangelical.
Yeah, exactly. Skelts. Shit makes sense for them. Yeah. They cultivated anti-intellectualism in Ethan's case, in Destiny's case, in Vosh's case, in their audience. It's convenient for them. It's good to. It's a very useful exploit. And in Trump's case, in the nation, right? People who don't have a college education, instead of maybe wanting to do some some true like autodidactics and fill in those gaps, they are inclined to just thrust it all away and say that these intellectuals are lying to us. They're all in on some kind of conspiracy, like the global warming thing, right? All the climate scientists have gotten together in a secret room and they've agreed to make up this whole thing of climate change that doesn't really exist because they want us to not be able to grill in the summer. They hate our freedom. That's why.
It is not anti-Semitism.
I wouldn't be able to have this conversation because Ethan would.
Pretty sure Destiny said he hasn't read a book in over a decade. Damn.
You're a Jew hater. You're a Jew hater.
Yeah, Udina says it would be like saying that being against Nazis was anti-German discrimination. That is that is the parallel right there. Oh shit, Joel, you just reminded me. Hassan like a year ago, I think Hassan went on Adam Friedland's show, and that video is out yet. Now Hassan says he doesn't think he did a good job. That to do a good job on Adam Friedland's podcast, you kind of have to, you can't be like in on the joke as much as Hassan is, knowing Adam. And so he thinks that Adam kind of held this back because it's just not as good of a episode as some of the, I mean, there's been some really good episodes. Anybody see the, obviously the Destiny episode was beautiful. Best work that I've ever seen Adam do.
But also the like I'm trying to think, Chris Cuomo. I think the Chris Cuomo episode was really good too. The Chet Hanks episode was good, right? So yeah, that's what Hassan thinks, is that it's not as entertaining. We'd love to see it. Oh, we love to see it. Adam Friedland cooking sex pestiny over an open fire.
Example in isolation, which is what we.
Klein would say that conflating Israel with Germany was anti-Semitic too. Well, I'm not trying to conflate those. I'm trying to use it as an example. So what you do in actual, debate tactics and actual logic, right, to show the absurdity of someone's claim, to show that somebody's line of logic is a bad line of logic, you show that it would enable something that we all regard as wrong, something that we all know is wrong. And we all know that excusing like neo-Nazism, the Nick Fuentes thought, as I said before, would be wrong. And so if your line of logic can provide cover for that, then maybe your line of logic is faulty, right? I'm literally using debate tactics against them here.
We've done here.
Well, you're the one who gave it to me.
Yeah, well,
I don't even want to talk about
fundamentally,
it,
I disagree with you.
But I'm using your example, and in that instance, that is not anti-Semitism.
Well, I
this
disagree.
Conflation. Okay, well, that's our disagreement.
Yeah.
But I think that conflation is incredibly dangerous.
Well, I disagree.
Emily French says anti-intellectualism is part of the Red Scare. I didn't realize they'd added a third member to that podcast. Is that true? Is anti-intellectualism on there with Dasha and the other? I always forget her name. Who's the other Red Scare? No, you mean the Red Scare, not the podcast, right?
As well,
Jews,
I think
it's dangerous for this society.
Why would he?
I think, frankly, I think it's dangerous to what I perceive as hand waving what is happening here. I know you said you aren't doing
I'm
that.
not hand waving.
You're doing the opposite. You're endorsing
decades of thought about this.
So right, sure. But the point is, you're saying that this is not dangerous. How dare you care about this? I think it's dangerous
I'm not saying that at all.
General Public says, in college, I double majored in computer science and math, did mathematical proofs. Proof by contradiction had to be logically airtight. So I don't abide by BS. Yeah, and you've seen then how one little logical inconsistency can lead you to making an absolutely absurd claim.
I personally, Jewish people have a collective memory of trauma, Sam, and it starts a certain way. And it starts with people, it starts with dehumanizing language, like saying you're not fit to walk a dog. I mean, what are we doing here? It's irresponsible language.
He's not talking about Jews.
He's talking about 73% of Jewish people.
No, you said that.
No, that's a poll that's readily available.
No, you made that connection. He did not. Because we have millions upon millions of members of Kufi. We have millions upon millions in this country of evangelicals who also believe the same thing.
Does your dad have...
You cannot say it's anti-Semitism.
Could you describe
You cannot say it's anti-Semitism if you're also...
Chat, what does Kufi stand for? Christian United Front with Israel? What is Kufi?
Millions upon millions, far more Christians.
If he wants his dad to be appointed to local office, and Sam would say no.
Your father, who you mentioned, said something to you, that he's ever in his life had positive feelings about the state of Israel?
I've had positive feelings of Israel.
Oh, sorry. Christians United for Israel.
About it now?
I would assume so.
Not in terms of like I support them, but I think
positive feelings. I went to Israel on.
Okay, good. Then you're a neo-Nazi, not fit to walk a dog. How do you feel about that?
No, that's you saying that.
That's literally what he said. I'll play it again.
Thank you. I think like this will never happen, but in a totally just world, any kind of regardless.
Wait, Rwanda was horrific. I don't know, Irene. Wait, what did I say about Rwanda?
Your background, any kind of Zionist tendency should be treated in the same way as being a rabid neo-Nazi, and you shouldn't even let someone be the local dog catcher as Felix was posting if they've ever exhibited any sort of like positive feelings about the state of Israel. I'm so serious about this.
Another thing he's doing, by the way, and Hassan does it.
Listen,
he plays around with the term Zionist, right?
You can say that's a wrong thing to say, but he's not talking about Jews.
Yes.
He's talking about people who have exhibited these positive feelings, and that includes millions upon millions of Christians.
Yes.
More Christians.
Okay, well, listen, I don't
of your background.
He's not fit to walk dogs, either.
Yes,
I think it's
no
insane
local
language.
office
Listen,
positions.
you don't want to tell me that you have never engaged in hyperbole. You and I both are in this
It's not
business,
just
and we do that.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. I just think that,
It's listen. You can say
I
it's
just
an
think
inappropriate
that,
thing to say. It's an unfair thing to say.
I just think like
but
Arabs
it's
that
not
support Israel aren't
anti-Semitism.
fit to walk a dog.
It is not anti-Semitism.
Okay, well, we're
And
at
you
an
can say
impasse
that
on
it's-
this one.
No, the dog walker
Yeah,
is
so, I mean-
a local.
But anyway, another
it's
thing.
a
is he
colloquialism
says
that
Zionist
Felix
tendencies,
Biederman,
and he's
also
someone that
Jewish,
plays around
used.
with Zionism. He calls me a Zionist.
And we watched that earlier. If you're just joining us, make sure to rewind the VOD. I go over the engagement between Ethan and Sam by itself, and including the we add some context by going over Hassan's stream where he says this phrase, right, and see that it's actually him reacting to something that Felix said.
And again, I know we're arguing here about semantics of what Hassan said, but I don't think you could accurately characterize me as that, as it's used colloquially. You don't know, right? But he's saying Zionist tendencies. What does that mean?
Sasha G with the 5 gifted memberships. Andy Kowalski, you just got weaseled. Lairdbot, you just got weaseled. Oak, you just got weaseled. Sassy Sasarai, you just got weaseled. Wait, did I miss anyone? Oh, Andy Kowalski. No, I think I said everyone. And that's a good thing. And that's a good thing.
What's a Zionist tendency?
I don't know.
Yeah.
You're going to talk
can
to him
ask
on
me about
Friday.
it, I
You can
can
ask
tell
him
you.
what a Zionist tendency is.
Zionism
I
is
suppose.
fascism.
Thank you, Sam, for not going for the bait of trying to guess what Hassan was trying to say there, because it's up to Hassan to say it. Sam's exactly right.
I would guess. And, like I've looked at polls too, where, people have various different understandings of
Why
what
is he
not
trying to debate
Zionism
me
is.
on this?
But
Ethan,
I think
stop
it
bringing
is
Hassan up so much.
my
Ethan is
guess.
trying to fight Hassan through
and
Sam,
I don't know
absolutely
what he
bait a
was
move.
thinking specifically.
Watch
but
Ethan back
the
away from
notion of
our
an
supposed
ethno-state
debate on Friday
that
now
has-
because now
that
he didn't get what he
engages
wanted
and
out of
allows
Sam.
Whatever in the name of
This was
of
all-
Wait, what do you think, Chad? Do you think that Hassan's right? Do you think that Ethan is going to back out now?
this mass slaughter.
I feel like it'd be a huge L if he did.
I think it's horrific.
Sure,
And he's
me
not
too.
able to. He's not able to extract. He's not able to extract what he wanted out of
the three of us
Sam.
agree on that regard.
Yeah, I think we're so. Another thing is like to take it even further.
Joel Sivarud says formal logic also requires formal logic. Is that the logic that looks like math? Also requires model theory to prove statements outside of tautologies. A tautology is like a it's like a circular, it's a logical circle. Yet none of these debate bros tend to discuss the underlying assumptions and values that comprise the model that support their quote unquote logical truths. Yeah, none of their axioms, to borrow a debate bro phrase, are truly grounded.
I mean, Hassan pretty much openly
Well, let's not
supports
talk
Hamas.
about Hassan. Let's talk about this.
Sure. I mean, what do you want to ask me?
Well, I mean, if you want to ask me about, I
think he's gonna back away now. Now that he's not getting what he wanted.
I'm not here to explore.
I have a list of things
feelings, but if you want to talk about Hamas, I mean, I think look.
Well, how do you feel about Hamas?
Where was his nightly crash out? Should we check Twitter? Usually, chat what I do. So usually his nightly crash outs are on Insta. And I don't have Insta, so I usually just check Twitter because people repost them.
I mean, I feel that Hamas, people can perceive it as...
Sitting Cow says, I don't think he'll back out, but I do think Hassan is right about what he wanted from the Sam talk, no doubt.
A liberation organization. We call them terrorists in this country. We call the ANC terrorists.
What do you think about them, Sam?
Listen, I think there are parts, I would imagine, of Hamas that have done good for the people in Gaza, and I think they have done bad things. But I sort of feel, I guess, ultimately probably like Ehud Barak when he said that were I Palestinian and I was living in Gaza, that it would be likely that I would join Hamas. I mean, that's what Ehud Barak said on multiple occasions. And I think that is very...
watching someone that has the exact same opinion as I do.
An understanding of human nature.
Saying it from a perspective
that you're not
where
affording
subject
Israelis,
break
just
out.
to point out an inconsistency
Because
there.
he can't hit him on this.
Well, you're not.
Because
You're like I refuse to understand human nature and their reaction. It's just evil, and I don't know how to explain it.
I didn't use the word evil.
Right. I'm inferring because I asked you if you think they're evil, and you didn't really answer that.
Listen, I don't know what Gazans felt on October 8th, but toward Hamas. But I can tell you that we have there is a long history of terrorist organizations or so-called terrorist organizations like the ANC or the IRA, even the PLO,
now, Sam,
that ultimately become political organizations.
I think the comparison to Hamas to what happened in South Africa is insanely disingenuous. And I personally hate when people do that.
I mean, Mandela didn't think so.
Well, Mandela did think so. He explicitly stated that he avoided committing violence on the citizenry because it would make reunification impossible.
Twice they asked
That's
Nelson
something he
Mandela,
said.
if you disavow violence, we will let you go free.
So yeah, that's the difference, right? Ethan's trying to claim because of Mandela's like personal actions, right? Trying to essentially like whitewash Mandela in a lot of the same ways that Republicans do with Martin Luther King in the United States. And he's missing the fact that, Mandela was asked to do the equivalent of disavowing Hamas several times, and with the reward being getting out of prison, and he refused. He did a Rohan Kashibe and said, "But I refuse."
You are wrong.
I think under 200 civilians died. And the people who did kill civilians were almost all held accountable for what they did. That's a difference,
Sam. About this?
Well, I mean, I can tell you that
a significant difference.
He stayed in prison. His
prison
sentence was
a significant difference. I mean, I imagine many of those people who committed atrocities on October 7th are dead now.
Joel Siverud wants to tack on to what General Public said. Wanted to add on to what the YouTube chatter said. As someone who has studied mathematical logic, it's always frustrating when people in debates try to beat their opponent over the head with logic as if it's some kind of indisputable truth. Oh yeah, as if it's a self-evident sort of thing, which, it's not. That's the whole point of.
And so
what does that have to do with anything?
Well, that's accountability. But I
mean,
you don't need to prove axioms in math. You just assume that they are. That's what axioms are. I mean, like it's a debate bro cliche to say ground your axioms. Don't necessarily. You just assume they are true and see what happens. Yeah, it's an if then statement, right? The if is you say if, and then the axiom, then and then your deduction. If we assume it to be true that the sun will always rise, then yada yada yada, right? It's like that.
Being held accountable by the party that they're presumably doing the violence on behalf. Like,
but you're saying the entire ANC was held accountable?
No, I was saying Nelson Mandela's party, if someone killed a civilian, they would hold them accountable. They would charge them. They would disavow their actions.
That's not true.
The ANC did.
Yes.
Well, the IRA was bombing places in England and throughout Ireland. I mean, we have
like in hyperbolic or spherical geometry, you have different axioms than regular Cartesian geometry. But mathematicians don't say any axioms are right or wrong. They are equally valid. They are assumptions. They are if statements. Yeah.
Or the Stern gang. When they killed, over 100.
I would not compare.
They're the if part of the if then statement.
1948. I mean, the history
That's
is
crazy.
full of examples of organizations that commit terrorist acts. Now, I will tell you,
people look at South
personally,
Africa.
I do not condone
Nelson
the
Mandela's
killing
family, by
of
the way.
civilians, and which is why.
There we go.
Which is why, obviously, I'm upset about what Israel is doing.
Sure. The part that I don't like about people say, like,
look at that. YouTube and Twitch getting along, sharing the glory of mathematical logic, formal logic, appreciated in both chats. I love to see it.
I feel like people sweep for Hamas by saying,
no mathematician has ever grounded, quote unquote, grounded axiom. They were just like, let's see what happens if we add, if we have this as an axiom, and if it is logically consistent or contradictory, if it has cool results or not.
Like, what do you expect?
MK,
right?
paramilitary wing of the
truth
ANC.
Is that
Yo, Glennerous, thank you for turning back time and giving me a little bit of extra time. So chat, where are we at? We are at, I don't know, 60% done with reacting to this video. I've got the Olimi and Friends coming up next, and with the possibility of a third video, which could be finishing off the Ethan Frogan stream. If we get to, we're at 269 right now. That is a mere 31 points away from 300. If we get to 300, we'll watch all three somehow. I may need you to turn back time a few times for me to make it work, though, because we are running out of time on the subathon.
A bombing campaign that killed 19 people.
We're almost at 7 hours here. This has been a pretty long stream, but I wanted to.
Africa as an example.
It made sense given that this is the last day of the year, or this was the last day of the month, for me to try to catch up with. I've kind of had a down month, mostly because I've had to find an apartment, and I've been living out of a hotel and just had a lot of stuff going on. Haven't been able to dedicate as much energy or really stream at the quality that I'm used to streaming on. So yeah, the overall YouTube paycheck has gone down a little bit this month, but the stream definitely helps that. So I'm looking at my phone. I'm trying to find my phone to figure out exactly where I'm at as far as next month goes.
And what South Africa shows is that you don't need to commit a violent war against civilians to liberate yourself.
They were violent.
Edwin Rollins, as a fellow math and computer science major, I'm definitely appreciating fellow chatters bringing the formal logic to bear, because most of it, I took formal logic, and I was a philosophy major, actually, freshman year in college. So until I found out the chair of the philosophy department hated my guts, because I accidentally said that, what was it again? She gave us a test, right? And one of my fellow students was taking the test after the rest of us, right? And she was really worried. She was really sweating. And I had already taken the test, and I'd done pretty well without a lot of studying. So I let her know this was a very easy test, right? I might have even used some like metaphoric language. And so, I told her, don't worry, you're going to be okay. That was basically what I was saying to this student. And so this lovely, my lovely, what is the word for like, yeah, anyway, this other student told the teacher that I said her test was really easy, and she took offense. She took offense. She said, fuck you forever, because I said her test was easy. Like, right?
Well, I mean, listen, we had for a year, we had the Great March of Return, where, Sinwar himself was involved in that. There was Palestinians marching.
How sad is that, chat? I thought she was my friend.
On a regular basis over the course of the year. I don't know how many it was, 50 or whatever, that were innocent people who went there, and snipers are shooting down unarmed civilians. And so, time and time again, and over the course of the 20 years that I've been professionally,
That's the reason why he
covering
went to
this,
prison.
my attitude towards Israel's willingness to have peace has changed, and my understanding of it has changed. And I can only imagine how more intense that feeling is to be living in a place that is, functionally like, the Warsaw Ghetto, as far as like you don't have access to resources, you have 50% unemployment, the apartheid that is taking place in terms of the West Bank. I mean,
I agree with those characterizations, by the way, Sam. Just to say,
but I can't imagine that my response wouldn't be to pick up a weapon.
Okay.
I mean, I don't know.
It's not really working out.
Well, none of it's working out, is it? I mean,
not much at all.
Greatest,
not really much at all.
What is called the greatest attack on Israelis in 75 years. The notion of Zionism and the way that Israel is organized as a society is not protecting Jews.
Well,
it's not protecting Israelis. It's not protecting Jews worldwide. It is, there may have been a time where Zionism had and there were certainly proponents of Zionism in the early 20th century, in the late, perhaps late 19th century, where there was a notion of a multi-ethnic democracy that fell by the wayside. Folks like Hannah Arendt and Einstein, left the Zionist Congress and
wait, oh my God, what the fuck just happened? Joel Severid, you just wow, you just blew the top off of the dono goal and got us to three separate this is the first of the first segment of bonus content. Caffeinated Gamer, you just got jellyfished. La 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 la. Grumbleworks, you just got jellyfished. New member 1, you just got jellyfished. Freedkey, you just got jellyfish. Giant Ostracod, you just got jellyfished. Death Size, you just got jellyfished. Sitting Cow 2, you just got jellyfished. Rhonda, you just got jellyfished. And one more person, oh my God, that I can't see their name because of the freaking... Can I make this? Got More Soul, you just got jellyfished as well. Who did I miss at the beginning? Caffeinated Gamer, you just got jellyfished. Misterp 53, you just got jellyfished. Sending you love, chat and peep, donate, gifting. Wait. Oh my gosh, I can't even. Thank you, Joel. That's immediately onto a level 3 hype train with 3 minutes and 15 seconds left. It's your chance if you want to get extra. I think it gives you extra emojis for that, so Twitch can play around with that. You have turned back time, Joel. Look at that, 58. Wait a minute. Should it? I feel like it should have given you more time. Is this subathon thing, like, I'm trying to test it out to see if it's working or not. That was just 10 gift subs. That should have been, that should have been an extra hour. Why did it not give you an extra hour? Doesn't that make sense, chat? 6? All right, like a gift sub is 6 minutes. We were at like 47 minutes or something like that. Was it just too fast? I can't tell. I don't think it turned back time enough. I think it was supposed to turn it back more. That was 10 gift subs. So that's like, what does that make it? We are now at 329. $329 out of 400. Out of 400 there. Wow. Might be a delay. Yeah, I mean, we'll see. Maybe we are stress testing. I mean, it's better to find it out now than if I try to do like a real deal subathon on Twitch. I feel like I should add some extra to give us more time, right? The time might cook it though. Anyway, I gotta get back to this so we can.
What it has evolved into is, I think, a nightmare
Told you he was gonna do
for
Hannah
everyone
Arendt.
involved. And so, you know, I don't know how I would react in
I love using Einstein as
in
well.
that type of commiseration, frankly.
Well, can I ask you?
But again,
what are your-
Ehud Barak said that he would pick up a weapon were he one of them. And
That's fine.
He
I- you
far
know,
closer
So
to
Sam
the,
is a top secret weapon?
the
Ha ha,
conflict
bro's
than
not-
I
I'm
am.
not saying I don't understand why people pick up weapons. Right. So
I'm
so
actually
let me ask you
impressed
this:
with
what do
how
you think
Ethan
about
is
October
doing.
7th attack?
What do I think about it?
Yeah.
I mean, it was horrific.
Mm-hmm. And this was like a military action by Hamas to what end?
I mean, I suspect. I mean, I don't know what the strategy was. I mean, they attacked 2 military bases. I don't
he's
know
gonna
if
do the
they
rape
were
stuff.
aware.
He's gonna hit the rape stuff
of,
now, probably.
that the dance.
The Nova rave.
Yeah, I don't know if they knew that.
12 seconds in order to keep that hype train going if anybody wants to. This is the time.
We're going to leave the Palestinians out of the equation, where an authoritarian.
You leave out that
monarchy
they
state.
attacked Kibbutzim, by the way.
No, yes, of course they did. But I'm saying that they.
Hype chest opened.
I don't know what the strategy was on their
Okay,
part.
so what do you think? Like, would you expect the response of Israel would be to that?
I had no doubt on that day that Israel was going to respond.
Go insane.
I mean,
Yeah, right. It was going to be horrific. We all knew.
yes, but I think
Yo, Crotchy, thank you for the gifted membership. Talia Johnson, you just got weaseled, and that's a good thing.
the lack of proportionality was just beyond. Frankly, and I was aware that this was going to be a horror show, but I don't think I had the level of awareness of what they would do to go in and literally level it, destroy what is it, 80-90% of the structures in Palestine, bomb
I'm gonna show
hospitals
this as well.
that they would use.
Well, Hamas did know that because that's why they attacked.
Food as a weapon.
I'm more interested in the justification
I think Hamas
for what they're doing
probably
there.
took hostages with the idea that they would be able to negotiate.
See if this works.
I don't understand why they took children and elderly.
I can't get it to work.
I believe that they probably. I mean, I'm. This is all conjecture on my part. That they would be able to trade them as a way to inhibit Israel's doing what they're doing, and I don't know if they could have even imagined that. I'm not going I'm not going to endorse Hamas's strategy here.
Well, I'm just trying to flesh it out here because
Yo, I did it. I did it.
What I'm getting
I did it, chat.
I think they knew that this was the reaction that would happen.
Joel, I'm not sure how much it should have turned back time, but I added 45 minutes. That's how you do it, chat. Sub add time and then the number of minutes or whatever.
I can't imagine that they
It's an act of
assumed
desperation
that this
born
was,
out of
there would be
Israel's
this
endless
level of
cruelty.
destruction.
Look at that, chat. We turned back time.
I mean, that's why they hate Israel. I don't think they
It would have been
underestimate how violent the IDF can be. You know what I mean? That's why they attacked.
I certainly underestimated that they would go this far. Use
I didn't think they'd go this far, but
bomb hospitals.
Okay, so what the are you defending Israel and the Zionist project in any capacity, Ethan?
Have rules of engagement
Hamas
like this.
thought that Israel would have a
And, you know,
semblance of
I
humanity
think
for its own
Hamas
hostages. They were wrong. How was that anybody else's fault other than Israel?
Criticism for their strategy here. If
think that's
what
an
you're trying to-
understatement.
Ethan is blaming
Well, I mean,
the
if that's
genocide of Palestinians on Hamas once
Joel
again.
Cyber, super chatted $11.42. Even as a Twitch main, I definitely need to keep YouTube chat open more often. You're so lovely in here, relieved face, red heart.
Aw. No, we got 2 awesome chats. Like, I never knew that was gonna chat. I used to have the struggle, like when I first started dual streaming, where like I think the old struggle was that when I dual stream, people, because the Twitch chat was bigger, people would come over to you from YouTube to Twitch, and so I'd have this tiny little YouTube chat and this, you know, giant Twitch chat, right? And then at some point it sort of flipped and YouTube started to really grow, and then people would be in Twitch and they'd be like, there's like 5 people, you know, talking, right? So then they'd go over to YouTube chat, and then Twitch chat would be tiny, but now we got both. And that is kind of awesome. That is kind of powerful.
They're a terrorist organization.
Way to try and defend.
Country that claimed it didn't have a Hannibal directive active anymore, but guess what? That's right.
Antagonized.
Guess where a lot of those, you know, people talk about, you know, people being burned to death. That's what a Hellfire missile from a helicopter would do. What do you think? What do you think that the, you know, who do you think had Hellfire missiles, right?
The idea to come mass slaughter their civilians.
I think that they overestimated whether Israel cared about the.
Oh, that's a cute emoji you got there, Funkmaster Ka.
Without a doubt. I mean, there's.
I'm really disappointed.
I don't
in Sam.
know that there would be anybody who would make a case that this
oh my
is
God,
was
his
their
entire
plan.
community is like full-blown Zionist.
To have Israel respond in this way, that's absurd.
Well, and the same is true of, like, I guess Israelis feel the same way. Like, it was totally unprecedented.
No shot. They're literally they're telling Sam.
Maybe they didn't think that their mission would be as successful as it was on the other hand.
I have no doubt that they did not think that they would that they would have been able to overrun that. I mean, I think, you know, we were told that the technology
so much worse than I thought it was
Israel's defense, et cetera, was you know, perfect and something we should emulate in this country. I mean, Trump was all talking about that. So I have no doubt that Hamas overestimated.
Overestimated the idea.
A narrow bunch of numbers. Thank you for turning back time by following me on Twitch.
They would be able to, you know.
Oh my God, it's bad.
What kind of destruction they would wreak,
bad, bro.
and they underestimated the violence that Israel would perpetrate on Gaza. I don't know that anyone could have imagined that Israel would
can be to
have
explain the situation.
This
and these guys are just going crazy. They're treating him like they treat me.
Commiseration and bombing churches and bombing hospitals and blowing up universities and destroying
Sam is hard
the
to listen
infrastructure.
to.
I mean, it's almost beyond belief.
So one thing that when I was talking to Hassan, and I'm just going to talk about his point. This is about him personally. When I asked him, because this is obviously the $1 million question, right? By the way, just you know, there's not one public bomb shelter in Gaza.
You think that's a good
There's
point?
not one public bomb shelter in Gaza?
Oh no, he's doing hospital points. Oh,
Okay.
Sam's gonna
I just
cook
think
him.
that's interesting. Pretty.
Yeah.
Up,
What would a 3,000-pound bomb do to a bomb shelter? Do you think Israel would stop themselves from blowing up a bomb shelter?
I'm
They
not sure
blow
I
up
understand the point.
hospitals.
Well, I mean,
do you think anything would be standing anymore?
Well, bomb shelters are underground. I mean, they would definitely be a lot safer.
Dude, they have 2,000. They have bunker busters. They've used bunker busters on refugee camps. They've used bunker busters on hospitals. Why the f*** they stop themselves from using it on a fucking bomb shelter?
The first one that they went into, they built it when they were occupying Gaza.
Are you right? That's true of that one. But I mean, they have a vast tunnel network, obviously, as everybody knows. But I don't care. I don't want to get into the weeds on this. The $1 million question is like, what can we do? Now, it's obviously insanely difficult
as Americans,
to say.
I think we can stop aid immediately. I mean, obviously, it's not going to happen under Trump.
I'm in favor of that.
Move on. Don't move on. Oh my God.
Okay.
Yeah, don't let him do that.
I think we should call for all aid to be ceased, and I think we should stop protecting them in the
What
UN.
should have Israel done on October 8th, I guess? Like, what would have been an appropriate response for their government?
Not kill Israeli citizens within the Gaza envelope. in a hope that Hamas could not hold them kidnapped.
On October 8th?
All right, I am premiering. I don't know if Buffy. I doubt Buffy is still awake, but I am premiering Buffy Geek's new emote on Twitch. Let me see if I can bring it up. Oh my god. Oh my god. Can I expand this maybe? Yeah, expand. All right. What do we have? Oh, my pinned tweet is like getting in my way. Let's see Let's see if it shows. Wait, I can't see it. Can anybody see the jelly? It's like nocom1 jelly. Let's try it. Nocom1 jelly? No, it's not working. Wait, how do I do this? I haven't premiered a tier 1 nocom1. Oh, capital J. Okay, let's try it again. Did I make that one too complicated by putting a capital in it? Jelly. No, why does it not work? Does it take, oh my gosh, is this a Twitch thing where it takes like a certain amount of time to, I remember this, chat. Does it have to get uploaded and like reviewed and stuff? Anyway, I added another animated emoji. You can thank Buffy Geek for that. If anybody wants to try to use it on Twitch, I don't know how long it'll take to
I think
appear.
I think that there is
concede to the positions of Hamas.
They're hitting strategic sites to attempt to take out leadership. They should have, but let's talk.
Well, the leadership was underground.
Yeah, to look at that, that moment in history,
genocide,
like maybe it was.
I disagree because they had to do something.
Oh wait, it works.
In that moment.
Yo, we got the weasels and the jellyfish dancing.
Bomb or whatever they.
How come it's not working for me?
Any action that they would have taken.
It works for chat.
Frankly,
that's the important part.
Was a function of literally decades of oppressing people and attempting to bring this to an eventuality.
Right.
I mean, this was.
I can't believe.
And so, what should they have done?
I can't believe his audience legitimately and Ethan thought
you're
that
avoiding,
like Sam would agree with.
Okay, I think what they should have done is
so
begun
shocking.
empowering
anyone who's knowledgeable on this issue that isn't brain broken.
This is my favorite answer,
is
Sam.
100% going to have these exact same opinions.
They should destroy their government and lift the borders in response to the worst terrorist attack that's ever happened.
I think honestly, when you see that your policies have failed, but I don't think this
you
was
actually
their
don't
agenda.
believe that that's a real thing, though.
Particle, don't feel too bad. It's not working for me either. I don't know what's going on. But Funkmaster, Ka, and Joel are both able to use it.
A real conversation. You can't like live in a fairy tale land where, in response to the worst military or terrorist attack of all time, Israel, who's already, as you state, like genocidal and racist and all these terrible things, is going to lift their border.
Oh, it's just not showing up for me when I type it, huh?
Disband their
Well,
government.
wait a second. You're asking me what they should
refresh.
That's
No, in a
from
realistic
what I
way, not in a
expect them to
fairy
do.
tale, Sam.
Well, listen, there is no realistic thing. Their agenda.
Again, this was the part that really broke me, right? This was the part right here that broke me because Sam is talking to a guy who is living by Disneyland ethics, right? Disneyland morality. Oh, there it is. Look at that. Look at that. Wait, can I get a shaky Gurga and a jellyfish? Shaky Gurga. Oh, do you see them, chat? Do you see the jellyfish on the screen? The jellyfish are now on the screen. All right, let's try copy this and then paste that. See if we can get a bunch of, look at that, jellyfish and Gurga. Oh, chat, it's so beautiful. Do you see the jellyfish? Now, wait a minute. Why is it that the jellyfish don't actually move? Wait, the weasels move. Wait, why don't the jellyfish move? I'm so confused. Why are they being still? The weasels move, the Gurgas move, but the jellyfish are just static. I don't know. We'll figure it out, chat. I'm distracted.
It has been quite clear. Their agenda has been, since Ariel Sharon walked on the Temple Mount and tried to scuttle peace talks, the agenda since the assassination of Rabin by arch-Zionists in Israel, the agenda has been to bring about this moment. There is no doubt about it.
Yeah, Netanyahu had a quote saying as much.
The annihilation of the Palestinian people has been an agenda in Israel for for far too long. So from the perspective, it's anything I say is fantastical relative to what they would actually do. Anything.
There's nothing they could have done that because of the situation, anything they would have done would have been.
Poor Israel, man.
There was no plan.
Yeah, Shaky Gurga is BTTV.
On this day, they were going to do this.
I feel so bad for Israel.
The jellyfish move for me. Yeah, they move. Look, they move in the chat, but they're not moving on the screen. Like I've got this. I forget what it's called, Capagen or something like that. That when you post an emote in Twitch, that's one of the cool things about Twitch. If you haven't checked out the Twitch chat yet, I'm not telling you where to go. You watch me on YouTube, you watch me on Twitch, you watch me wherever you're damn well comfortable with, right? But I am saying if you haven't checked out Twitch yet, you are able to post like animated emojis, and I think most of the emojis, if not all of the emojis, when you post them, they have a chance of appearing on screen. So just like this, chat, just like this, when I post Gurgas and jellyfish, right? I get them appearing on screen. The only thing is the Gurgas are moving and the jellyfish are static for whatever reason. But we'll get it figured out. We'll figure it out. Look at that. Yeah, the Amogus is static too. Interesting. Anyway. When you restarted Twitch, I restarted, the window too.
For 76 years of apartheid, they just had no other option but to do genocide. That is the logical conclusion.
Oh wait, maybe they'll show up as animated when I restart OBS.
Ethan's argument, by the way, that is how crazy
definitely
this is.
The agenda.
What, in terms of like
Find
attacking Gaza or inciting an attack?
I would imagine both, frankly. But to find a way to eliminate the Palestinians, this has been the agenda of at one time what I think was a smaller segment of the Israeli body politic, and I think has increasingly become an even larger portion of the Israeli politic. So I mean, anything I say in terms of should is fantastical. Anything.
So okay. I mean, so this is like I understand where you're coming from, right? Like
there was an opportunity for a ceasefire that was called in November.
Adrian D, I do see them move, but do you see them move on the video, or do you see them move on Twitch? Because they're moving for me on Twitch now. They're just not moving when I do this, right? Like when they appear on the screen like this. They're not animated, which is okay. I mean, I'm happy they're appearing at all. But anyway,
they could have held a ceasefire at any point, and the amount of killing would have been far less. They could have done that. They could have ended it after a week.
I mean, Hamas could have ended the war anytime too.
How could have Hamas ended the war?
By leaving.
We need Twitch functions here. If you have BTTV and you type in shaky. No space, just the word shaky, no SHAKY, and then Gurga, capital GERGA, so capital SHAKY, no space, capital GERGA, then you should see Jink's face moving back and forth.
By releasing the hostages?
Was Rabin one of the founders of Israel? No, he was a prime minister, I believe.
Listen.
And he was assassinated, right? He was a prime minister that was, trying to, sort of moving towards peace, right? Or in, more, and yeah, that was what Sam was talking about. Sharon walking on the Temple Mount in order to scuttle the peace talks.
Israel has said time and time again that release of the hostages is not going to end their assault on Gaza. They have.
Wait, actually, I don't know. I actually don't know if Rabin was also one of the founders. I guess that's possible.
And
I haven't seen those statements. I've seen the opposite. I believe that if
you really haven't seen those statements?
No, I haven't. I'll review them. I mean, it depends when it depends when they were made too, right? Like.
Hostage family protests in Israel, Ethan, is because the Netanyahu government doesn't want to release the hostages because they want to keep using the hostages as a reason to keep bombing Gaza because they want to ethnically cleanse the Gaza population.
That's what I was saying. Yeah, the thing about the bomb shelter didn't make sense because if Palestine did have a bomb shelter, a designated bomb shelter for civilians, you can bet your ass that target would be hit by the IDF, right?
I believe that
Really, you really haven't seen those statements?
No, I haven't. I'll review them. I mean, it depends when it depends when they were made too, right? Like
hostage family protests in Israel, Ethan, is because the Netanyahu government doesn't want to release the hostages because they want to keep using the hostages as a reason to keep bombing Gaza because they want to ethnically cleanse the Gaza population. They want to ethnically cleanse Gaza.
Yeah. Same reason that they set out this propagandist sort of conflation of Hamas to ISIS, right? And said, what do we do with ISIS? We eliminate it. So we are on a mission to eliminate Hamas. Why did they say that? Because they knew that if they continued to kill Palestinians, they would replace every single Hamas member that they killed, right? That there would be no eliminating Hamas. So that gives them carte blanche, essentially, to do all the genocide they want.
Not coming into Gaza.
Why are you so stupid? You don't understand anything.
That's not true.
Israel's actions.
That didn't happen
It's
either.
being inevitable.
Oh my God.
Like, when do you think they should have ended it? When do you think they should have ended it?
So when should who have ended what?
You've asked me the question, what should have Israel done? You tell me what they should have done. Do you think what they've done is right?
Well, I've clearly stated no, Sam.
Okay, so tell me what they should have done.
Yeah. So I mean, obviously, hindsight is a beautiful thing, but in my opinion, like you said, I think some more specific strikes. I think more moving.
That's what the chat just said to Hassan. Ela's messaging him right now. So are they thinking Ela's not happy with what he's saying?
Slowly, because as you kind of
just a slower
pointed
genocide.
out, but didn't really acknowledge.
When
is
do you
that
think they should have ended?
Do you want me to answer?
Yeah.
Yeah. So the leadership is obviously underground. So it's going to be a long mission of trying to get them. It's going to be a difficult mission. But I think militarily, they probably have some obligation to their citizenry, at the very least, to like take out but we're ignoring the fact that missiles are being shot into Israel nonstop. And I know you're going to say, Iron Dome stops most of them, which is true. But at the same time, I mean, a country needs to respond to that. They can't just allow missiles to be shot in.
Tell me the non-fantastical version of what they should have done. Should have been 2 weeks, 3 weeks? How many Hamas leaders, how many members of Hamas should they have killed before they...
ISIS is Israel? I don't know. Did ISIS ever shove a hot metal rod up somebody?
Because we know that Blinken said on his way out that virtually every Hamas member of Hamas that they've killed has probably been replaced by someone who's lost a family member or an entire family or whatnot. So you tell me, Ethan, if you're the one with the sensical perspective on this, and mine is fantastical, what should they have done that would have been appropriate in your mind?
Yeah. So besides like special operations and stuff, I think it would have been a good idea to, I think there's a space where they could like try to find peace partners in Gaza before just destroying the whole thing. Like obviously they approached it completely wrong, right? But there are ways I think that could have happened that are realistic, like trying to force
the guy that was negotiating, was assassinated. What was targeted, right? They took him out, right? He was a target. Is that any more clear that you can be? That they made the dude conducting the negotiations a target and killed him. Yes.
Who had never actually held a fucking weapon. They killed him at Tehran. This is ridiculous.
They were marching in the Great March of Return week after week after week.
Sam, was there Hamas activity at the Great March?
Sinwar was marching. Sinwar was marching with them.
Were people attacking the border wall?
During the Great March of Return, the first dozens of these things before the snipers? No, they weren't. So there were the people for peace.
Hamas activity at the Great
There
March
was
of Return.
Hamas activity. They were attacking the fence. They were like trying to cross the border.
They were
but not
attacking
militants. Militants were trying to cross the border.
That's not true.
You're telling me that in the first dozen of these
Ethan
marches,
is
there were
now
people attacking the
functionally
fence?
defending
Correct.
sniping like paramedics at the Great March of Return, for the record. That's what he is de facto
But I mean,
defending.
again,
sniper rifles.
I think that there's a way for Israel to try. I think they can obviously pursue peace. The way that they're doing it is impossible, right? Like, it's fucked up. It's insane. It's genocidal. It's horrific.
They're not pursuing peace.
I'm not saying. I'm saying the opposite,
I don't
Sam.
think Israel is.
Well, you
pursuing
asked me
peace.
what should they have done. I mean, obviously they're not pursuing peace. I agree with you. Like, quite the opposite. That's not what they're doing. But I'm saying they're.
Yeah, what was the quote about taking out people's knees? What was the quote about, like, the snipers, like, crippling people for life?
Could have been a path, although it's not. It's. I think, unfortunately, I think their response was inevitable based on everything that happened.
You think it was inevitable that they would kill these many people and they would use food supplies as a weapon, that they would have leveled hospitals and universities and 80-90% of the homes? I mean, how
I don't know to what extent, but like a huge response was definitely inevitable. I'm not justifying it, Sam. You asked me a question. I'm answering it. You're putting this on me like I'm saying.
No. I'm just saying inevitability. I wonder
right here.
What you must think of an Israeli body politic with this level of atrocity is inevitable.
Well, you described your and Hamas's
42 knees in one day. Israeli snipers brag about deliberately crippling Gaza protesters.
Understanding of the IDF. I wouldn't say that. I can't say to what extent, but you agree that a huge response was inevitable.
I listen. I believe a response that was inevitable by Israel, and that is because I have a much more theoretically jaded view
in this chat
of that country and their agenda, I think, than you. But like, to expect that what they've done is inevitable.
To what? Well, Sam,
I just wonder, like, what it is that you think is in that body politic. Like, listen, like
61 Palestinians killed, 2,400 injured on that day.
I don't think it's inevitable.
They kept track of the. There was something about, like, not a bullet unaccounted for, meaning that they had every single bullet had. Had crippled someone.
Just to use an example in this country, I don't think that it's inevitable that we are going to be deporting and disappearing, immigrants in this country. I think it's possible, but my perspective.
Eden, wait, who's this Eden? Discharged members of the IDF who served as snipers on the border with the Gaza Strip have revealed shocking details related to their postings. One of the 6 snipers interviewed and identified by the name Eden discussed his time in the Golani Infantry Brigade with Israeli newspaper Haaretz, and a claim to remember exactly how many knees he'd hit. I kept the casing of every round I fired, he told newspapers. I have them in my room, so I don't have to make an estimate. I know 52 definite hits. Eden was instructed to repel Palestinian demonstrators, so that's his orders, right? Who approached. Do we have a pronoun for this? Yeah, his. Okay. Just don't want to. Anyway, Eden was instructed to repel Palestinian demonstrators who approached the Gaza border fence. Gaza's protesters have taken to the border area every week for months for months and months on end as part of the Great March of Return. The sniper said he had the most hits in his battalion and that he was referred to as the killer. When I came back to the field, they would ask me, well, how many today? You have to understand that before we showed up, knees were the hardest thing to rack up. There was a story about one sniper who had 11 knees, all told. People thought no one could outdo him. And then I brought in 7, 8 knees in one day. Large-scale protest, which called for the right of return for refugees. In other words, getting their homes back. At the end, and an end to Israel's crippling decade-long blockade began on March 28th and peaked on May 14th when the U.S. moved its embassy, remember this is under Trump, in Israel from Tel Aviv to Jerusalem, to East Jerusalem, right? Over 61 Palestinians were killed, 2,400 injured on that day, while tens of thousands of protested along the besieged Strip's borders. At least 348 Palestinians. A further 7,800 people have been wounded by gunfire. On that day, our pair had the Eden told the newspaper he broke the knee record during the demonstration on May 14th, 2008. The day that the embassy in Jerusalem was, that's got to be 2018. That's a mistake in, I'm reading, this is from an article in the New Arab, but that's a typo. It's supposed to be 2018. The day the U.S. Embassy in Jerusalem was inaugurated. On that day, our pair had the largest number of hits, 42 in all. My locator wasn't supposed to shoot, but I gave him a break because we were getting close to the end of our stint, and we didn't have knees. In the end, if you want to leave with that feeling that you did something, that you weren't a sniper during exercises only, so I, after a few hits, suggested to him that we switch. He got around 28 knees there, I'd say. Damn.
Perspective on America is still
There's
too
crazy takes in
optimistic
here
to
too.
think that's inevitable.
Yeah, of course there's crazy takes in here. Like you, chum guzzler. You came in here. It's not
inevitable.
locked.
And I think, like,
all you need to do is follow for 10 minutes. His chat is all fucking paid members and subscribers. Don't you think that there's a major difference there? I don't safeguard myself from the opinions of people like you, chum guzzler 22. Okay,
very few. And
yeah, no shit.
Certainly, I was exposing them more than the American population writ large.
Edith's chat is members only.
To perceive what we did in Iraq as inevitable.
It's a different situation. That's completely, I mean, that was completely unpredictable. But we kind of touched on it.
Joel Siverod says Israel has an explicit policy of disproportionate response, which is why the number of murdered Palestinians is always exponentially larger. Yeah, there's a chart that shows year by year the number of Israeli casualties on one side and the number of Palestinian casualties on the other side. And guess which side always outweighs the other by multiple factors, right? Number of murdered Palestinians always exponentially larger than any Israeli deaths in any given situation. That is the inevitability of atrocities built into the Israeli body politic that Sam is referring to. Ethan is just too uninformed about the reality of Israel's policies and only sees Israeli propaganda. Yeah.
And again, to what end this even matters is it doesn't ultimately. But you know, Hamas knew that they were going to bomb the fuck out of Gaza.
Listen, I would imagine Hamas thought there was going to be a response, but they wouldn't have taken hostages if they thought that they couldn't use those hostages.
Of course, they thought they could. I don't deny that. Yeah.
Of deterring Israel from entering, and that was a miscalculation on their part.
Deterring Israel from entering, using them in prisoner exchange when thousands of innocent Palestinians are being held hostage on the other side already before October 7th. Yeah.
They presume that Israel was more interested in those hostages, I think, than they had assumed.
Well, and that's part of what a lot of the civil unrest in Israel is about, is that a lot of people do care about the hostages and think that the government needs to stop the war and focus on getting the hostages back and not killing innocent civilians. So that
I wonder about that last
Sam
part.
Cedar, what a fucking nightmare, but with Ethan saying
which part?
The part about the killing of innocent civilians. I mean, I think that...
I said that's what they're doing.
No. I'm saying I wonder if the Israeli...
Play Something says, wow, I just saw that the channel Patchwork Angel switched from being an H3 fan channel to a Hassan fan channel. Same thing with Ethan's Basement, friend of the VOD.
Oh, you think the Israelis want civilians to die?
I think the Israelis. I mean, obviously not all Israelis.
There's definitely
but
a lot
I think
of,
that
there are definitely a lot of Israelis that do want the Israeli civilians to die, and certainly the Gazan civilians to die as well.
To maintain this government,
yes,
believe
that's what the polls say. Ethan loves his
Palestinians
polls when he's
in
talking
Gaza,
about Zionism.
That their lives have no value, that they are all future enemies, that they that they all represent the threat to Israel. And I think that's...
Oh, yes, Sam, speak for everyone.
I mean, I think that's...
They're so mad at Sam Seder. They literally...
A twisted perspective.
Before this conversation took place, I need you to understand, their subreddit was talking...
Yeah, so if you don't know what Hassan's responding to, he's actually reading the Ethan, the H3 chat. Understand that, as Hassan just said, the H3 chat is members only, right? So the only way anybody's chatting in there is if they've, paid a monthly membership fee to H3 to do so. So, these aren't just casual fans, these aren't just like randos, like, in Hassan's chat, I think you can just, come in there and chat. You could be a hate watcher. You could be anyone. You could be a Nick Fuentes fan, and you come in there and say something unhinged, and Ethan sees it and is like, oh, look Hassan's chat being anti-Semitic again. But with Ethan's chat, it is strictly people that are putting money in the pockets of H3 that are even getting to talk. So it's another level of, when they're unhinged, that's very telling.
Ethan should Sam Seder me because they thought that
what Ethan will never say out loud, but implies in what he says, is that he values Israeli lives more than Palestinian lives. Yeah, like I said, this is very much like a all lives matter kind of. If you wanted to sum up, his what he's saying to Sam here, it's very much an all lives matter approach, or even like a white lives matter approach, to quote Kanye.
Sam Seder would be in
Tens of
agreement with
thousands
one
of
another,
people in a
and now
relatively
him a
small.
self-hating Jew.
So I characterizing like the majority of the
audacity.
public as wanting to kill civilians is a little sick, personally. But I
feel
I
Ethan
guess
is
you,
far
you,
less
you
extremist
can say
than
whatever you
I'm
want.
basing
I
this
mean, I know
on
you guys.
conversations
you feel that way because
you know,
he was trying to present himself in this conversation as someone who is actually pro-Palestinian
that
in an
there
effort to
does
use
not
that
seem to
agreement with Sam.
He's trying to make it seem like that, yeah, there's no reason for anybody to have a problem with him. In the beginning, it wasn't Hassan who had a problem with him. It was his own chat, his own community, his own people, to the point where he lost half of his concurrence, right? He blames Hassan for this, and
against
Israel,
me on Friday. And even then, it unfolded pretty quickly when he got a little bit of pushback, not realizing that Sam has Sam has opinions almost identical to mine on this issue, because that's what every well-read person on this matter would think if they have a fucking humanity.
Certainly, they want hostages. And again,
would people be interested if people are talking about chat, like fan channels and the industrial complex and stuff like that? If people are interested in that sort of thing, he's yay now. That's true. If people are interested in that sort of thing, if people need to learn or interested in learning DaVinci Resolve, I have some experience, and I could definitely hang out in Weasel Cord and let whoever wants to sort of give lessons.
Not all Israelis, but look, I can make analogous assessments of the United States at various times.
Hassan's got a lifetime membership on the H3 pod. Nice.
About things that reflect poorly on our national body politic as well. But the proof is in the pudding.
Can I tell you something? 300,000 protesters in Tel Aviv, 200,000 in the rest of the country. That's 500,000 people out in the street protesting the government of a country that has maybe 6 million or 5 million in the.
Oh wow, Ethan, you changed my mind.
Talking about the protests about the judiciary.
I'm talking about the.
He doesn't know. He doesn't know because he's intellectually incurious.
Those
to release the hostages.
No, the hostage
Okay, to
protests weren't
release
that
the
big.
hostages.
Yeah.
But even I don't think the hostage protests were that big, but it doesn't matter. It was
ceasefire,
pretty large.
ceasefire,
But
Sam.
those
That's what
people
that means.
literally still turned around and, according to the polls, said they want the violence to continue in Gaza. They just
calling
want to
for a
stop it for
ceasefire,
now.
Or they were calling for a release of the hostages.
Well, what do you? What's the point of telling Hamas to release the hostages? Yeah, of course it's a ceasefire, Sam.
Well, but Israel has, and I know I'll look this up.
Deal with this.
I don't have much
500,000
time.
Israel.
Wait. Let's look this up and see how many times the Israeli government has said return of the hostages will not end.
Sam, I'm responding to you saying the majority of Israelis want civilians to die. 500,000 people came to the street for a ceasefire of a country of 5 million, Sam. That's 10%.
Israel just broke the latest ceasefire. Okay, where is the political response from the Israeli people? I mean, the idea
is this Israelis or
that
Israeli
Gazans
Jews?
can be held responsible for an election that happened 18 years ago.
Sam, you said the majority of Israelis want civilians to die.
I think the majority of Israelis do not have a problem with what's going on in Gaza. That is my
I think that unfortunately might be true to the extent that they've gotten they've gotten much more radical. Unfortunately, tragically, everybody's been a lot more radicalized since October 7th. And that's tragic. I agree. I think people in Israel are jaded.
Look, natural disasters are tragic. Intentional government policies are something much worse than tragic.
And they're cynical and they don't care, like you said, and I think it's tragic.
Yes, well, that's what my contention was. I mean, I'm looking at something from May.
I wouldn't say most of them want to kill civilians, though.
Well, I think that they don't.
And I wouldn't say that there isn't a sizable portion of of Israeli citizenry that want a ceasefire. When 500,000.
Yeah, if Ethan meant to this, this engagement with Sam to present a version of him that is, pro-Palestinian and compassionate, and and the point to be like, wow, God, why is everybody so mad at Ethan? Right? He did not succeed.
People, Sam,
dude, Ethan should talk to an Israeli anti-Zionist. It will probably melt him. Okay.
Especially if that Israeli anti-Zionist is like a Hasid. I mean, we already know that Ethan's got huge problems with
research.
Like a Messervolt guy or Dr. Ofer Kasef, he will literally melt on the spot.
34%.
He should ask an Israeli anti-Zionist, an Israeli Jew who's an anti-zionist, what their take is on Israeli society, because they say some fucking way worse shit about their own country.
But that's all the most recent.
Or maybe he should talk to a therapist. Honestly, I don't know why he's doing all this.
Because
40% last year said that Israelis should govern the Gaza Strip.
I know that people.
I don't know what's left now.
Yeah, I agree. It's tragic what's happened, because I agree with you that they've become jaded and they've become very comfortable.
What a natural tragedy that no one could have foreseen, that no one could have forestallen. What a sad, unavoidable tragedy. God damn, this guy's so frustrating.
What's happening there in general, right? And I think it sucks. I think it sucks is an understatement. I think it's tragic, and like I don't know what. Truthfully, the situation is so fucked up that, and like,
yeah, it's just really
it
fucked
just
up.
Feels hopeless sometimes, but.
It certainly does. But in the meantime, in this country, and we may not have the opportunity for a while, but we should cease all aid to Israel. We should stop protecting them in the UN. We should stop trying to pressure the ICJ and the ICC, and that's
Well, incidentally, I agree with all those things too. I think that's the most we can do as a country to try to stop the war.
What do you disagree
and
with
it's
me on,
something
Ethan?
that we should be doing.
I mean, there are some significant
you know,
disagreements,
and,
even that you brought up.
I think
in
Kamala
this
Harris would have been a
conversation.
lot more likely to do something on that front. You know, certain
We won't know.
we can't know, and that's the
no.
great thing.
Well, listen, I appreciate the time. I gotta go because I'm supposed to have dinner for my child. But,
Well, I'll say this. This was way more combative than I expected. Ultimately, though, I don't think that we... what do we disagree on? I mean, I don't know. I don't even know. Maybe I see too much good in the Israeli population. I mean, I don't know what's ultimately the disagreements
He's
here.
trying to farm it, see?
Well, I mean, look, I'm not... it's largely, in my mind, impossible to really fully assess. I mean, yes, there was a protest last year, 500,000 people who wanted the hostages back. And
I thought you would agree on everything.
Well, they wanted the hostages back. I don't know.
It's not a magic wand. It's a ceasefire.
Yeah, and they got a ceasefire, and then the Israeli government broke it, and they.
Well, so hold on. Our disagreements is that I'm too optimistic about the Israeli citizenry.
I'm not here to adjudicate what.
I'm just trying to summarize our conversation. That's all.
No,
well,
he's just trying to get a clip.
You summarize for you. I'll summarize for me. I think that, it is what it is. And I think I don't remember this conversation. We can put into AI and have it summarize it, but I'll
do that for you, and I'll let you know what it says.
All right,
we'll leave it to the robots. Okay. Sam, I do appreciate you calling in. I do value your input on all this, and I appreciate the conversation. I think it's good to have conversations like this, like open and honest, even if they're combative. And I think ultimately on the larger points we agree, but we managed to find things to fight about anyway. And that's what two Jews do, isn't it, Sam?
That happens. That's my understanding. Appreciate it. All right, take it easy, man.
Have a great time with your...
We started off with Blood Quantum. We are ending on the, comedic tropes. Okay, wonderful shit, Ethan. Thank you.
At dinner there. Enjoy.
Ooh. I mean, I'll have the convo now if he wants to, by the way. I'll talk to Ethan.
He's like, I'm ready to go in whatever.
Right now, if he wants to. Oh, he said.
But okay.
He said that was way different than what I thought it was going to be.
I enjoyed that as a watcher.
Was I owned?
I don't think you were owned. I don't think anybody was owned. I think it was two people that are highly opinionated hashing it out. And I think I personally like when people do that.
Yeah,
I don't get turned off by the combative.
Thank God we're having this open, free discourse.
That's the half Jewish part of me.
He tried to use this as an opportunity, thinking that he was going to actually agree with Sam Seder. That Sam Seder was going to be like, "Oh wow, it seems like you're super pro-Palestine. Why are people calling you anti-Palestine? It seems like you might be." Getting attacked by anti-Semites. That's what he thought was going to happen. So we could use.
I don't know if he thought that Sam was going to do this, but he at least thought that it would give him a platform to portray that to the to the wider world. Like if he goes in and he agrees with Sam on a bunch of stuff, and they don't really fight about anything, they don't really argue, then he can be like, so what's the big deal? Why does everybody think that Ethan's anti-Palestinian? Obviously. He's talking to Sam Seder, and they seem to agree. So, what can be so bad about Ethan Klein?
Big smoking gun. Okay, I assumed that was his big smoking gun, or maybe he was going to try to bring Dan Saltman on or Destiny on in a hope in the
Dan Saltman. Dan does not debate. Chat, am I right about this? Has anybody else? President Sunday got the better of Dan Saltman. All right, Tyler really ripped Dan a new one, right? But yeah, I've never seen Dan Saltman debate anyone and not embarrass themselves. Anyway, anywho,
the hopes that I get banned, which I will, by the way. If Dan Saltman or Destiny appears
Oh, I forgot Dan's also banned.
on Friday when we have
Dan
this
Saltman.
conversation, if Ethan is still willing and able to do it, I will get banned. He knows that, which is precisely the reason why I assume he will try to bring them forward, just as I called this initially, just as I called what was going to take place in this conversation.
Son, it's almost like you need a button.
Initially,
It's almost like you need to stream on time delay and have a button that you could have a kill switch.
I'm telling you right now, if he tries to,
Kaya looks so sleepy.
oh my God,
Like more sleepy than usual.
consider me what a nightmare with like a person that has been banned. I won't be able to have this conversation with him. I will have to exit out of this conversation because Twitch will absolutely ban me. I know for a
they will comster you, yeah.
Okay. No, I already have. I've already talked to my Twitch rep. I did. Shut the up. I did already. I know. They said no, you will get banned.
Oh shit. I thought that maybe he could do a thing where like if that happened, that Hassan could just shut it off right away and that maybe Twitch would understand, but I don't know. I guess not. If the Twitch rep says no, then Twitch rep says no. Anyway, chat, that is the first of three. I'm giving you 3 bonus segments tonight because we're at 333 out of 400. So the second one is once again Olimey and friends talking about the Ethan saga. Let me bring this up for you, and then I'm gonna do what Hassan does and take a pee at the very beginning of a segment. All right, so here we go. We got top to bottom, left to right, Matt Bender, Olimey Olerin, Lance from the Surfs, Mike from the Humanist Report, not Mike from PA, and Emma Vigland, and David from the Rational National. Why do I not remember? Is that right? David? Is that his name? I haven't seen him in a while, but yeah, Lance just got a fresh, looks like Lance just got a fresh hairstyle. Look at that. Olimey looks like she could use some sleep. Yeah, anyway, it's a, Matt too closing his eyes. Half of the panel closing their eyes. So yeah, this is 30 minutes into a panel discussion about a multitude of different topics. I will encourage you to go over and follow this channel. This is Olimey and Chill. If you're following Olimey's other channel, or Olay and Chill, sorry. David Doyle, thank you. It's David Doyle. Yeah, Lance looks awesome. Look at that. Lance looks amazing. God damn. I mean, he could use maybe, I don't know about his color grading, but that might be his lighting too. Who knows? But like, yeah, no, Lance is, oh, you can't see because here, I want to move this out of the way. Can I move this out of the way? I gotta move. I don't like moving my, do you see what I'm saying, chat? That looks clean. That looks very clean. Anyway, I'm going to start this off. I'm going to go pee and I'll be right back. And we got 50 minutes left. We're also going to cover, hopefully, the rest of the Ethan crash out on Frogan. So we got 2 more topics to cover. Hopefully I won't need anyone to turn back time for me yet again.
And Mike, I
gotta pee.
So the last time y'all were here, we discussed Ethan Klein versus Hassan before, when it was just the content nuke. The content nuke had come out. Now, since we have a content cop from iDubbbz, and then we have a response from Ethan Klein. But I know that David and Binder probably barely know any of this, and for the audience, so one of you should give a background on this drama.
Well, I was gonna say, I don't know if most people would understand that sentence.
Right, I was like, Lance, you're gonna have to explain all of that.
I need a little
Mike,
refresher. I know that there's that Ethan has basically kind of just been crashing out and going obsessively talking about Hassan. I know that he tagged me in some things and thinks I'm an anti-Semite. I mean, what else is new?
I did see your face on. You know what? Yeah. I did see, and I was like, "What happened to? How am I getting?" It was so random.
I mean, it's just the idea, because I'm anti-Zionist, because I criticize the genocide in Palestine, and because we are friends with Hassan. I mean, I think that he seems seems to be addicted to attention, addicted to responding to things, addicted to being outraged, and addicted to some other things. I wouldn't be shocked.
It's a victim complex.
He doesn't seem well.
He doesn't seem well.
Right.
But he does, I think he and Sam are going to have a conversation. He had said previously that he thought that was... So he had said to Hassan, this is what I know, that Hassan could never understand because he's not a Jewish person. And Hassan had said, okay, then perhaps you could have a conversation with an anti-Zionist Jewish person, and has floated Sam. In response to that, Ethan has said that that's tokenism. So it begs the question, if you can't talk to an anti-Zionist Jew, and that's tokenism, but you can't talk to an anti-Zionist Gentile or a non-Jew about that ideology, then who can you talk to other than Zionists, which I should say includes Christian Zionists. Biden called himself a Zionist. Zionism is an ideology that crosses religion. Now, there are Jewish Zionists, right? But in terms of numbers in this country, the entire Republican Party is filled with Christian Zionists. I mean, the majority of the Republican Party, the elected Republicans, are Christians, and they are Zionists. So from a numbers perspective, Zionists, there are more Christian Zionists in this country than there are Jewish Zionists.
Yeah,
and
absolutely.
The constant conflation of those things, I think, is, obviously misinformation, but it seems to be something that he's struggling with, so he's lashing out at everybody else, and I don't know. That's my understanding of what's happened.
My read on it, because I followed Ethan Klein for years, I was a really big fan. I even have Teddy Fresh merch. I bought their shit.
I don't get it. For someone what is the appeal? I don't get how they got famous. I don't get the deal with their show. I don't get.
That's their merch company. They were early adopters of YouTube who were doing edgelord, aka racist sketches, and that stuff was viral gold back then. It was the same generation as iDubbbz and Filthy Frank, who became Joji, and all these other people now, for better or for worse, who don't have the same careers that they used to, and now they're struggling with trying to do modern politics. When that used to they used to just be entertainers. They're not people who study or analyze news and politics. They're just people who were doing racism on the internet back in the day and got famous doing that.
So his thing was that he was kind of like the one person on the internet that was shitting on other shitty internet personalities. Remember Ty Lopez, that ad that everybody hated, the Here in My Garage? He would shit on him, and it was really funny. He'd talk about these people that were ridiculous, these pranksters on the internet who would try to hit on girls, and just it was very relatable. And then he went through these different phases where he was a little bit reactionary after starting his podcast. I remember him debating with his producers on whether or not billionaires should exist. So I've gone in and out, but largely I really ended up liking Ethan Klein, especially during the pandemic, during his podcast with Trisha and Hassan, because he's just a human. He tries to better himself.
Did I miss anything, chat? Do I need to rewind it for anything? I just found my phone, right? Cute dress, thank you. I just found my phone. You know that feeling where you don't know where your phone is, and at first it's oh, it's okay, I set it somewhere. I always put it in weird places. I will find it eventually. And then you're no, seriously, where is it? No, seriously, where the fuck is it, right? And then you start to think of when did I have my phone last? Oh, when I went to take out the trash. Did I throw my phone in the trash? Did I do something? Let's see, I was opening the freezer. Did I put my phone in the freezer? You start thinking of really weird places where your phone could be, and you're just worried. I wouldn't have I was throwing away the trash. Certainly I would know that I have the phone in this hand and I have the trash in this hand. And I wouldn't throw both away, right? I wouldn't throw the wrong, I don't know. You can use a Google device to find it through your browser. Google to find your device through the browser. I need to do that. That was that when I had an iPhone, that was the reason, because I had already bought a iPad, and I saw that the iPad had a Find My Device thing, and I was oh, so if I had an iPhone, then this would find it, and that saved my ass so many times. Okay, people can relate. Just Google search Find My Device while you're logged in. Yeah, I will do that. That's very useful. What does it do? Beep it for you? Or does it just give you the location? Anyway, anywho, let's we got a precious little time, so I'm gonna try not to waste any of it. Oh, look at that. Mike has got Luigi on the shelf. Like, look, I've got Waluigi on the shelf. That's pretty cool.
He admits where he was wrong. He platformed Jordan Peterson. He tried to right that wrong. To me,
did I miss anything, chat? Do I need to rewind for any? I probably don't have time to.
It's just straight up grievance politics. Like even though certainly it's about.
You know what's funny is I've talked to Mike about the Ethan Klein thing. Like, right? I talked to Mike about the fact when we got when Twitch demonetized political channels. Yeah, I ended up talking to Mike about that. He's a really nice guy.
That's in the water these days.
Right. That's exactly it. I mean, certainly he's sensitive about this because his wife is Israeli. He lived in Israel. So there's that element.
I lose my phone at home a lot more after I got blue. Wait, why more? Because of how did the Bluetooth health headphones affect it?
But it's also grievance politics where he kind of feels wronged by Hassan because over the course of the last couple of years, he's really built up a progressive audience. He was debating transphobes and he's shitting on the right regularly.
Wait, I think the ads have still been running if you're demonetized on here. Wait, what? Wait, is that true? Have people been getting ads?
Hassan. So then when all of a sudden you have this audience and they turn on you like that, and they're not taking your side.
Mike has just been summing up the arc of okay, so it's stuff that that's old hat to us. He's just catching everybody up who hasn't been following. I was cutting product earlier today, almost stabbed my phone because I heard Trump. Oh my God, wait, what did Trump do? Oh, you heard Trump? Yeah, wait, you heard Trump saying something stupid. Was it that the guy had an MS-13 tattoo on his knuckles? Is that what Trump was saying? Was that what you heard Trump saying? Yeah, Trump has been saying some shit. What's up, Gotmore Soul? You just got, you got jellyfished. You got the gift of jellyfish, and now you can post jellyfish and weasels. Oh, look, you are posting jellyfish and weasels. That's awesome. I walk away while still listening with, oh, me too. Yeah, actually, that's true. I've had Bluetooth headphones for a long time, so I don't even remember what life was like before. When I was actually plugged into the phone.
That's hard to reckon with. So rather than realizing that this audience that he had built up didn't like the Zionist talking points that he was using, didn't like, referring to Jewish Voice for Peace as capos, rather than just reckoning with what he said, he blamed Hassan for it. He's the one who turned the audience against me. And I think that grudge has just kind of festered and whatnot. And even during... I think the first podcast episode of Leftovers, his podcast with Hassan after October 7th, they had a good conversation. Ethan cried.
Wait, I'm still here. Wait, have you been seeing ads? Wait, what's going on? I don't think anyone no one not subbed here, so there's no way to tell. Yeah, that's right. The only way you'd see ads is if you weren't subbed. Joel Siverwood, thank you for the gifted sub to Asoxia, you just got jellyfished, and that's a good thing.
Talking about the, footage from Gaza and whatnot, and even though he wasn't great, he was...
Oh, you've got Turbo, so you don't see ads.
To listen.
Do you know that Turbo gets me paid? If you have Twitch Turbo, I get paid by you watch. That's the one way I do get paid for ads. You don't see the ads because you got Turbo, but Twitch does give me a little bit of money for every month for people watching me on Turbo. So thank you.
Listening and whatnot, and just with time, you can tell that the pettiness, this grudge against Hassan really built up. This is how I see it, as somebody who's a former fan. And now it's just he's on a war.
Oh, wait, Mike was a fan of H3 before.
And Hassan is basically this guy who's controlling all the puppet strings of everybody else.
Wait, I don't know. I'm blocking Mike. How do I not do that?
And I enjoyed it. I enjoyed seeing that interaction. That was pretty
good. I'm going to see if I can.
Yeah. Started having to discuss, obviously, the rest of everybody was talking about, what was taking place. They started having to have discussions about it, and they would find a lot of friction points. And so they took a break for a little while. And then after they took a break, they eventually had a couple of public fights just being on their live streams individually. They weren't doing the show together. And then those public fights evolved into basically the show's not going to be around anymore.
In particular, his issue with Hassan during those debates.
Is that better?
Was that Hassan wasn't controlling his audience, because Ethan Klein would say something that's really insensitive.
Oh God, I forgot about this.
Quite frankly, racist, and he was mad that Hassan, as a friend, wasn't defending him. And
Yeah, and he blamed Hassan for his own audience not, liking what he said.
The audience kind of run roughshod, right? So that's the crux of his anger with Hassan. That's the beginning of it.
But that is just like, I'm sorry, we are in the political debate space, and the audience is going to react how they're going to react. Like
on an issue like this.
Yeah, and if you're going to wade into politics, do so, but be ready to deal with the consequences of this. Because what I'm seeing from him, based on, again, I'm not super deep into this, but I do know enough to get, and that's what I did just lay out for you. But it's also reflected in my experience with liberal Zionists, Jewish and non-Jewish, in my personal life, where there has been a bit of a fork in the road, where there are some people that have self-reflected on perhaps their reflexive view of Israel as this a moral democracy in the Middle East, and being moral by default, frankly, because often democracy and morality are used to speak about like Western civilization and Western values to besmirch folks in the global South or in the Middle East as barbarians and not cosmopolitan like the rest of us. That there have been some people that have reflected on that, because it's very easy, I think, for some liberals to be anti-racist within a domestic context, because that's very much within acceptable thought, and it's about
The NCC TV is blocking Lance now? Oh, because I made it smaller. I made Lance smaller.
And so you don't necessarily have to do any anti-racist work because you think by default, because of your political affiliation.
I'll turn it off for now.
But some people have done the work at liberal Zionists, and they've changed their perspective. Others that I've seen have gone the opposite direction.
That's Ethan.
Where
Yep.
because it's become so emotional for them, because it flies in the face of their own self-conception, that I am anti-racist by default. One, if they're a Jewish Zionist, because they've experienced the horrors of the Holocaust, and because all this suffering has to have built up an anti-racist, anti-genocide cachet in me, and instead of self-reflecting, or cash, or I forget how you say it, instead of self-reflecting, I'm going to say that everybody else is wrong. And it seems like he's in that other bucket, which is just not interesting in any real way, because they're going to be dinosaurs at a certain point. Right now, a majority public opinion in this country is negative about Israel. There was polling done, I think it was by Gallup or Pew, but I think it's Pew off the top of my head. The 53%, over 50% of people in this country now have a negative view of Israel.
BCATK, there was an H3 fan in Binder's chat earlier. Their only response was, "You're lying," and everyone lies here.
50% of Republicans age 18 to 49 have a negative view of Israel. Not anybody older than that in the Republican Party.
Good night, Funk Master Ka.
But that has shifted by double-digit points over the course.
Yo, Ritalin keeping us up. Look at that. Look at that. Do you see that? You just turned back time. You just turned back time.
For Democrats, the majority opinion is now negative view of Israel. And for Democrats under, thank you very much for pulling it up. I think it's like, we've cited this so often, I think it is like the third or fourth graph here. So if you want to scroll down, here you go. So, yeah. So among U.S. adults,
That
53% now have a negative view of Israel. Look at that shift from 2022. Lean Democrats, 71%, 18 to 49, negative view of Israel. 69% of Democrats, lean Democrats overall. And that shift with Republicans is massive as well. So, this is the tide that this dude is fighting against. And eventually, when you fight against the tide, you tire yourself out treading water. And that's what it seems like the stage that he's at right now. So.
Yeah, I think like a lot of this just goes into, the world has been watching like a Holocaust play out on their phones, right? So it's not a surprise that a large percentage of the population is suddenly rejecting the idea that this is okay. I think in this story, with something that is important that I think we might miss out on is that Ethan actually was a groundbreaker on YouTube for fair use, right? In that he was sued for somebody for his speech, right? Because he was criticizing another YouTuber. He ended up winning a really important court case that really set a standard for people saying saying that you can criticize people, you know, and use their clips even when you're criticizing them, which is the basis for everyone on this panel, I think's, you know, work. We'll watch Tim Pool videos or stuff like that. He is now actively suing Noah Samson, who's a big YouTuber, simply for making a video saying that this, a lot of the work that he's been doing is apologia for genocide. And so he's saying, well, that's defamation. You've defamed me. I've never once endorsed Israel's genocide. I've never said that out loud. I've never said that sentence. So now he's trying to do the exact opposite thing in the opposite direction, right? Which is to silence critics simply because he disagrees with what they're criticizing him for.
And I remember him being the hero on the internet for that fair use case. It was huge. Everybody was against Matt Haas, who was the guy who was suing him.
The bold guy.
Infringement, I believe. I'm not sure, but that's how basically it established, yes, that fair use is acceptable on YouTube. And now not only is he going in the opposite direction, like he's been sued for defamation as well. He's been in this years-long lawsuit against Ryan Kavanaugh of Triller because he originally used like a 10-second clip, I think, of a Jake Paul fight for his podcast, and then he started talking shit about him, so it kind of morphed into a defamation suit. So
Yo, is that cool or what, chat?
Like the guy everybody really respected. He created this fund, the FUPA Fund, for anybody else, fair use public.
Oh, that's what FUPA stands for?
And so that way, if other smaller creators,
I didn't know that.
They can help. He can help them. And now he's filing DMCA claims against people who just post clips on Reddit. He's threatening defamation lawsuits left and right. He's become
he's closing subreddits down that are critical of him as well.
He's
Entire
become everything
subreddits.
that he used to stand
Here,
against.
let's get that. Let's see Lance again.
Brought up to him. Does he not register what's happening?
Nope, because right now he's in a bubble. His staff is too afraid.
There we go. Lance is back.
They're all very left leaning. Like two of his staffers are Lebanese, and so they don't agree. His staff, I mean, his producer Dan is a socialist.
It's like a very difficult work environment.
You can tell. Like there was a clip.
We like Mike's being pretty charitable to the crew.
Which was shocking.
Fair use public. What was it? Fair use public. Something, but it also reference to the to female anatomy. Fatty upper pubic area, I guess, is the other thing. The fat shaming thing.
Because I stopped watching after the
free use FUPA.
The leftover
fair use public. What is the A for?
Podcast, and then I came back, and the first episode,
public access, maybe, could be.
See the episode, but I saw the clip because it was in a members only, where he was making fun of Aaron Bushnell, and that to me, I'm like, okay, I can't do it because he's not reading the room. He's making fun of somebody who's self-immolated for very serious reasons, and rather than like speaking to that with the gravity or not speaking about it at all, he made fun of him and then shit on people for getting mad. But like, I forgot where I was going before Aaron Bushnell because what
I was gonna say is, it's stupid of him to sue for defamation. It's stupid of him to sue for defamation. Just period. Defamation is a damn near impossible thing to win.
Can this be considered a heel turn, or do you have to be a hero first for that? This is what Mike's explaining. It is in some ways, for some people, Ethan was a hero first, right? Like for standing up for fair use, a lot of people had respect for him for that. Or going up against the likes of Cav, right? He had a lot of people. He had a lot of goodwill.
Especially as a public figure who is like intentionally thrusting themselves into the public discourse. I think that probably has that connects to the larger problem that I think makes me less sympathetic to Ethan. I'm always trying to, I'm in the season of my life where I try to be sensitive and give and look at things in the light most favorable to the like aggrieved party, the person who's very upset and spiraling because of the internet, because I understand like the internet and communities and everything can like overwhelm you, and years of that make you lose your fucking mind. So I try to be considerate as somebody who I know is sensitive to internet. I just don't want to be a hypocrite. Like everybody knows I can't stand how the internet carries on. So I don't want to be always caring about my feelings. And then when other people are mad about the internet, I'm like, fuck you. So I try, I'm telling you, I've tried to look at the evidence in the light most favorable to Ethan. I've tried, and especially considering like I'm cool with Hassan and I'm also cool with IDubbbz, which is I think what took me over the edge and realizing, okay, Ethan's wildin'. But I think the thing, I understand having, what makes it less sympathetic for Ethan is I understand having a bad take, or a take that the internet doesn't support and you can't divorce yourself from that take. You just can't bring yourself to change that position or argue otherwise because you know the internet. So usually I think what the correct response to do with that, especially if you don't like other, some people are fine with outrage. You don't mind if everybody's fucking mad at them. They don't care if everybody.
I thought Ethan was doing a nuisance slap lawsuit against Noah. Yeah, I mean, ostensibly, although the Noah's deadline has come and gone, so. And Ethan hasn't, I don't think, has said anything about it.
He hates them as long as it's getting the views and the attention or whatever. But for Ethan, he clearly does have.
Oh, that's right. Olay did have a video about Ida. Yeah, I think Olay talked to iDubbbz, in fact.
Problem with people being mad at him. It does matter how they're perceiving him. It's not enough for the views and stuff because he's still getting that. So clearly, to me, when if I don't like the internet, I know the internet is going to jump me for something. I know it, or they've jumped me in already. So I know now. Maybe I didn't know it first, but I know now and I don't want to be jumped. I usually stay away from that. I probably wouldn't spend like the next year and some change talking about every fucking chance I get.
He seeks it out. Every single tweet that somebody makes, he seeks it out, and it's crazy. Like I did one video on Ethan Klein. I have many videos defending Ethan Klein. We're talking about him debating a transphobe. I did one video criticizing him, comparing his crash out to the TYT crash out, and he never responded to that. But somebody else on the internet streamed my reaction, and they were shitting on it. And Ethan Klein never responded to me, but he sent that guy a bunch of Teddy Fresh merch. It is the funniest shit ever. The most passive.
Who got the Teddy Fresh merch for free?
I like that.
That's
hilarious
as fuck.
Anybody know who Mike's talking about?
To say it like that kind of petty, I want to say I understand. And watching Adam's video, because whose name is Ian? Ian was talking about essentially that.
Wait, expand on what?
To stay the fuck out of it. This beef has been going on for more than a year. He and Ethan has forced him to have to respond by bringing him and his wife's name into it because they're mad that they feel like they're not speaking out against him and they're friends with people that don't fuck with them. Now I'll say this, even with like watching Ian's video and seeing where like Ethan is wrong, I think the thing is Ethan's content nuke and how Ethan presents things when Ethan is talking, he makes it seem as though he is off. Just saying. Like,
wait, divorce yourself on multiple levels? Is that a Destiny reference or no?
If you watch Ethan's content nuke in a vacuum, which I did at first, I don't know what the fuck these people are going on, all this larger drama. It would seem like Ethan is somebody who's like, okay, I understand that the genocide is bad, but also
Ethan is Anna and Joanna. You mean Joanna's and J.K. Rowling's on Twitter?
two states, you know what I mean? I want Israel to be, and then everybody's just jumping him and kicking his back in, which when you see the larger and you see other people's videos, you realize that is not the case. Ethan is constantly doing podcasts and videos and attacking people and calling people stupid and all this and the next thing. So it's not, he's not this like victim the way that he's making it seem. That being said, I do understand if you're friends with creators, your content creators, as I saw when Ethan did his response to Ian's content cop, he was pointing, like showing how these specific people, were talking crazy shit about him, and Ethan and them are following him. People, I understand that on a human level of being like, I see this, a bunch of people are kicking my fucking back, and there are some people, certainly there's bulk people that are valid, and there's some people who are going beyond the pale and making personal attacks to my children and all this and the next thing, and you're not distancing yourself from them, so I don't fuck with you. I get that. I could understand on a passive aggressive, you know what I mean? Like, I just don't deal with you, but that's an entirely different thing. I don't deal with you. I notice this and I'm personally offended or I feel some kind of way quietly versus let me now make content about you and like have millions of people on the internet talking shit about you and making you a villain and doing this larger thing. So I try to look at it. I try to be I try to be sensitive.
But Ola, let me just say that like I've been in a similar situation and TYT just came up, but with Anna Kasparian where I had a personal friendship with her, but I didn't I disagreed a lot with how she was acting, right? And
you're talking when you say divorce yourself from that take, you were talking about Ethan and Hila situation.
And I said this to you privately, but I wish that I had maybe come to this realization a little bit sooner, because obviously she has deep like some pretty anti-black racist issues, specifically with black women. I think that informed the way that she talked about Kamala Harris based on what I've seen with this like incredible vitriol that makes no sense given the fact that like aren't they kind of tough on crime centrists now?
I don't know, chat. Yeah, speaking of tough on crime centrists, I think that Anna might have become aware of the traction that one gets from attacking black women on the internet from her friend Sean from Actual Justice Warrior, right? This is the essence of the actual Like 90% of actual Justice Warriors videos are like, a black woman with power did something bad. You know, like he's got this super mayor that he is constantly chirping about.
Right. Basically her whole brand.
I know.
And I noticed that misogynoir or racism, right? And I didn't speak up about it because I wanted to give her an opportunity to come back into the fold, right? But that's also leaving people like you out on a limb, and that's part of the problem with this space. And Ethan's not fully a part of it, but like, it's too white to represent the progressive movement, and I think that's where there's some disconnect, right, with the online left and with leftist organizing, which is not.
Yeah. So there's like places that are comfortable for like white people, white liberals who have not done any sort of unpacking, right? Like Destiny's community, like Vosh's community. And so then when, you know, like when black people try to, you know, interact with the online community, they end up jumping into like a space that's just way more hostile, right? They know what the left is like on the reality side of things. Then when they jump in on the online side of things, it's like, whoa, what the fuck is this? You know?
Super white. But in part, like, I was able to do this job because I was in a
the former mayor of Chicago. No, I don't think it's Lightfoot. I think who you're talking about there. It's somebody else in the Chicago area, though.
Privileged position in my life, right, where I could engage in political thought, and I was thinking about politics, like starting at age 10 or 11 and engaging in these ideas and kind of understanding that this is part of my passion or whatever. And there are a lot of people like that, but like, why am I getting elevated? In part because of my whiteness, etc. So I think that part of creating a more inclusive space is also backing up some of the lone non-white voices in our community.
I agree with that.
Because I do, like, I love Chapo Trap House and all those guys, like, a lot. But I do think, like, the sardonic quality sometimes puts off women and people of color who the satire has its place, but for particularly people of color, these are very real, tangible experiences. When there's a reason that black people vote overwhelmingly for the Democrats, is because they may not think the Democrats are perfect.
So in other words, some of the dark humor that might be expressed in what Emma has identified as the more sardonic corners of the online left hits different if you are the one on the gallows. Does that make sense?
But they also know what happens when there are Republicans in power. Exactly. And I do think that our analysis would benefit from taking those concerns like incredibly seriously and not being snide about it, because it's a turnoff, and we should be melding the progressive media space with the organizing space, and that's 100%. Where we have this gulf, in my view. And it's a bit of a tangent.
And that's what drives people like Vosh, like Destiny, and like Ethan Klein crazy, right? They're from the old internet, right? That's why Ethan and Destiny have like a N-word tape, right? This is
right. Can I add one little thing to what Emma said? Because specifically to this, you just mentioned the names of a lot of these things that for people not familiar with the internet, it might sound weird. Content.
Chapo personally makes me feel like I belong on the uncool kids table. I mean, look, they literally are like, they are, hipsters, right? That's where they came from, is the
new content cop, all this kind of stuff. The thing here is that Ethan is doing what he would have done when he battled anyone else in the past, or anyone else battles in the realm of internet drama, while the backdrop of all of this is surrounding a genocide. So it's one thing to have done like content or these kind of takedowns of the creators when what you're going to be talking about is like, oh, maybe I had a bad take or I did something wrong.
Right.
Like, Ethan and Gila at one point were saying that Yoav Gallant was a good guy.
Yeah.
You know, this is the person who was calling Palestinians human animals and say that they were going to cut them off from all food and water.
Has an
That's not just
ICC warrant against him, by the way.
Yes, right.
He's a really good guy.
As much as everyone tries to parse this all as internet drama, this is also all surrounding just these horrifying atrocities. So it's so hard to sit there and be like, well, he's gonna, you know, have a couple bad takes, sure, but maybe he'll come around at the end.
I think you're honing on a really good point, or something that I think about all the time. The reason that people are receiving it as internet drama is because so often the people that we are looking to and allowing to talk about it and make their like flagship stuff on their platform and create content about are not serious. Like y'all said earlier, these are not political people. These are not people who analyze this or who study it. These are creators. When you think about who Americans are listening to and who they want to call it as the podcast and who they listen to and who influenced them on the election, Joe Rogan, comedians, podcast people, you know what I mean? And like, so to me, it's like, we've already allowed a much larger culture of where these people are allowed to take serious issues and things and just use it for fodder. And which another thing I wanted to say earlier when we brought up why so many people had liked Ethan before, seeing him as a good guy on this right side of things because of fair use. I have noticed a consistent trend on problematic white people.
Play Something says, I feel like saying the N-word is less about being the old internet and more about, well, I mean, I'm talking about an internet that was wider and where people got away with that kind of stuff and where you could just say, it's a gamer word. I was having a heated gamer. I mean, that's where that phrase comes from, right? Was that it was like understood in a certain parts of, you know, the white internet, for lack of a better term, that if you, you know, you were allowed to say slurs when you were getting killed in a video game, right? Especially if it was a multiplayer.
Slipping by because they in some way were free speech champions. And I'm so tired of that, which is so obviously and often personally motivated by their desire to want to say whatever the fuck they want. Some true white shit. Like, and taking that to mean that anything else is true. You know what I mean? I'm so tired. Every fucking time a problematic white person is on the chopping block and I go, hey, well, how'd this happen? How'd y'all end up a big fan? And then they be like, well, in the 2010s or the early 2000s, big free speech guy. And I'd be like, y'all seeing anything? Is anything adding up for us?
It's a tale as old as time. Older white person or person who was like more relevant, gets a little bit of money, and then it's all the kids that are wrong. And why can't I say what I want?
It's the principal Skitter mentality. Anyway, that is the pretty much it as far as the Ole and Friends' commentary on Ethan Klein. We do still have one more thing to get to, and that is Ethan's commentary on Frogan, which I'm still trying to finish because I swear to God, there's like some gold in them thar hills.
Then it's cool.
Let's try to find the gold, chat. Hopefully, I will not need you to turn back time for me again because I have gotten a lot of time turned back already.
What's the point of saying that? Saying, yeah, Israel does bad stuff too. Right. So what is the point of saying that? You're trying to justify Hamas killing people. Sorry, I don't support either one of them. You know?
I'm speeding up more.
That's it, man.
Faster.
Fucking gross. I think people are way too comfortable just being pro-terrorist right now. Makes me want to puke.
And I'm glad to report that...
Have we gotten to the part where...
No, not yet.
Oh, it was similar with women in the old internet. Everyone was assumed to be a dude and misogyny was the norm. Yeah, I remember that time where, you know, if you look at like anonymous forums, for instance, right? Until you announce yourself as black, until you announce yourself as female or gay or trans or whatever, you are assumed to be the default person. The default person is like white, cis, straight, you know, male, etc. Right? And so, you know, when you would speak up and want to refer to like, you know, your identity, you'd be like, feminine here. I actually think blah, blah, blah. And then you would get a bunch of no women on the internet or tits or get the fuck off or, you know, any myriad of gatekeeping.
There, it's not, I'm not fat. And I'm glad to report that after 2 years, everything's gotten so much better.
Yeah. Yeah, for
It's
sure.
going to get worse before it gets better. A lot worse. It's
gonna get a lot fucking worse, man. Sad. Dude, are you guys even listening to what I'm saying? I do not support Hamas, but it's wild to act like Israel hasn't acted similarly for decades. Bro, are you listening to what I'm saying?
This was when I was constantly getting triggered by Hassan fans. Thank God that's over.
Like, are people even listening to the words I'm
Is that
saying?
over?
No, I mean, like, they were like,
that's over.
They were infiltrated our community, and I was so I was like at battle with my own.
They were our community.
Wait, yeah. Dan's right. It's not an infiltration. That was these are the viewers you lost.
Well, they're gone. When did you say this was? This was like
October. This is like 2 days after.
Yeah, infiltrated. What are marginalized people doing on the internet?
October 7.
Yeah.
October 9.
Yeah, I mean, you know.
They were, and they're gone now. Thank God. Thank God.
Huh, doesn't seem like it. I'm just saying, don't cheer for terrorists who parade around desecrated corpse and kill children and burn families alive. I don't think that that's a crazy take.
It's not. This guy's spitting.
If you think it is, then let's go invite the Iraqi terrorists who are exacting revenge, well-deserved revenge, to come to your city.
Play Something says, I stopped using my mic on video games early on. I wish I had the personality to shit talk back. Just wanted to escape life's BS and chill. Yeah, and you're not allowed to do that if you're, that's where, that's the voice chat became like this whole area of contention. Dwight Langston, 4chan, and the Nazi Pepe Frog. Why would black people even go there? Yeah, it's a self-reinforcing cycle, right? The racism that's permitted there kind of gatekeeps, people that don't match the assumed identity of a non. Kind of make sure that it's just not an appealing place, right, for a lot of people.
And burn them alive. Cool, man.
I think even now that's a poignant comparison. People are like, "Oh yeah, Hamas is actually morally correct." So I'm not going to criticize them at all for slaughtering 1,000 civilians. Then America has done untold fucking destruction in Iraq. Estimated 1 million people died in that war, Iraqis. So like, if they come to your neighborhood and start killing you guys as revenge for that, you're saying that would be totally fine by the same logic. It's not rocket science.
We deserve it, right? I mean, Americans, do we all deserve to be burned alive because of what our government has done? How much has the American government done? How bad? Do we all deserve to die?
Get to the point.
How many of you all are fucking keyboard warriors sitting at home in America, okay, and the safety of your home? You deserve to die? Is that what you're saying?
Spit.
Because I don't think you believe that. I don't think you'd be cool. Who's cheering for them? A lot of fucking people. A lot. I don't need to talk about Israel horrible things. I've done that. I talk about the horrible things Israel's done. I've done that. I do that.
And you wonder why people think that you're on the wrong side of history, right? Because you've done that already. You don't need to say that. This is the whole thing. All the smoke in the world for pro-Palestine people, and nothing. You don't hear shit towards the other direction.
Thank you. That's all I have to say.
Wait,
so if you think Hamas is dope, just remember.
Here.
Okay.
We finally come to the moment. This is the moment. Her first and great example of my blatant Islamophobia.
Okay.
Thank you. That's all I have to say. So if you think Hamas is dope, just remember that you, even more than Israelis perhaps, deserve to be burned alive by terrorists and your whole family murdered in front of you. So there you go.
Oh wait, that's not even.
In fact, why don't you just make it easier? Why don't you just fly to ISIS and do them a favor and just let them, just serve yourself on a platter for them because you deserve it.
I'm not even talking about anyone specifically. I'm just talking about people.
You're just talking about leftists in general. Yeah, no, I fucking get it, dude. I fucking get it.
Terrorism and saying like,
this is him just the fragility on display, right? He's so butthurt by anybody pointing out like for instance, his co-host Hassan, saying that talking about 9/11, right?
If you terrorists are so great, why don't you go hang out with ISIS?
Based?
I don't think that's Islamophobic at all, what I said. I think it's This is fucking ridiculous. Give me a break. She can't even explain why this is Islamophobic. She didn't even try.
These savage fucking freaks, man. Oh, here's another.
A narrator. Turns out, this is the whole thing. Yeah, narrator voice. It wasn't all Ethan had to say.
Ethan Eli knows how to present this position.
So yeah, that's okay. Killed it with that one. Like, I think per capita...
Killed your audience with that one? Is that what you're saying? Killed your viewership? I don't know if that's as much of a flex as you think it is, Ethan.
A lot of the weird...
Kind of an L.
Fucking terrorism and crimes and shit. I mean, there's definitely some strong thread of violence.
Oh, geez. What's he gonna say about this one?
Muslim community. Or Arab Muslims, to be more specific.
Or
Hey, you'll notice that clip is like 10 years old. So she's been...
And you'll notice that it hasn't... the person saying it hasn't changed as much as he thinks he has.
A long-term fan. Preceding that clip, I will say that that's not a position that I would never say that now. That was like the Sam Harris, like Islam religion of violence shit. But
motherload of bad ideas, yeah.
Obviously, I've educated myself a lot more.
Have you educated yourself, or have you been rejected? And this is the question that we got to ask about Ethan, right? What was his original face turn about when he left the edgelord, anti-SJW people behind, the original H3 audience, and embraced a new audience, right? What was his turn to the left due to a falling out with that, due to the fact that you kind of crashed and burned in these edgelord communities too, right? I don't know the answer. I'm not saying that to, act like I know the answer. I don't. I wasn't around then, but I've always been curious. Like, what exactly went on? What was involved in Ethan's original face turn, right? When he, the original, fallen fans phenomenon of people that like, I liked you back in the day, Ethan, but you're terrible now, right? It's much like iDubbbz, right? And a lot of times, just like with iDubbbz, they would blame Ethan's partner.
I don't think
or blame the fact that he's married now, like, right?
Islam is more violent than any other religion. I think that there was at least, I think even more in the previous decades, a lot of Muslim extremist groups doing terrorism, but that was more
or you were eating out of the hand of the American media, whether it be movies with violent Arab and Muslim stereotypes, or whether it be the news promoting the war on terror. He's like, oh yeah, back in the day though, you don't understand, Muslims were really all fucking unhinged back then. A little bit of media literacy would go a long way. That's all.
That was directly a response to like Western interventionism in the Middle East. So it's not even fair to say like, oh, Muslims are inherently more violent because there's a bunch of terrorist organizations. So I completely disavow that statement.
I think Ethan turned woke once he started doing a podcast with Trish.
And I apologize too for saying something that offensive.
At least she did come up with one.
That was one valid. That was the only one.
Wait, Ethan gets into Ethan in an Ethan-y way that's creeping Ethan out?
Okay.
Which again, it was 10 years old. You can see how fucking old this clip is. She was my biggest fan. She was my biggest fan.
I'm sure she wasn't a fan of that statement, but I get your meaning. That was like probably 2017.
I don't think she was a fan of this statement. I agree. I just think that, all of a sudden it's like, yo, this guy needs to be fucking... This dude is the worst person alive.
General public, it's like when Destiny was originally thought of as conservative, kind of libertarian before he fell out with them, and became liberal before he immediately fell out with left-wingers, and same as Ethan Klein. It is kind of similar. And like the common thread there is that these people, Destiny and Ethan we're talking about, right? They don't have as much at stake as somebody that is from a marginalized identity. And so maybe their attachment to like one set of beliefs or another is a little less like heartfelt, is a little less durable. So for them, it's easy to, hey, I'm having problems with the edgelords. The edgelords don't like me. Oh, look, I'm woke now. Oh, I'm having problems with the woke people. Oops, I'm an edgelord now, right? This is...
Thank you, by the way, 50 gifted subs.
It's an interesting phenomenon.
From Trundlebum.
That's a new one, Trundlebum.
Trundlebum.
Let's
like that name.
get it. Thank you so much for the gifted Trumble.
50 of them.
Trundlebum bum.
I go hard at Becky.
That's so nice.
Oh my fucking God! Yeah!
Western interventionism, like the Balfour Declaration.
I appreciate you apologizing. That being said, watch your back later.
I always do. Yeah, no, I mean, that was...
Jerry McLean says tomorrow's debate will not be good. I see a screaming match, sadly. Wait a minute. Can we get the time straight? Is tomorrow, chat... Wait, Jerry, are you in Europe land? Maybe that makes sense, right? If you are like me on Thursday, right? Then maybe... Yeah, that would be tomorrow's debate, right? You're talking about the debate between Hassan and Ethan on Friday. I'm just making sure I got it right, because like my you know, my thought right now is that I might take tomorrow off. Don't quote me on that, chat. I may show up. Even the US should be on Thursday. No, yeah, I guess you're right. By now it would be, well, it's Thursday, but it's, you know, like it's Wednesday night / Thursday morning, right? It's what, 3:06 on the West Coast now. Would it be 6 o'clock on the East Coast? We might even have some morning, some East Coast NCC fans popping up and being like, "Hey, why are you streaming?"
That was a
because I am doing an all-nighter or an all-dayer if you're
careless.
Yeah, May 2nd is the date of the debate, Friday.
Yeah, it's a bad take. It's an ignorant take, you know.
Was that like Sam Harris's thing at one point? I've never really followed that guy.
Yeah, no, it's still his thing.
That's still his thing.
Is like Islam is the religion of violence and all this kinds of stuff.
Another load of bad ideas, yeah.
Yeah, it's still his.
The translation of the word Islam in Arabic is peace. Then
ironic. That's ironic.
Checkmate.
Anywho.
I just wish that he'd have Hawk Tua on so that she could slap him for constantly doing her voice like that. It's annoying.
Muslim community.
Not that I'm not a Hawk Tua fan, Chad. I'm not.
Yeah,
I'm just saying.
To be more specific.
I'm just saying he annoys me with that.
The next thing I want to bring up are the double standards both Ethan and Gila have for themselves.
But yeah, so chat, for the record, I am not saying that I am going to skip the Hassan debate. All right, the Hassan Ethan debate. I will definitely be here to cover that. What I am saying is that I may possibly, take a day off, right? And it's possible that the next time you'll see me, I'll be covering the Hassan Ethan debate. That's what I'm saying, but I'm not 100% just yet.
Let's get
started. I usually take the first off because, YouTube pays me by the month, so I try to kind of, grind right up until the end of the month, and then I'm so tired from over streaming, I guess. I do love that I'm here in Europe watching a streamer in Southeast Asia operating on US time. True, that is kind of interesting.
Started with this clip.
She's so sassy.
It's very formal. I think
her delivery.
She took like a Toastmasters class recently or something.
Oh,
whoops!
It's just you feel the sass. She's like, hit me.
Really? I didn't.
Really?
That wasn't what I was feeling.
I feel the sass, Ethan.
Okay.
Yeah, you don't feel that? It's coming. It's radiating.
I feel it.
The next thing I want to bring up are the double standards both
I wasn't
Ethan and Gila
watching,
have
so I
for
didn't see the
themselves.
body language. That does change it.
Watch this sass.
Let's get started with this clip.
We misspoke. It didn't sound good. We immediately corrected ourselves. You know, that's how mature people do. That's how how you're supposed to handle yourself.
Once again, talking about the gallant thing.
Like, what more do you want me to do?
I have no problem apologizing and admitting and whatever is needed when things happen.
This was in response to people bringing up how Gila said Yoav Gallant was a great guy, even though he's literally a war criminal and pro-genocide. I'm a live streamer as well. I know being live for hours and hours on end, you can misspeak, and that is exactly what happened whenever I said the thing about
May the first be with you,
military.
And also with you.
I said it in a way in which I didn't mean, and I also clarified it on Twitter by saying the U.S.
This is fucking insane. She says that her statement that all veterans deserve PTSD was a misspeak.
She misspoke?
Yeah, and then she's acting like the next day she didn't double down with a now infamous, notorious clip of her going, based?
She didn't mean all veterans, she meant veterans that were like, yeah, that's right, we went to Iraq and showed those ethnic slurs. Who's boss, right? The unrepentant veterans that don't see a problem in what the U.S. did in Fallujah, for instance.
I still agree with that. Base.
That's the origin of the base sound.
That was the next day.
Was
her
her
reaction.
calling herself based
Yes.
for.
Pull it up. Yeah, she's watching
Base?
herself. So she, I mean, again, like, why you?
That makes it seem like you didn't misspeak, if I'm being honest.
I think she tripled down even. I think even the third time.
There was a
she like-
third?
I'm pretty sure.
There was a third down?
I think she only made this not really even an apology, frankly.
This is the apology? Let's see.
Well, hold on. Let me show what she actually said the next day.
Wait, was that my sound alert or was that Ethan's? Oh no, Marmar with the £2 super chat. Ela, I have no problem apologizing or whatever.
So here she is watching her clip.
Any fucking soldiers. Distress, thank you so much. I will never have any fucking pity for any fucking soldiers. The U.S. Dog Frogan. That's not a slur. Military? Who fucking who? I hope you get PTSD. Oh my god, I want my fucking Camaro, no student loans. Fuck you. I hope you get PTSD. And I hope you get no health insurance when you get back into fucking America. Okay, what part did you cut out? What part did you cut out? He cut out the most important context of the clip. Okay?
What? Which part is that?
He cut out the most important context of the clip. Where I said, not the ones that regret their service.
That doesn't make it better. That's still awful. That's so stupid. What do you mean? That doesn't help you at all.
Like, I love how Ethan doesn't get that this statement might hit different from an American that's just like, I don't like army people. I don't like veterans, right? Versus somebody whose family has been, has lost members through U.S. interventions in their country. I love how it's just like no awareness, no concept whatsoever, right? No, she doesn't stop for a minute and be like, why does she feel that way, right? Where does this come from, right? Just no, nothing.
It doesn't help you at all.
Okay.
This clip obviously made the rounds on social media and rightfully outraged a lot of people. Here's how she responded the next day.
I hope you get PTSD.
Oh, so this is her.
Yeah, that's his first reaction, and this is the third reaction.
This is
watching right
there's
now.
layers. Yeah. So I show in my content nuke her reaction the next day.
Got it.
This is her reaction to the reaction.
Chat, I'm just waiting for the day when Ethan's community shrinks even smaller and Frogan is like taking off. I would love to see Ethan's record, like real. I don't know if we'll ever get this comeuppance, chat. But given all the shit that he's talked about Frogan, and like, you're not even a content creator, I would love to see him be like, wait a minute, she's got more viewers than I do. Remember when that happened with Denims?
We get no health insurance when you get back into fucking America.
Like, right? He puts out the content nuke. He streams, I think maybe even reacts to his own content nuke. And then he looks and sees Denim's got like 40, 50,000 people watching her on Twitch, right? I want to see that, but with Frogan. I want to see that.
She's smiling. Even now, she's smiling and laughing about it.
They posted it in my head. I'm like, base?
Yeah. Yep.
I mean, the bass thing is actually a pretty cool sound drop, unironically.
By the way, if you want to be serious, if you actually want to make this comparison, I mean, the Gallant thing.
Vets do get the shit in every stick, though. Yeah. Yeah, vets get used and abused by their country. They get tricked into, they get like, especially, when they're trapped by the financial circumstances and but there's got to be a recognition of the vet that gets the shit into the stick and then turns around and says, yeah, and that shit that we were doing in Iraq, that was fucked. Versus the vet that's like, yeah, that's right, those ethnic slurs, like, we showed, you know what I mean? You see the difference there?
We took seriously.
The Weasels and Jellyfish have a lovely polyrhythm going. They do, don't they?
And it's not something that I joke about.
Wow, that kind of works.
Something that I clarified my position on, that I don't take lightly, and that I certainly am not making jokes about and laughing about, like, oh, they think Gallant's a really nice guy, actually. I don't know, whatever the fucking way to trivialize people being mad about that. Just a child.
Bro, it's not funny. I'm not laughing at that because the thing is, I never lived this down. Like, I'll literally have like Scootish fucking go, oh, based.
She loves that became a thing because it's the only taste of relevance she'll probably ever have. Yeah, imagine Hila said, based after
Ethan calling somebody else childish. Yeah, right?
Be like, hey, people are upset about what we said about Gallant. And Hila's like, I still agree with that. Based?
Right.
Based?
Oh, God.
But she wouldn't own it the way that Frogan does.
This is...
Based?
She continually, the thing is like, she's so obviously lying that I just don't know why she does this, because it's just digging the hole deeper. And she's enabled by people like Hassan, who just yesterday was like, oh, it's so obvious. The only reason people talk about Frogan is because she's a hijabi. It's like, that doesn't help her. She needs someone to be honest with her.
The reason that hateful content against her takes off, right? In other words, Ethan, think about this. You've got Frogan as your thumbnail, right? You've got a stream title about Frogan. Can you think of any other content creator her size that would work for? If you did an NCC stream, do you think you'd get those kind of numbers? Or do you think people would be like, who? Why do we care? Right? People know why they care. These people know why they hate Frogan, and it's not for, anything like, approaching a good reason.
She's a fucking mean-spirited person that's constantly saying really disgusting things.
Ethan, that's you. And with that, chat, I have 25 seconds left. I better use it to thank my Patreons. I'm going to thank my mods. I'm going to thank my chatters. I'm going to thank my supporters. And I am going to thank my Patreons. I've got a Patreon. It's nocommentchick on Patreon. If you want to sign up, everybody supporting me on Patreon gets my videos when they come out, before they come out. And yes, chat, now there should be some videos coming out, especially if I end up taking a day off today. I'll probably end up editing some videos. So those should be, that should actually mean something, right? At the $3 level, at the $5 level and higher, you also get a fancy shout out every single stream, usually twice a stream. So shouts out to Oral Ellipsis, shouts out to Temporal Insanity, shouts out to Steven Sayers, shouts out to Funky Monkey, shouts out to Shakespeare, shouts out to Sarah, shouts out to Nadia Yvette, shouts out to Moe Noib, shouts out to Crystal Safira, shouts out to Jules K. Shouts out to Jessica Bell. Shouts out to Izzy Mandius. Shouts out to Infallible Val. Shouts out to Hot Ham Radio. Shouts out to Good for Gabby. Shouts out to Buffy Geek. Shouts out to Animus. And a fancy shout out to Zerix, to Rachel K, and to Omega Star. Chat, with that, I am out of time officially. It has been super fun hanging out with you. I am so lucky to have I love my community. I just got to say this, like, I would not trade you with any other community out there. I don't think there's any community like this. So, yeah, thank you for spending a good, oh my God, chat. How long did oh my gosh, it's almost 9 hours. I feel like I got to get off of here before I turn into a literal pumpkin. Anyway, much love, everyone, and good night, good morning, good afternoon, good whatever it is in your time zone. I will be coming back to you for sure when the Hassan Ethan debate drops. I might actually be streaming. I might sometimes I just feel like streaming. So you might see me again tomorrow, or I might be back with the Hassan Ethan debate to cover that. But yeah, I'm fucking cooked, chat. I'm fucking cooked. So might take some time off. Much love, everyone, and I will see you when I see you next. All right. Until then, goodbye and